What you're doing. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Sebring. Ralph Shaheen alongside of Tom Pank with you as we get set for our first race of the weekend that we're going to be broadcasting to you. We're all thrilled to have you tuned in on the live stream, watching everything. And, Tom, this one should be a lot of fun.
Yes, it should. We had a great race yesterday afternoon to kick off the season. And we have 25 cars out here to start this race.
This is our IGT category. For those that are watching for the first time, Tom, give them a quick understanding of what IGT category cars look like.
IGT is a multi-class racing at its finest. We have classes from the fast full GT3 spec cars that you will see out here in the 12 hours of Sebring in a couple weeks, down to the entry-level cars as the Cayman GT3 cars. Most of the cars are Porsche Cup cars in one form or another, and a wide variety of drivers. We have some drivers who are elder pros who have been in Le Mans, and then we have people where this is their first year with us.
And we even have
first or second year racing.
And we have a Lamborghini Huracan as well.
We have a Lamborghini Huracan Evo that is going to be running here in a couple weeks in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo.
And I have a note for that. Ben Sissel here. Happy to be with my friend Tom Pank and my new friend Ralph. And Wyatt Foster is behind the wheel of that. Wyatt Foster is a honorary Zapata Racing from Franklin, Tennessee, one of my racing groups and the guys that I grew up in racing with, and he's out there in that Lamborghini Super Trofeo running the exhibition class. He's the chief instructor at VIR, but a really great friend, but unbelievable cars in here. I just wanted to interrupt with that real quick. Sorry.
Yeah, they're sharing that car. The guy that Wyatt actually teaches, Seth is spending some time in there as well. Okay, let's run through the starting grid just so you can give you an idea of who's into today's race. Starting in position 1, number 40, Lucas Pank. Alongside in the 68 is David Twatty. Back to row number 2 is Russell Farhang in the 412. Then Mark Sandridge on the outside in the 58. Row 3 is George Michael Merritt in the 898 and John DeAngelis in the 32. Next row is Chris Lee in the 99 on the inside. Nicholas Groombridge on the outside. Another row back, we get the 44. That's Wyatt Foster in the Lamborghini. And alongside of him will be Luca Mars in car number 28. Then it's Mark Calzaretta in the 17 and Juan Gonzalez scheduled to run the 81, but Juan was going to go to a wedding today.
Mexico
so
City.
Not sure if that car is going to be on the grid. I don't think it will be. The 992 is William Oliver. The 76 will be Nicholas Carangellin. Carangellin, all right. New name for me. 277 and 15th is William Schmidt. We got Mark Julian, Cliff Kayer, Robert Wisen, Peter Crage, Stephen Thomas, Richard Walker, Spencer Proper, Mark Cook, Thomas Kirk, and Ari Strauss as we are ready to kick the 2025 season off live with our live stream. Glad to have you with us around the world. We are green and racing at Sebring.
And here starts that treacherous turn 1.
Huracan coming up the inside. Wyatt making some moves, trying to get from deeper in the field up into about the top 5 as we see the 49 right in the middle of that. Peter Crage right there.
But I have to say, we just saw David Tuati overtake Lucas Pank. I'm sitting next to Lucas Pank's dad, and Lucas Pank's mom is right behind us, and she cringed going into Cube 3 Architecture Turn 1.
Onboard action here with the 87. This is Mark Julian.
Now the cars are just getting settled down, getting their rhythm going, and set in for
Wyatt on the outsides. We go to mission turn 7. Oh, trouble here.
Yep.
Mission turn 7, 2 cars off, including John DeAngelis right there in the black, yellow, and red 32.
That's likely going to bring out a yellow.
Yeah, and that is a big braking zone going into Mission Foods turn 7 there. As we ride on board now, it looks like David Tuati was passed by Wyatt Foster.
Yeah, on that turn, just before the wreck.
The reason Wyatt is exhibition is there aren't enough Lamborghinis to make a class yet, and he's also on hand-cooked tires. There's Bob Wyson, your friend Bob Wyson,
yep.
Number 27. And then we've got the first of our Stuttgart Cups. One thing for you to know that we've got Stuttgart Cup cars have the yellow banner over the top of them.
Oh, there's more damage from that incident over there in turn 7.
We do have full course yellow.
Looks like it's primarily bodywork, so hopefully he'll have the parts to get that ready for the next race.
412 around as well. Russell Farhang over here on the far right side.
Uh-oh.
Looks like he doesn't have any body damage, though. Looks like he'll just get rolling again. Wyatt's got the Lambo looking pretty good. What do you guys think of that paint scheme?
Love it, yeah. I was looking at it at the grid, unbelievable, and Wyatt always a very good driver. The thing I love about him is he kind of approaches his driving. He is a professional driver, but with International GT, he kind of has that vintage mindset of, you know, it's the job of the overtaker to make a good pass, and it looks like he made a good, clean pass there. Not sure what happened to Russell Farhang, our professional violinist there at the Bennett Bridge Hall section of the track. And Thomas, looked like you looked like you had some things to say. You had some knowledge.
Yeah, this will happen on occasion. This is obviously very unfortunate. but Russell and Mark got tangled up. It was in 17 with a lot of activity at that moment. We'll see what happens.
Well, you got the first race of the season jitters too, right?
Absolutely.
Everybody's adrenaline's pumping a little bit harder than it will when we get a little deeper into the year.
And hopefully they can get this cleaned up and get our race rolling again.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is International GT, and if you are joining us, anywhere that you're joining us here on SpeedTour TV on YouTube, tell us where you're watching from and who you are rooting for in this International GT race.
You mentioned Juan Gonzalez. Juan is the CEO of Mission Foods, who has been a great supporter of this series, and unfortunately he had to go to Mexico City because his wife would have been extremely angry if he didn't attend this cousin's wedding, he told me.
Well, you know,
He flew out last night.
spending some time talking with Juan, I've known him for a while with all the different forms of motorsports that Mission Foods is a part of. You know, with him, family is always first, racing, and everything else comes after that. So no surprise that he would make sure that he's present when he's supposed to be at the wedding. But he did squeeze in some laps beforehand. Well, that's going to be some time at the body shop, huh?
Yep. 32. That would be
That's John DeAngelis.
John DeAngelis.
Yeah.
So maybe John was involved in that as well.
Yeah, he was the first car. The 58 also involved Mark Sandridge. He's got problems on the rear end of his car. So I'm guessing, based on that, the front end of DeAngelis' car got into the rear end of Sandridge's car.
Yep.
And that's how he ended up with the...
But you said Russell Farhang was off there as well, right?
Well, Farhang, I think, was off somewhere else.
He was at the Bennett Bridge Hall 14, 15, 16.
Okay.
And he was all by himself over there, it looked like.
Okay.
That is really unfortunate there for the Sandridge Foods car of Mark Sandridge. His son, who usually races with us, is back home running Sandridge Foods and Grandma's Salads. Hopefully Joe Party Vardy can get that thing back together and be back on the track later on today.
Yeah, I raced with Mark Sandridge in the 2005-06 IMSA Cup Series. So Mark Sandridge has won the Daytona 24, I think with Joe Vardy, and has raced like 35 years. So we got some senior guys who have some good experience.
And an OG in International GT. Back when Ken and Bill Riddell first started this, he was kind of one of the original 8 that was with us. So just love having him here. Big supporter of motorsports and just one of the friendliest people in the paddock. So that is really unfortunate.
Good look at the 30. Spencer Proper going by in that white and black machine there. Porsche Cayman.
Lights are still on in the safety car, so it looks like we're going to do another lap.
And here's the 28 sitting on pit road.
That is a young, upcoming 18-year-old out of the University of Kentucky, Luca Mars, who is here learning the track and shaking it out his new car for, I believe it's the Pilot Series.
Speaking of Luca Mars, S Golf is in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, rooting for Luca. We've got Syracuse, New York, Oswego, New York. We've got...
famous racetrack up there in Oswego, that's for sure.
Yeah, West Palm Beach. Buenos Aires. So welcome. Milwaukee. We've got people from all over. It truly is International GT.
Pretty legendary racetrack in Milwaukee, too.
Yeah.
First one.
Cincinnati. The Rio Grande. I love it. McAllen, Texas.
Well, we see the lift truck leaving, heading out to go clean up those cars. Mark Sandridge is being pulled back, so it doesn't look like he can go again. DeAngelis' car is pretty severely banged up.
Yeah.
Peter Crage's daughter
He's not
is
going back
watching.
out.
Elizabeth says, "Go Dad," number 49.
Ben, if you need some Porsche body work for your man cave, I think we can help you out this weekend.
Be at the pressing man cave.
Yeah. Yeah, that is so unfortunate. And you can see them pulling that off. We hate to see that, ladies and gentlemen.
This is really frustrating for the drivers. They were just getting into their rhythm, and then bang. So we'll get this thing going in here shortly. Hopefully, this round will be the last round. And the safety team here at Sebring is very good on cleaning it up quickly.
Yeah, it can work either way, right, Tom? You could either be frustrated that just when you're finding your rhythm, it's over, and there's the other guy somewhere in the field his adrenaline was pumping so hard to take that break and kind of calm himself down now and catch his breath is probably cool too.
Oh yeah, yep. And again, it's the first weekend of the season, so it's there's some new guys and new experiences. And the other thing is, there's new people that everyone who's been here before is racing with, and we got to learn. They got to learn us. We have to learn them.
Right.
So we have in first place in Mission Foods is David Twatty, and he's the co-owner of TLM Motorsports, along him and David Later. And the young lady who really runs the operation, Trish Shields, is now a partner. I think she should be more than half, but we'll work on Twatty on that.
She's one of those people that's just the camp counselor of the paddock. Great, and you'll know her because her shoes always match Dave Twatty's car. And also we have to mention FARA, another great racing organization out of South Florida that David Twatty, I think, became the owner of.
I think
recently.
TLM is a group, yes. And they run a lot of races around here. They have events here at Sebring. Multi-class, all kinds of cars, similar to SCCA and that. And a lot of Miatas.
We were speaking earlier of Nicholas Carangelin. He graduated from the Naval Academy in '76 and became a submariner. And I asked him at the grid how long he was underwater in 61 days at a time. And that
could not do that.
No.
Couldn't do it.
Nope.
Couldn't do it. Not just being cooped up for 61 days, but knowing how far under you are, right?
Yeah, I think that just takes a special personality. But you can tell just talking to him. He definitely has that kind of mindset, and then became an entrepreneur and started Trident Systems, and now he's out here racing a beautiful Porsche. So thanks for coming out.
I'm guessing he was on a Trident submarine then, if that's his company,
yeah,
probably
so.
Where the company name came from.
And we have Stephen Thomas here in a Cayman, the 710 Cayman, who was the class winner in Le Mans in 22.
Nice.
No, this is Tom Pank, if you're asking.
That's awesome.
He came onto my radio, Ben. Is this? Yeah, that's me. Okay, lights are out in the safety car, and we're going.
Yeah, it's about 4 minutes a lap around here behind the safety car. That tends to be the pace that they try to get the pace car at. Somebody with their hazards on back here. It's all a hazard when you're racing.
Okay, they're coming back through.
Getting ready as we come down into Sunset.
Off the start.
Final corner, leading up onto the main straightaway here. And here we go. We're green, racing again at Sebring. Wyatt Foster leading him down the long front straightaway. He'll be the first one to crank it to the left and dive down into turn number 1. That battle deep at the back end of the field. Thomas Kirk and that red-orange looking number 22. And he's got Spencer Proper back there with him in the 30 in that white and black car.
We have Wyatt, followed by Twatty, followed by Lucas, followed by George Michael Merritt. And
look at the gap, Tom, already that the Lambo has opened up on the horde of Porsches trying to chase him down as they go into Mission Foods turn number 7.
Now their tires have cooled down a little bit. They're trying to get the heat back in them and get back into the rhythm and the groove of this track. Sebring's an awesome track. It's bumpy, it's got character, it's got high speed, it's got just unforgiving spots, and everybody loves it.
What's the biggest challenge when it comes to trying to find your rhythm here?
It's getting back into the groove. If you're not, we're here once a year, so there's the getting back in the groove and getting used to the bumps again. And then when you're coming through 17 and you have the line right and you're bouncing through there and you know you're fast, then you feel good. Because 17 is the key corner to this track, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's Sunset, the last one. And look at Foster. just gapping Twatty and
Lucas is probing
and Lucas.
Twatty right
He's starting
now.
to look around, isn't he?
Let's see what happens. Lucas is going to be patient again. He's a student of the racing and spends a lot of time studying setup and studying race lines and corners. And
boy, look at that
somewhat of a
Lambo
chess
bouncing
match.
through Sunset.
Let's see how Lucas comes through 17 now with Twatty next to him.
Lucas looking on the outside, going
Yeah.
through the corner.
Twatty pinched him off a little bit, it looks like, but we'll see where it comes out.
Lucas might lose the spot here as he's got one coming up the inside, going into one. And the battle for third, he's going to take 2 spots as he gets around Twatty as well. Some very aggressive racing back here for second place.
Yes. All right, so they're going to work it out. They're going to settle down. George Michael Merritt is now in front of Twatty and Lucas. And the Lambo is
Whoa,
out of
Merritt
sight.
gets off into the dirt there, Tom, and almost stuffs him
Twatty
into the
got
mission
Merritt
bridge.
back, and Lucas is right behind him.
So Twatty gets back around. He's now up to second in the 68. Here comes Lucas looking on the outside in the 40. That's the green and blue car. And then Merritt trying to stick his nose back up the inside of Lucas, and it looks like it's going to work.
We'll see. So they're going to fight this out for a while, and hopefully they'll fight out safely, and we'll have a heck of a race going on here.
Well, we got a thriller right now, I can tell you that. That battle for second is 5 cars strong.
So now we're into this race. Now they're settling in, and we'll see how this plays out. Let's look at the Caymans now, how they coming through.
The 124, the tail of this group, that's Groombridge.
Nick Groombridge is a patent attorney out of New York, and he's been racing with IGT for 5 or 6 years now. He's a very good competitor. He also has done the West Coast races with us, and quite talented. It looks
Foster.
like Wyatt is pulling the Lambo further ahead of everyone.
Yeah, he's got a commanding lead in the Huracan right now. And here comes that battle for second up onto the main straightaway. Thundering down towards turn number 1. A little bit of gap amongst a couple of the cars in this group now, but Merritt sitting there in third right behind Twatty right in here. And here's Lucas looking on the outside, coming through one, dips a wheel, and retakes second place. A bold move, Tom, but a great one.
He got
Now he's
Twatty.
going for second.
He's dicing with
He's
Twatty
right
now.
to the inside, and he'll take that as well.
So if Lucas can get ahead, then he won't have the traffic, and he can get some clean air and go. We'll
Well,
see
he's
how
got
this
it
comes
now.
out of the turn. And Lucas has it. Good job. Sorry about the bias, guys.
That's all right.
Now this field is hopefully going to settle in, and the track stays clean. We'll have a great race to end.
Pretty even gaps right through there now between
Look at that.
second, third,
5
fourth,
cars
fifth, and
fighting
sixth.
for the lead right now.
So we're watching the fight. Second overall, first in class. And Lucas now starting to try to stretch it out a little bit to go on board with Twatty here.
Everyone's here on Pirelli tires and Speedcom radios, and it's also sponsored by the Detroit Watch Company.
Here's Wyatt Foster coming at you.
All right, looks like Lucas is hunting down Wyatt at this point in time.
Here's Lucas coming through Sunset, that Base Saver 40. And the rest of them chasing after him. He's definitely opened up a gap in that last lap. Twatty here in the 68, then Merritt right there in the 808, or 898, I should say. That's probably the best battle there, that one for third in class.
Right now we have Wyatt with the fastest lap of a 2:02. We have Lucas at a 2:07, and then we have Twatty at a 2:09. George Michael Merritt at 2:10. So they're going at it now, and looks like second or third and fourth are the next battle to be observed.
Taking a look from our drone deeper back into the field as we go back on board with Twatty again. Good look at how he's working the gas and the brake. Just tapping that brake a little bit here and there to settle the car down. Shift that weight around.
Just keep it to the floor through here, Twatty.
Yeah, he's
lifting.
heavier on the brake here. Coming out.
I will say Twatty has probably more laps than anyone on this track that's racing today.
Yeah, that was coming out onto the Ullman straight. On this long run to the final corner here.
Wyatt
17.
Foster just turned a 202 flat.
Well, Lucas's car looks nice and planted through there. So many bumps through there, can really rattle that suspension.
Yeah. There's different setups, and setups are very key here at Sebring. And Kurt Keitel from Ultra Performance really knows this track and these cars, so that makes it easier on Lucas, who just turned a 206.9. Second faster than Twatty, and George Michael Merritt's a second behind that.
You can see Foster's Lambo porpoising
but right now,
through
everyone,
there a little bit as it
the
bounces
top
over
three drivers have just turned their fastest laps of the race.
As it bounces over the different bumps. You can see the gap back here to second overall and first in class.
Last lap coming up, guys.
Foster already starting to lap through the field a little bit here at the end.
That is Ari Strauss, who is P1 Motorsports. He's developing a race park outside of Palm Beach. 600 acres, a whole new track, quite the operation. A private race country club.
Those are popping up everywhere, aren't they?
Yes.
Well, the white flag is out for this great battle.
Here comes Lucas, 207.4 that lap. Wyatt, 207.5.
All these GT3 Cup cars.
Lucas will be starting on pole again.
Here's Merritt, the 898.
So now that we're on the last lap, we'll see how it goes.
There's the rest of the field through the final corner. They'll have one more lap to go. Here's Foster, who's put together a great day. That white flag about to be switching over to the checkers as we get ready to close this one out. Our first race of our broadcast window for the weekend with IGT. International GT category. Categories, I guess we should say.
Yeah, we have, I guess there's about 6 classes running, because you'll have the GT4R in the Porsche Cup cars, and then the 4-liter, and then the 3.8s.
And
we have
this guy here.
Here comes Lambo through turn 17.
Wyatt Foster put together a strong race from the drop of the green, and the Lambo is going to take the win here in race number 2 for IGT. Flashing the lights as he comes across to take the checkers here at Sebring. Congratulations, Wyatt Foster. Outstanding run. Now let's see if Lucas can hang on to get to the finish here. Working that final lap. Should be coming around shortly. Here he comes.
Comes Lucas.
Lucas Pank comes off the final corner under the WeatherTech bridge to take the checkers at Sebring. There he is back there in the green and blue Porsche, taking the win over David Twatty here in the 68.
Twatty got fastest lap. Twatty had a faster lap that time, so Twatty will start on pole next race.
Merritt across the line behind them in third, 4th overall.
William Oliver had a faster lap. Correction. Michael Merritt had a faster lap. William Oliver had his fastest lap of the race that last lap.
Rest of the field crossing the line. You got the race monitor over there if you want to
So
catch the
what
rest
we
of our
have
class
is
winners.
Wyatt Foster, Lucas Pank, David Twatty, Michael Merritt, Nick Groombridge, William Oliver, Chris Lee, Russell Farhang, Mark Julian, Mark Calzaretta, Nick Carangelin, Robert Wisen, number 12. 13 is Stephen Thomas. 14 is Thomas Kirk, Tillman Schmid, Richard Walker, Mark Cook, Spencer Proper, Ari Strauss, and Luca Mars and Peter Cage, Mark Sandrich, and John DeAngelis are still, did not finish. I'm going to...
you're going to head to victory lane.
We're going to talk to Lucas on the radio here. Lucas, good job. We got you live on the radio.
Hey, that was a good win. They really made me play for it, I tell you what.
Yes, they did. And I hate to break it to you, but your buddy Twatty did have a faster lap there on his last lap. He poked 6.5.
Oh, man. All right. Well, I got my work cut out for me next race, then, that's for sure.
Good job. 2 in the books.
Thank you.
Yeah, that next race coming up at just about 5 o'clock this afternoon. We'll have sprint race number 3 and their endurance race tomorrow. We're going to step away and take a quick break here with our live race media coverage. We'll be right back to Sebring.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Okay, and that'll be the first one up on Speed Sport 2, right? Yeah. All right. Okay, back here at Sebring, getting ready. Up next will be the Trans Am presented by Pirelli Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. Right now, the Sebring International Raceway is at a lunch break. We're going to do some parade laps from the Optima Batteries Challenge machines and some basic festivities in and around the event here this weekend as Speed Tour has made its way to Sebring to kick off the 2025 season. We will be back next with that Trans Am presented by Pirelli Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, 11:30 right here on the stream, and then the race goes green. You can either watch it on the stream or you can switch over to Speed Sport 1 at noon if you'd like to see it there. Okay, we'll be right back in about an hour.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. I am absolutely ecstatic to be here. It has been a long off season. We have a lot of changes, a lot of new drivers. We've kept the same great sponsor and marketing partner of Cube 3 Architecture in the TA2 Series. Welcome here to our live stream. We've got Ralph Shaheen and DJ in the booth. It's going to be amazing. But let's start talking to some new drivers here. That's what we're here for at the Sebring SpeedTour. This is our fan walk. Look at all these great fans walking around. You guys having fun? Nice. I love it. Well, Sam Corey, I've heard so much about you, and I just want to point out, look at all this available real estate. If you want to have so much fun and you have a brand or a company that you want to elevate, come talk to Sam Corey. We have a lot of drivers like this, but Sam, welcome to the series. I've heard so many good things about you.
Well, thank you. It's good to be here. It's good to be out here in Sebring, Florida, a little warmer than where I'm living right now, so super happy to be here with the Nitro Motorsports crew.
Nice. I love it. What are your expectations today? Because usually, no offense, but usually newcomers to the series don't start this far up front.
Yeah, the goals today is just to move front, and obviously we're at Sebring, so it's wide going into turn one and tight when you come off. So we're just going to get through the first lap clean and go to work.
Nice. I love it. And that's exactly right. One thing I want to point out, when we throw that green flag, it's about 6 lanes going into one, and then the exit of one, it narrows down to maybe three car widths. So it's quite treacherous. Let's come over here, the Street Side Classics car with Silver Hair Racing, Noah Harmon. Here he is right here. Nice job. Noah Harmon at the car with Silver Hair. First time out here. Tell us a little bit about TA2 and your new ride here in Street Side Classics.
Yeah, so it's super excited. Going to be my first TA2 race. Got the opportunity with Silver Hair a few months ago. Got to do a test and just super excited. Was able to get Street Side Classics on board to help us out, and Flanagan Sports Bar to help us out get this season going. So super excited to start my TA2 career.
Nice. I love it. I love it. Well, come over here because we're about to show some history here in Trans Am. Last night we had our Hall of Fame event, and check this out. We've got some groundbreakers here. So Kaylee Bryson, who won last season in her SGT car, here with Mia Lovell, new to the series, and then Trans Am legend Lynn St. James is here, and then future Trans Am legend is Mila. Mila, are you having fun?
Yes.
She says yes. Well, Mia, tell me a little bit about, I've been hearing about this. The Nitro crew and Nick Tucker have been saying that you're going to make a lot of men really angry this year. Are you pretty happy with your starting position, and welcome to TA2?
Thanks. I'm really happy with my starting position. Rolling off P11, it's a really competitive field out here today, so I'm hoping to just race forward.
Nice, nice. And we're going to see Kaylee Bryson in the car tomorrow. It's the same car, but there's some upgrades to move her to XGT, and you're having a blast out there, aren't you?
Yeah, for sure. The car's like 5 seconds or more faster than it has been. We took the restrictors out, so it's been a lot of fun to run the XGT car, and we're qualifying later today and racing tomorrow.
Nice. I love it. And Lynn St. James was here with us in the Hall of Fame. She's going to give the start command. She is our Grand Marshal, another Trans Am legend. So much fun to be here. The crowd is gathering around. I love it. Let's come down through the field. Another newcomer to the series, and ladies and gentlemen, it is amazing that they're doing so well in such a tight, competitive field in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series is Carson Brown. And you can see here, there's still some real estate here in Carson Brown with Franklin Road Apparel. Carson, welcome to the series, and how is it out there?
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's really good. Scott Lagacy prepared me really good. Pay Cafe and Ebb Logistics Chevrolet, and I think we'll be really good. I hope we just run a clean race. This is my first TA2 race, so I'm looking forward to it.
Nice. I love it. Well, welcome to the series. I love this. We're bringing in so many new people to the series. So many new fans. I like that hat. Check this out. Look at that. Look at that. So we've got some fans here. Unbelievable. Where is Valentin? Here he is. We're going to come over here a little bit. Valentin, come on over here. So you're here with Cope, all the way from Argentina, ladies and gentlemen. And one of my favorite Argentinians that's raced with is Mariano Warner. Good friends of yours, but welcome to the TA2 Series. How do you find Sebring? Are you having fun out there?
Thank you. Yes. No. I wasn't here before. It's first time for me in the series in the truck. So let's see. I will do my best. I really like the category, the series. I watch a lot of races here, like by YouTube. So I really like it. I will do my best.
Nice. I love it. Well, good luck out there. You're in good hands with our friend Elias over there. Let's come back a little bit more, if you don't mind. Where's Thornborough? All right, so we talked to Argentina. Now we go to the other side of the world, from down under. Eden, all the way from Australia. First time here at Sebring. First time with us in Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. But he runs the Trans Am Series in Australia, which is so much fun to watch. Welcome to Sebring, and how is it out there?
Thank you. Yeah. First time to Sebring. Well, funny, it was first time to mainland US only about a month ago when we came here and tested. But so far, loving it. Unreal. The guys are unbelievable. The competition's crazy. Like, best drivers in, I'm sure, North America are standing right here. So, yeah, can't wait for the race till the lights go out. And, yeah, going to have a lot of fun.
Now, when you're used to racing a circuit like Bathurst, everybody complains about the bumps and the difficulty at Sebring, but does this feel like a walk in the park against Bathurst?
I'd say sort of the opposite. You know, we grow up watching a lot of Bathurst, driven Bathurst like dozens of times. So, you know, coming here to here, we don't have any track like it. It's a completely different skill set. You know, you've really got to adjust to the bumps and how the car's going to behave and react. So, yeah, different. For us, more difficult. It doesn't come naturally. I'm sure it might be a different story if you guys come over to Bathurst, but yeah.
Unbelievable. Eden, good luck out there. So great to have this coming in international series. We've got TA2 Australia, TA2 Asia, TA2 Europe, but I still think we are the best. Speaking of the best, we have our Pro-Am champion from last year, Barry Bowes. Nobody did more race laps in a TA2 car than Barry Bowes. Congratulations on your championship, but you're wanting to defend this year.
Oh, absolutely. I'm wanting to defend. I'm wanting to move forward in the national series. We've now combined the points, so I get to see how I'm doing against my Pro-Am competitors and overall all the pros, Chevrolet, Toyota development drivers that I'm driving against too. And I'm really excited to stack myself up against both grids of people.
Nice. I love it. Well, let me show you something here. You can see this blue windshield banner. That delineates Pro-Am over the National Series. And then we got to turn around here. You got to get Megan's race day pants. Megan here representing. Nice job, Barry. Great to see you guys. Then we come back here to Adam Andretti with the Ultimate Headers Chevy Camaro with John Cloud right there, the team owner. But Adam's doing an interview. Sorry about that. Adam Andretti, Ultimate Headers. You're doing double duty, running Cube 3 TA2 Series and TA tomorrow.
Yes, you know, I wouldn't have it any other way. I get to drive for two of the most glorious people you could ever want to meet on the planet. John Cloud here with his Ultimate Headers Chevrolet Camaro and the Cube 3 TA2, Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. But in the TA race tomorrow, Claudio Burton, that top liner Chevrolet Camaro is flying, and we're looking forward to getting that going. But just blessed to be here. The sun's shining on Sebring. It's a beautiful day. The fans are out in droves, and we're just having a wonderful time. And looking forward to you tuning in here at Speed Sport 1. And thank you for everything you're doing for us. And excited to have you on board. And going to have a great year. 2025 is going to be a special year for Trans Am.
Nice. I love it. Well, good luck out there. Let's come over here with Nitro. Julian DaCosta ran a few races with us last year. Very fast, experienced road racer. How you feeling about Sebring today?
I'm feeling pretty good. It's a really fun track, and we worked out some issues, and I think it should be a really fun race, and we should be pretty quick. So, yeah, it'll be fun for sure, no matter what happens. So.
Nice, I love it. He's with Take 5 Oil Change. Unbelievable. Uh-oh, Joe's got something for us.
So we have to ask him about his haircut.
Oh, well, what about your haircut, Julian?
I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, you got to show us, Joe.
No, it's afterwards.
Oh, it's afterwards. All right, so hopefully we're going to see something afterwards from Julian. Let's walk back just a little bit more to Keith Prochuk. Here we go, Lee. Let's talk about this. Lee, our new CEO, welcome to the series. Your first race with us. You've been with us, as a racer, but now you're the CEO. How's it feel to be on the grid at Cube 3?
This is an amazing event right here today. It's the people here. I'm shocked. It's what a level of excitement. Great young racers. What an exciting time to be here. And I am. A month ago, I wouldn't have told you that this is something that was ever going to happen in my life, and I couldn't be more excited about what we're looking forward to here with both this series and others that we're working with.
I love it. Well, thank you so much for being here. We've got Roberto Sabato here We've got Keith Prochuk, who was doing really well in the Pro-Am. I'm going to try to run through as quickly as possible. Former TA2 champion of Tony Buffamante has passed the torch to his son Gian Buffamante. But right now, I'm going to send it up to my new friend Ralph up in the booth. So Ralph, take it away.
All right, Ben, thank you very much. Ralph Shaheen with you alongside DJ Clark and Ben Sissel down there on the grid right now. And we are getting ready to get to our Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli Cube 3 Architecture TA2 event. So parade activity taking place out on the racetrack right now. Some old rat rods out there, DJ, and a wide variety of cars. But we're going to be right back to kick things off. Stay with us. We're coming right back for more at Sebring. It's going to be an outstanding afternoon of racing. You're going to see it all live right after this.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Welcome back live to Sebring International Raceway, this legendary Central Florida racetrack, ready to welcome the Trans Am by Pirelli Championship and the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 race getting ready to go. Ralph Shaheen alongside DJ Clark and Ben Sissel with us as well, as we are moments away from the start of our first big thundering race of the weekend, DJ.
Yeah, we really are, and this is the perfect kind of track to be able to bring these TA2 cars to light on. Lots of horsepower, lots of straight line speed to be able to get their ways down, and as we've heard mentioned down on the grid, very bumpy, very tricky. It is a technical challenge, but it always produces great racing.
All right, before we get started with the racing, let's go back down trackside. Here's Ben Sissel.
Friend Mike Skeen, who is looking for more sponsorship so he can do more in the season. So Mike, welcome back to TA2. How's it feel for Sebring?
It's awesome to be here. You know, I love racing in this series. It's been a great time. Glad we got this program together last second for this race. But like you said, we're trying to find some sponsorship to keep it going and hopefully battle for a championship. That year in 2020, when we put it on the pole here, we won the race and went on to win the championship. So hopefully we can do that again.
Oh, nice. So looking for some more good luck from Mike Skeen. Tyler Gonzalez, who did a few races with us, starting next to Mike Skeen. Then we come back here, two-time champion Rafa Matos, Thomas Annunziata. Then we come back here, 14-year-old Tristan McKee, unbelievable. Boris Said Jr. starting outside of him. Then Austin Green here with the three-dimensional services group. Adrian Lostovsky with a great starting and a pole in the qualifying. I'm looking around for Marvin Gray. Where is, here he is right here. Marvin Gray is going to deliver the invocation. So Marvin Gray, take the mic and deliver us the invocation. Little history here, though. He went to his first Trans Am race in 1967 at Mid-Ohio, and you've been bitten by the bug ever since, right?
Absolutely.
All right, take it away.
Let us pray. Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to be here today and the beauty of your creation. We thank you for a new season. We thank you for each and every one of the racers that are here. Bless and protect them, the crew, the safety workers, the officials, and the fans. Thank you for our fans being here. I pray your blessing upon our country, Lord. Be with our leaders, bless and protect them, and bless and protect our safety forces and our troops, that they may serve you and that you may be honored in all we do. In your name we pray, Jesus. Amen.
Amen, Marvin. Thank you so much. It's great to have you here. We have a special treat, ladies and gentlemen. Rebecca Wills here to sing us our national anthem. Rebecca, take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Nice job, Rebecca. Well done.
No idea how you did that.
That much closer to the start of the race today.
Yeah, that much closer to being able to kick off the action here, and as you could feel it down on the grid from Ben, that energy just starting to percolate a little bit. Everybody's ready to get rolling.
Oh, yeah. Looking for your favorite spot on the grass around the racetrack. That looks like it might be over by turn number 7, mission turn 7 at the 7. All right, let's take a look, DJ, at our starting lineup now for our Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series main event. You see Mia Lovell back there in 11th, Thomas Merrill in 13th place, Carson Brown right there in 12th. There is stout drivers all the way through this field.
Yeah, and I think there in particularly look for Merrill to maybe move his way up through the order. Jim Guthrie as well, a former champion. He's got a lot of speed in that car. Didn't really get things together yesterday, but they could be moving their way forward. And another driver in that back half, Gian Buffamonte, son of a former champion, definitely has got a little bit of that something to add to everything. Tom Sheehan as well had more space, but they made a tire change, so that means they have to start at the back of the field.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course you saw Corey Day in there as well, who's been tapped by Mr. H to be a future star for Hendrick Motorsports. Talking with his dad Ronnie yesterday, and Corey does not have a lot of road racing experience. This is his first one, so it'll be a learning afternoon for Corey.
Well, what better way to get it than at Sebring, one of the most physical and demanding circuits that you can have. It's definitely a trial by fire for him, but if he does well, that's going to prove a wealth of experience.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and he's going to be running a wide variety of things this year. He's running trucks, ARCA, Xfinity. He's running here. He's also running a 410 wing sprint car, and he's running a midget. So, you know, a little something different here this weekend. A TA2 car. Unbelievable schedule for him. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back here on Speed Sport 1 for more live coverage from Sebring.
is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zones, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out. Miller, look out.
Honor to be here with our Grand Marshal, Lynn St. James, Trans Am legend. Lynn, I'm sure you'd rather be in the seat than in the seat you're in right now.
Absolutely. I'm watching telling us we got 1 minute to go. I'm like, I'm used to that one, not listening to you telling me what we're going to do. I love being here, love being part of this, and it's fantastic to see Trans Am growing and growing more and more. You know, it had a great history, 60-year history, so it was absolutely fantastic.
And you are such a huge part of that history. But Lynn, take the mic away. Lynn St. James, give us the most famous words in motorsports.
Drivers, start your engines!
Well, that's the sound we've been waiting for right there. Bringing the thunder is our Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli Cube 3 Architecture TA2 machines ready to go.
Yeah, and you could just kind of feel that electricity reverberate through the stands here as the engine's fired up. This isn't only some of the best racing on the planet, it's some of the loudest. It sounds like raw American muscle, and that's about what we're going to get here today.
Well, you know what they say, DJ, if it's too loud, you're too old.
Darn right.
What a great looking field of cars, and I'm telling you, it is one of the stoutest fields I've seen in a road racing category like this in a long time.
I mean, it really is. If we just look at these first two rows, Mike Skeen able to set a track record with that pole time yesterday. And then the two gentlemen starting right behind him, Rafa Matos, multi-time champion. We know his pedigree. Tyler Gonzalez sat on the podium a couple of times last year, winner of the inaugural GR Cup Series 2 years ago. This is a young driver that is going places. And oh yeah, then Thomas Annunziata behind them. This is going to be great.
Yeah, and I'm just thrilled with all the young talent throughout this field. We've talked about so many of them, Mia and Carson Brown and Corey Day, I should say, and so many others. It's going to be a thrill to watch these young drivers shape their careers over the next year. Well, let's take a look at this legendary Sebring International Raceway circuit layout. Get you familiar with the corners. Many of them are exceptionally well known over the years. As you come down the front straightaway, 3.74 miles around here this afternoon. Get down over here into turn number 1. And our Cube 3 corners are 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, and that's really where you're going to see a lot of overtaking. It gets tricky down into 3 and through 5. Then once we get into Big Bend, turn 6, and head down into the Mission Foods hairpin, another great overtaking opportunity.
Yep, that's the famed turn number 7 right there. Then you start working your way towards the back side of the racetrack here. Coming through 8 and 9 to the left. All the way over here to the Bennett Transportation Logistics turn 15, the Bridge Hall turn 16. Then you're starting to make your way over here onto the Ullman straightaway.
Not necessarily the biggest overtaking opportunity. Turn 17, Sunset Bend, tends to be a little bit more of a speed corner as you throw through there. The bumps there in particular make it very hard to get the car to sit down in that area to get an overtake done. But if you get it wrong, coming through turn 16, you're going to be in a world of trouble and you're going to get past going down the back straightaway.
You have to hit 16 right because you cannot afford to give up all the speed down the straightaway. Have to get that one right. So important. And like every corner like that, that backs up 2 or 3 corners before that you got to get right.
Yep.
Get out of your rhythm and you're in trouble. About 4 minutes around here on a pace lap this afternoon as they come back through mission turn number 7. Back up to the front of the field, our Ginetta pace car out in front. Good-looking machine with plenty of horsepower, which you need to stay in front of these TA2 cars.
Well, and you said good-looking car. Let's also compliment some of the liveries here that we've seen on the grid. Some new refreshes from the likes of Adrian Lostowski, a brand new look from the likes of Tyler Gonzalez. Mia Lovell's got a great-looking nitro machine. I think the teams have really outdone themselves just in terms of looks on these TA2 cars. It is a pretty-looking grid.
Well, how about a driver to watch here today, DJ? There's so many to choose from, but I mean, you set a track record, you're the guy to keep an eye on.
Yeah, you really do. This kind of came out of a little bit of nowhere. Skeen had a great run a couple of years ago. He's a race winner. He's a proven force, but I think we wrote him off a little bit coming into this, and I think he definitely put down the marker to beat here. It's going to be interesting to see how defensive he goes into turn 1 if Gonzalez tries to fight around the outside of him, and just what kind of lines he takes. But I think if he can get maybe a second advantage at the front of this field, he may be able to run away with this.
All right, you ready for the first one of the year?
I'm always ready.
Here we go, down the Ullman Straight, behind the Ginetta pace car. Final time before we unleash the anger here at Sebring. Into Sunset. And we are about to start the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Racing Season for 2025. Here they come, up onto the front straightaway, out of turn 17. Waiting and waiting. There's the green flag, and we're racing at Sebring. Headed into turn number 3, and coming from the outside, Gonzalez making a wild move. Tyler Gonzalez in the old Derek Cope-looking livery goes right to the front of the field. That was a bold move.
And Rafa Matos down to the inside as well, tagging an absolutely monster line to try to get that going as they go through 4 and 5 right now, trying to fan themselves out a little bit. Now we come down into the heavy run, this speed zone where you pick up the draft and you get an overtake done maybe into turn 7.
Headed down to Mission Foods, turn 7. Gonzalez, the first one there. There's the number 90 making his way into the corner a little bit deeper down in the field. That's Thomas Annunziata.
Yeah, Annunziata, one of the drivers that does have a lot of experience, couple of race wins to his name. Watch for him to kind of methodically work his way through the field. That's the way he likes to piece his way forward, is trying to just one by one take things as they come.
Here's Gonzalez right there in that number 10. The same number that Derek Cope ran as well. Of course, that was the 1990 Daytona 500 when Cope won, running that livery on his race car.
Ooh, a little bit of damage.
Yeah, a little body work there, huh? I'm betting that came down in turn 7, probably under braking that first lap.
Yeah, probably just a little bit. Not surprising, heavy braking zone. That can happen when you get down into that area.
Gonzalez carrying a ton of speed through this section, and now onto that long Ullman straightaway.
And we've got a full course yellow, double wave flags.
Yep, we sure do. They'll be seeing that as they come out of turn 17. Field already slowing down. Well, looks like somebody went around and got going again. Here comes the leaders up onto the front straightaway.
And it looks like here, I mean, I definitely think that Skeen just kind of got jumped a little bit coming into turn 1, and that's what can happen. Gonzalez knew what he had to do, went around the outside, and Rafa Matos, we talked about him starting in that third place position, very aggressive down into the inside. I think that slowed down Skeen just a little bit, but there's the result of the damage. That's the number 18, Jordan Menzen, it looks like.
Yeah, he's got some heavy left front damage to that car. We saw the other car with the damaged rear end, wondering they might have gotten together. Well, that's tough when you've got all that adrenaline pent up and you're ready to go, and you get half a lap in, and then the next thing you know, you're coasting around again.
Yeah, you've got to kind of bring it back under control, but, you know, my background really comes from a world of sim racing, so that's where I apply some of this. But what I was told very early on as I started to be able to get my way forward in sim racing was you've got to let that adrenaline go out the window. You can't let it dictate the way you drive. And I think that may be a little bit of what we saw from the outset of them, to be able to get some of that contact, just drivers feeling it a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And some guys like this opportunity, too, to have it. That adrenaline spikes right away when that first green flag of the year comes out, and you're all keyed up, and you get into those first couple of corners, and sometimes an early yellow will help some of those guys calm some of those nerves down, and then they can finally settle into their rhythm a little bit.
Well, and that's such a big key here at Sebring. Because of the bumps, because of the jostling that this car takes, you have to find that rhythm early, because unlike some of the other circuits that we're going to go to over the course of the year, Wackett's Glen, for example, or Lime Rock, or anything like that, where they're relatively smooth racetracks and you can find that rhythm pretty easy, here at Sebring, it's like every corner is trying to disrupt that rhythm. It's trying to throw you off kilter. And so if you're able to find that rhythm despite it, you're going to really succeed and do well here.
So while we're sitting here under full course caution and seeing Gonzalez's car coming around, so it was the 1990 Daytona 500. Buddy Parent was the crew chief for Derek Cope. Cope is running in second behind race leader Dale Earnhardt Sr., who had not won the Daytona 500 yet. Last lap, Earnhardt's thinking he's going to win his first Daytona 500. I was actually working as a PR guy standing in Earnhardt's pit. The next pit to the left was Derek Cope's pit. They were literally side by side. And as they go down into turn number 3, down the long back straightaway into turn number 3, Senior Earnhardt blows the right front tire, and then number 3 Goodwrench car goes straight to the wall, and Derek Cope dives to the bottom, gets around him, has 2 corners to go, checker flag, and he's a Daytona 500 winner. And a lot of people gave Derek a hard time about that. Oh, you didn't really earn that. You were there. No, but what they forget is that he ran in the top 5 and in second all day long. And then he later came back and won at Dover, I believe it was, later that year. So he...
There you jump on board and you could hear just how loud these machines are as they come down the back straightaway. And that is when it is under this yellow flag condition. And I got to tell you something, Ralph. I'm going to date myself here. I was an embryo at that point. In 1990, I was
You could have skipped that part of the story there, DJ. I didn't need to hear that.
But I know it well. I've gone back and watched it. I'm a student of the history of racing, so even if I wasn't alive, I definitely knew it. And I'm very jealous that you got to be there for that, because that is
It was quite the experience to have, the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat literally
right
within
there.
2 feet of each other. Yeah, I mean, everybody in that Goodwrench crew was up on the pit wall ready to celebrate, and instead they had to look to the left and watch all the guys in those bright orange Purolator colors that he was running then celebrate instead of them. Be a few more years before Senior finally won that thing, and I was on the CBS crew for that one.
There you go.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. All right, here we are looking at Adam Andretti on board his 41, and he's been
gained
getting some
3
laps.
positions.
He's getting a lot of laps in.
Yeah, he is. As Ben mentioned a little bit earlier on the grid, pulling double duty this
Yeah.
weekend. He did that a couple of times last year as well. And, we have to remember that, yes, you're still running relatively the same style of race car in between TA and TA2, but this TA2 body, much more restrictive in terms of what is allowed to be done to it. The TA cars that you'll see tomorrow if you join us, absolutely unfettered beasts. They are just ridiculous in the way that they run. And
that would be the reason for our double yellow. We got 2 cars off, one being pulled away right now, and one still getting loaded up.
I think that's Austin Green. That could be him or Doug Peterson. I hope it's not Doug, as Doug already had a pretty significant incident earlier this week in testing, and that would be a very, very rough run for him to get 2 of them like that. And so hopefully all of those drivers are okay. We haven't seen anybody get out.
Looks like it was Gian Buffamonte in the 95. Might have been one of them.
And I saw a 3rd car on the rollback as well, so 3 cars involved in that incident.
Well, that'll bring out a full course caution for sure. You get 3 cars like that scattered around on about 74, 75 degrees here today. A little cool this morning, but beautiful here this afternoon.
Yeah, very, very chilly this morning. My thin-skinned California self was not having it this morning, but it's come up to a good temperature here and great for these spectators at the track.
Well, let's dip down to the pit lane and catch up with Ben.
All right, I'm here with Nick Tucker, the owner of Nitro Motorsports. Good start so far. Tyler Gonzalez moved his way around Mike Skeen for first, and then last year's Young Guns winner, Thomas Annunziata, has worked his way into 5th. That's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, I think we're in great position right now. We just got to take control of the race here and manage our tires and manage our pace and, just stay out front.
You have a ton of cars here, Nick Tucker, and you've got each team member is assigned to a different driver, and you're kind of here overseeing everything. What are you telling your team members to relay to their drivers?
Well, just to keep them calm, right? Got to finish all the laps, right, to have a good day, and that's what we're preaching to the drivers right now.
Nice. So far, a good start for Nitro Motorsports. Gentlemen, back to you in the booth.
Okay, Ben, and we're getting the numbers that were involved. Dominic Starkweather in the 47 out of Cave Creek, Arizona, so he's the Phoenix area, was involved in that, as well as Buffamonte in that 95 that we brought up, and Doug Peterson in the 87 was also caught up in it, and there were 2 others. DJ, the 34 got involved in there.
That's going to be Patrick Paul, another one of our Pro-Am drivers.
Yep, and then the 18, also Jordan Menzen out of nearby Delray Beach, Florida, involved in that. So that's a shame. 6 cars.
Yeah,
5 or 6 cars.
Definitely tough there for Jordan. This is a home race for a lot of these drivers, or a semi-home race for them, and you get a lot of the folks that come in that want to support and that kind of stuff, and to have an early off like that, so very tough to deal with. And really, hearts go out to Doug Peterson. As I said, this is the second incident he's been involved with over the course of this weekend. Just starting off with a little bit of a stumble here for the 2025 season.
Yeah, it doesn't take much. Speaking of that, Mia Lovell, she was here at winter testing and was way up at the top of the speed chart, sitting second when they got done with all the testing here at the end of the official season opening tests. So things were looking great for Mia. And then on her last run while she was here, lost control of the car, stuffed it in the wall. And, that happens. You're pushing hard. You're trying to maximize everything. And did some damage to the car. And the team did a tremendous job of rebuilding the car, freshening the car up, giving her a great race machine to attack the season opening weekend. But she hasn't been able to find that same rhythm in the car that she had when she was testing the car. And that's why she qualified 11th, which I know she said she was happy with. But she showed back in the winter she's got a lot more speed than that 11th.
I know Mia pretty well from the GR Cup Series, and she is lightning quick. There is no two ways about it. Looks like as we look through the order, I think she lost a couple of positions off at the start, just kind of got a little swallowed up. That happens when it's your first race. We talked about that adrenaline a little bit. It looks like she may be farther down the order right now, but definitely count on Mia to bounce back. She'll be one of those drivers that'll be able to move her way back up through the field here.
Professional skateboarder.
Yep.
How cool is that?
Yeah, professional skateboarder, didn't really get into a kart until less than 5 years ago, and just sort of picked it up and went, oh, I'm really good at this. I ought to give this a shot. She's a great story. She's a really wonderful person to talk to. I've never not seen her with a smile on her face.
There's a vibrant energy when Mia is around, that is for sure. Great young lady. Her father, Mike, is here with her. And I know the family back home in Arizona is tuned in here on Speed Sport 1 watching, supporting Mia as she tackles round 1 here today at Sebring.
Looks like lights are still on that Ginetta safety car.
Yeah, I think we're going to get another lap probably, huh?
Probably get another lap here. Now, I will say, as we saw a little bit earlier in the IGT race, they can, I believe, the go, no-go point is about halfway down the Ullman Straight, so we could still see it come back on here. But, 5-car incident like that is going to take a minute to clean everything up.
Yeah, and you got to get the blowers over there and get all the stuff off the surface. This is scheduled for 27 laps. Or 75 minutes. So right now we're working more of those minutes than we are the laps, unfortunately. Stay with us. We're coming right back to Sebring.
You've got a business to run. Big.
All right, as we come back to the action, lights are out on the Ginetta safety car, and Tyler Gonzalez will lead Mike Skeen and Rafa Matos around to resume green flag action here from Sebring International Raceway. Oh, but we may go back as it looks like we've had a car have a problem back on the Ullman straightaway. Oh, and there appears to be maybe a little bit of fire coming out of that car, but green flag is in the air. We are back to racing at Sebring. Diving down into turn 1. There's Mia Lovell streaking by your screen. As we said, farther back in the field, everybody trying to sort themselves out. Gonzalez got a great jump on the rest of the field. He was able to quickly get away from the likes of Skeen and Matos to be able to pull himself away a little bit. Field works their way on through. as they get going down through turns 4 and 5, down into 6, and now into that heavy braking zone of turn 7, and Matos on the attack on Mike Skeen.
Matos looking there on that outside, and you really got to check those brakes when you get down. You see everybody dipping the wheel off to the left there, kicking up a bit of a dust storm for those following through at the back end of the field, like the 29 machine there. Meanwhile, the rest of the field all chasing Gonzalez right now.
And look at Matos here, very much on the attack, on the back there of Mike Skeen. He is poking and prodding this way and that. He knows the speed that Gonzalez has.
Goes some bodywork flying, DJ.
And I think that was the car that we saw earlier that had it. It just kind of flipped off there.
Yeah, fortunately it went off driver's left, out of bounds, so I don't think anybody will be getting into it over there. Matos heavy on the attack. Here he is looking inside. Skeen tries to cover, but it might have been a little too late for Mike Skeen to protect the position. Yep, Matos got him.
And that's what Matos does best, that quick aggression, that surprise attack. He is on it there. And look, farther back in the field, we've got defensive lines.
All over the place. But then you got to quickly get back into the right position. Here comes Skeen looking inside. Oh, he gets into Rafa. Rafa's around in the final corner and into the tire barriers. And that is not how he wants to begin his chase for the championship in 2025. Out of it early.
No, it looked like he was able to get the car rolling again, so he may be back into the fight here, but probably some bodywork damage going to slow him down a little bit aerodynamically.
Well, if he did get going again, no matter how far up he gets, it's not going to be what second place would have paid him points or a win.
No, and I'm taking...
Oh, and another car off down in turn number 1.
And there you can see on Matos' car that rear wing ajar, so that is going to be I've got to guarantee a meatball flag, a black and orange flag, mandatory come back down into pit lane.
Jared Odrick in the 00 out of Lebanon, Pennsylvania involved. When you look at these cars dancing under heavy braking as they set up for Mission Foods turn number 7.
Yeah, tough break there for Odrick. Great story, great Pro-Am driver. Oh, is there some contact and a big runoff into the dirt.
And just behind that is Matos, and you can see that rear wing completely askew on the back of that silver machine.
Yeah, definitely made contact there with that outside barrier, and that is not going to be an easy day. That's going to throw off his aerodynamics, and as I said, I would not be surprised if we see a black and orange flag there for that.
You want to have a smooth day? Get out front and start pulling away, and that's exactly what Tyler Gonzalez is doing, the driver out of St. Cloud, Florida. He is gapping the rest of the field in that Nitro Motorsports Ford Mustang.
Well, the best thing that Gonzalez can see behind him is a battle, because if you're in a side-by-side battle like we saw between Matos and Skeen, like we're starting to maybe see here with Annunziata and Skeen, that means that they're slowing themselves down, and that's more speed that Gonzalez is able to just maximize on the rest of the field.
Well, every position that Rafa can get here today is going to be better than what it looked like it was going to be. But I just don't know how many he's going to be able to grab, DJ. He really backed it into the wall hard. You're carrying so much speed into that last corner.
Well, and that's the thing about Sunset. It looks like on a map that it's a heavy braking corner, but the way you turn it in, it's gradual. You kind of brush the brakes a little bit. Attack from Annunziata.
Yeah, Annunziata getting all over Skeen as they go down into turn number 1. And then there is the 60 machine right behind him, Boris Set Jr., son of the legend himself. Legend for his driving skills and his hairdo, Boris Set Sr. Set heads around the globe, big fans of Boris. Great guy and a great talent behind the wheel. And his son following in Dad's footsteps.
And following in his hair footsteps as well.
He's got
the same locks as his old man.
Taking a look back behind Annunziata as we see Tristan McKee holding down 4th in the 28, and Austin Green in the 89 sits in 5th just in front of Thomas Merrill, who's one car in front of Borisset Jr. And there goes Matos with that rear wing flapping in the breeze.
Well, and I think this is a testament to Rafa Matos' driving ability. Not that you didn't need to have it proved already. Oh, the 39 is off coming down into turn 7.
big problems here for Bob Accardo out of Livermore, California, Bay Area guy. Well, you know, with such a big field in the first race of the year, not surprised that we're seeing a little bit of carnage out there, right? And again, there goes Matos. Every time you see that rear wing just hanging on there. And going back to that with Matos and Skeen, I don't want to put too much of a hammer on Mike Skeen right away for that moment, too, because they were racing very hard going down into that final corner. And the bumps, as you pointed out before, are so aggressive down there that just hard racing can lead to an unfortunate incident where Skeen certainly wasn't trying to nudge him out of the way so much as he might have just gotten in there a little deeper than anticipated, and the bump sets you off into the back of Matos and around went Rafa.
Well, and as we just saw drivers come through Sunset, you would think you want to get as close over to driver's right as possible. That's the preferred line, quote unquote, but the reality is the bumps on the inside are worse than they are on the outside, so you try to move that car a little bit to the outside. And I think Mike may have just gotten pinched down there and had that problem happen. Yellow flag in the air. We're back to full course caution.
That we are. Double yellow is out here at start-finish line. And we got one off over here. That would be why. Too far away to get a number. Looks kind of like Corey Day's car. This is the biggest problem Tyler's had all day, and that number 10 is getting the field bunched back up behind him.
Well, I mean, credit to him. Off of that last restart, he ran away with it, just timed it to absolute perfection. Now, the problem is he's going to have to change his strategy off of this new restart. He's going to have to think up something else because Mike Skeen is going to be ready for that acceleration point that Tyler was able to put down. The other thing is I think if Austin Green in 5th place is able to get a run on Tristan McGee, we saw the two of them fighting back and forth a little bit. If Green's able to get that run, he could very well get up into this battle. He's clearly got the speed over McGee, and it's just a question of getting by him.
Here's the 39 visiting pit lane, Bob Accardo, that we talked about earlier. His Mustang.
Yeah, changing that right front tire, it looks like, and this does look like it's taken a hot minute here. That's because we're not used to normally doing tire changes during the course of a race like this. They are 5.6 lug nuts like you saw in the old Cup car days. Going in there, not with the speed change guns. It's literally just a power drill that you're putting in there. That's the way that they get these lugs tightened.
It's good to hear that sound of the multi-lug wheel.
It is, isn't it?
Missed that. Down goes the jack, and he'll be released here momentarily.
And that's good that Bob's able to get back out. You know, we'll talk a little bit about it over the course of the weekend more, but he's supporting Make-A-Wish Foundation on his car this year and has a young driver coming, or a young kid coming in, Kevin, who wanted to come to a motor race. He's coming in this weekend.
He's going to do our command
tomorrow, I believe.
Right?
Yeah.
Looking forward to having you here, Kevin. It's outstanding of Bob and his crew to do that. Give Kevin that opportunity.
Yeah.
What a thrill that'll be for him. And what a series to do that to for the first time ever, right?
Oh.
To say those words and then hear that roar that's going to come right after you say it. There goes Corey Day, so it definitely was not him, and he's got Rafa Matos right behind him now. Rafa continues to make his way up the field from dead last to 17th. How about that? That rear wing completely askew. All right, well, we're still under yellow here. We're going to go ahead and take care of some business. Speed Sport 1 will be live right back at Sebring after this.
view from Lostowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds. The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zones, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
And we are back here live on Speed Sport 1 at Sebring. Yep, guys, that's us with the camera over here. Looks like they're getting that tan going a little bit. That Florida sunshine. It is bright for sure here. But let's head down to the pit lane. Gil Martin is standing by, I believe, with Ben Sissel. Is that right, Ben?
Yeah, perfect, Ralph. Thank you very much. Gil Martin, I'm down here with Silver Hair Racing, and they are heated. Gil, what did you see out there?
Well, I mean, early in the race right there, he had position on with the car right there, and leaving stuck in the tire barrier over there for that many laps. I can understand that they don't want to get out there immediately, but we could have got a yellow sooner than that to get the car in here to work on it, because going down that many laps is a death penalty here. So, I mean, our car was running good. The American Concord flagpole car is on point. So we were looking forward to a good day, but we'll salvage the best we can out of it right here.
Rafa Matos, the most winning driver in Cube 3 Architecture TA2 history. What's he saying to you on the radio?
Well, obviously he's upset because he feels like he had position right there, and he wasn't with a rookie driver. I mean, Mike Skeen ought to know where to be able to control his car right there, and obviously they're racing hard for position, but still, we're only 5 or 6 laps into this race, and I think there should be a little give and take right there in the beginning.
Well, Gil Martin right there. Ralph, back up to you in the booth.
Well, listen, Gil Martin is a legendary crew chief, and he's crew chiefed a lot of great names over the years in NASCAR and over here in Trans Am racing. And I understand what he's saying about having a little bit of patience going down that early in the race. You do. You gotta give your competitors room. Let's take a look at it again. You can see what Gil was talking about as they came down to the end of the Ullman straightaway. Start bearing to the right as they head into, oh no, this is a different incident than the one Gil was talking about.
Oh.
Well, that was a big hit. And was that Adam Andretti?
Yes, that's Adam Andretti in the blue. I'm not sure who that silver car was to his outside. I'm assuming it's another silver-haired driver based off of what Gil was saying. But my goodness, that is a hellacious lick to the front of that car. And I just hope both drivers are okay after walking away from that.
Yeah, boy, that was a big hit. Big hit. Drivers doing everything they can to keep a little heat in those tires and keep them clean.
Well, and it may be a balmy and darn near perfect weather out here for us as spectators and fans, but we've got to remember 74 degrees ambient temperature for racing is a little on the chilly side. You're going to have to really work to keep these Pirellis up to temperature, and that weaving back and forth you're seeing, that's not necessarily at these speeds going to be what keeps heat into those tires. It's much more about accelerating and deaccelerating. That's what's going to get the majority of the heat into the tire.
Yeah, you're moving back and forth. Like, not only are you trying for the heat or hoping for the heat, but you're also trying to keep them clean.
Exactly.
All right, Ben, what do you got?
Well, I've got Justin Bowser here with Thomas Merrill. Thomas, I know I didn't get to talk to him, but I know starting 13th, that's not like him, but he's moved his way up to 6th in a Chevy Camaro, which is also not like him. What's he saying on the radio, Justin?
He hasn't really said anything. We've had some transmission problems this weekend. We've since got that figured out. But don't forget, we came a couple years back from dead last on lap 1, came to pass down here in 17 for the win. I don't think we're out. I think we got a pretty fast hot rod. But we just have to see how it shakes out.
Now, you're famous for shouting out somebody. You got to shout them out.
Well, my parents are here. My dad's over here. My mom's up there. I doubt my dog's watching.
Well, I love it. Well, Thomas Merrill, you know, a quiet Thomas Merrill on the radio means he is hooked up. So watch out for Thomas Merrill. Move up through.
Yeah, we fully expect that, Ben, for sure. Thomas Merrill is a talented young man.
Yeah, he certainly is, and as his crew chief was saying there a couple of years ago, coming from dead last in the pack to be able to make a last corner pass for the win, we know he's got the pedigree, we know he's got the skill to be able to do it. He's up in 6th, directly behind that battle we were talking about a little bit earlier between Green and McKee. There you can see him on your screen in that blue number 26 machine. I think we may have to watch out for Thomas here off this restart.
Just thinking about Skeen sitting back there in 2nd place. Boy, this is the moment that he really needs to capture to find a way around our race leader, Tyler Gonzalez, because right now Tyler is showing no signs of weakness.
It's a little bit of deja vu all over again for me. As I mentioned with him winning GR Cup 2 years ago, I say win.
He won almost everything that year, didn't he?
He sealed it up by our penultimate round. He was absolutely insane, and this is reminiscent of that performance.
Absolutely. All right, let's take a look. We think we have that highlight for you, the replay of the incident. There it is, getting down into turn 17. You can see Matos on the outside and Skeen on the inside, and it didn't take much when you got so much of that car leaning over on the left as you're turning to the right, and just tapped that rear end a little bit, and around he went.
Yeah, and I do have to agree with a little bit of what was said down on pit lane. If that was a move 2 laps to go in the race,
yeah, 100%.
I'd have a little bit more leeway about it. But you've got a lot of time to fight here. Give up the ghost, come back later on.
Yeah, the only thing I was saying is I don't think he did it intentionally, right? It was hard driving, hard racing by 2 very talented drivers, but just maybe a little too hard too early.
Exactly, and I fully agree with that, yeah.
Last lap, race winner, a championship on the line, gloves are off, right?
Oh, my goodness gracious, yeah.
Annunziata sits back there in 3rd. Car number 90, Colts Neck, New Jersey driver. Started 4th. He's got one of those Nitro Motorsports Ford Mustangs. This is a good opportunity for him to maybe get that nose in front of Skeen and grab a spot. When Skeen's so focused on Gonzalez, maybe Nunziata can take advantage of that.
Well, but the one caveat I will give to that is the same problem we talked about a little bit earlier. You've got to make that move quickly.
Yes.
You can't sit there and have a prolonged battle through 1 into 2, 3, and 4. Otherwise, Gonzalez will skip down the road. You have to really pick your battle here. And even though Annunziata is a young gun, he has shown the maturity that he'll know how to do that. So watch out for him a little bit. Watch out for his ability to maybe work his way forward in a smart way.
I honestly do not know how Rafa's wing is still on the back of that car.
Even at these speeds, it's flopping a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's well, and we've got to remember here, the reason the rear wings are where they are on these machines is because the incredible amount of horsepower that's going through those rear tires. They are there to push the car down as you get onto the loud pedal. Very, very difficult to control the throttle without having that downforce to help it. As we see here, the number 43, that's Jacob Yesnick down in pit lane.
You got the hood off on that one, too. It looks like they're looking at the left side of the car. Hard to tell if it's jacked up, isn't it, on that side, because it looks pretty flat. but they got a tire coming off, so I guess at one point it was jacked up.
It also goes to show you just the amount of suspension travel that is specifically needed here at Sebring International Raceway, that there's that much give in the car that it looks relatively flat, even though that tire is off the ground and clearly has just been changed. I want to give some love here to two of our rookies in the field, currently 10th and 11th. We talked about them. We talked to them on the grid, and that is Valentino Guare and Ethan Thornborough, two international drivers from Argentina and Australia, respectively, making their way into the series. They're having a pretty uneventful race here for this round, which is absolutely fantastic. That's what you want to have, just uneventful, slowly but surely moving your way through the field. Thornborough, obviously no real stranger to these cars, having run TA2 in Australia, but very, very new at Sebring and this American style of racing, and Aguare as well, new into the sport. And so credit there to both of those drivers. They're having a good day. Just keeping their noses clean. And I think for a first time here at Sebring, that's really all you can ask for.
Yeah, I totally agree. Talking about Valentine, if I'm not mistaken, his nickname's Torpedo.
I believe that's correct, yeah.
Now that could be good.
Could also
or
be the
bad.
Daniel Kvyat Torpedo.
Yeah, I mean, right now Mike Skeen's nickname could be Torpedo too, right? At least given to him by Rafa. But, you know, just joking around there a little bit with Mike. All right, let's go back down trackside. Here's Ben one more time.
All right, I'm with Billy Harrison. I was talking to Adrian yesterday, and he says he only races well at the tracks that have green grass. Well, luckily we're at Sebring in February. The grass is green. He's in the top 10. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, got a good car. He's happy with it. So far we had a little bit of bump in there at the beginning, but it was just tight racing. Now we're going to continue trying to save our tires and let these guys in the front run theirs off, and we'll see what happens.
What's he saying on the radio? Is Adrian calm on the radio usually?
He's always calm. He doesn't get excited too much. He seems to be pretty happy with the car. I think the heat makes it feel like we're not got the power that we want, but I think he's just stressing out a little bit about that. But he's calm. He's always calm.
Nice, I love it. Well, there's Billy from Fast Auto Racing. Adrian Laskowski, gentlemen, back to you.
Well, I've got to say this once because I had a nice conversation with Adrian yesterday. You know, one of the things you do as an announcer is you attempt to get as many names correct as you can, and you always want to hear it from the driver or the rider, depending on if it's 2 or 4 wheels. And the thing about it is, I always go with whatever the driver wants. Mm-hmm. It's his name. Yeah. If it's Smith and he wants you to call him Jones, hey, it's Jones. That's it's his name, right? So Adrian told me that if I said his last name, he didn't care how it was said. He had 3 different pronunciations and said, I don't care if it's either one of these 3. I said, well, I want yours. He goes, well, I'll tell you what. He said, if you say it this way, you'll make everybody of Polish descent thrilled that you said it this way, which he told me is Vostowski.
Vostowski.
Like a V.
Okay.
So Vostowski. So for all of our Polish friends out there, I hope we did you proud.
There you go. Yeah, it's always one of the interesting things as commentators, because even with the most common of names, there's just a weird cultural misappropriation through the years that, you know, somebody wrote it wrong on an entry form into the country or something like that changed the pronunciation.
Had that happen with my family's last
really?
name. My grandparents coming in through Ellis Island, and Our last name should have been spelled Shaheen. That's more of the traditional way. But whoever did it made the A look like that first A look like an E, and it got, stamped through, and there it is, 3 E's all the way through. So because of that, my name is constantly mispronounced by hostesses at restaurants who say, Sheehan party of 4, whatever it might be.
I always joke growing up that you had to try really hard to mispronounce
Yeah,
my
you
name.
did. Well, Rafa right there, Matos in the silver machine, one of those that has suffered some damage here today. There's been a lot of carnage around the racetrack. Let's show you, since we're still under yellow, why we are dealing with this lengthy caution period. This one involved about 5 cars, DJ.
Yeah, pretty heavy right off the downbeat of the race. Not altogether unsurprising, as you do see a lot of comings together on this racing circuit coming down in. This was the one that surprised me. That was the number 34, Patrick Hall.
Yeah, and then this was the one everybody's talking about because it was a battle for second very early on in the race. This one was the hardest hit, and that was the Adam Andretti hit.
Yeah, and hope Adam's okay.
Yeah.
As that was a particularly vicious crash. Thankfully, though, you could see, it's a little blurry there from one of our RoboCams, but you could see the crumple zone doing what it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
Car deforming in the proper way. Thing I always tell folks when they come into racing for the first time, love this drone shot, by the way.
Yes.
If you see a car hit the wall and nothing moves on it,
that's a problem.
That's when you get scared. If there's a billion pieces flying off, that's actually good. That's energy dissipation.
That's 100% correct. What do they say? It's not the speed that gets you, but the sudden stop.
Yep. I think that's a Clarkson quote from way back when.
All right, Ben, I know we're keeping you busy down there on pit lane. What have you found this time?
Kevin Allen here with 3-Dimensional Services Group. Austin Green is also running the Xfinity with 3-Dimensional Services Group. They're just here getting seat time, but he is in 5th place and moving quick.
Yeah, Austin's real happy with the car. We struggled a little bit with drive off, especially yesterday, but the car's pretty good and he's happy. He feels he's got pace on Tristan right there in front of him, so it should be interesting.
Austin is always super calm. Is he always that calm on the radio too when heat's on high on the track?
He has a pretty flat affect on the radio, but you can tell when he's not happy.
Nice. I love that. You can tell when he's not happy. Back to you, gentlemen.
I like that as well, Ben. Well, just so you know, if you're counting at home, yes, this race was scheduled for 27 laps or 75 minutes, and we have spent quite a bit of that with our Ginetta leading the field. Unfortunately, great car to look at, but we'd like to see some racing action. They're getting close to being ready to go, and I can tell you also, DJ, there's at least 30 minutes still of green flag racing time left to go if we can get back to green quickly.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit close on time. We're technically 15 laps to go, give or take 2 minutes a lap. We may be into that time window, but there will at least be 30 more minutes of racing. And if you do like what you see, make sure to tune back in with us tomorrow because you'll be able to see the TA and GT series on the track as well.
And historic Trans Am.
Oh, that's
all
right.
being covered here on Speed Sport 1 live from Sebring, and we are thrilled to be a part of that. You had a chance to sneak the keys to the Ginetta yet?
No, they won't let me near that.
They don't let you anywhere near it? They see you coming, next thing you know, it starts up and moves away?
Exactly. No, there's a reason why they keep me up here in the booth and don't let me go out and play with the toys.
Yeah, probably smart.
Yeah.
You know, I've never been around this racetrack in a car. You know, one of the perks we have being in the media is you get opportunities quite a few times to get in a car, go for a pace lap or something. And it's always beneficial because you see the angles of the corners and you feel the bumps and you hear and you see things that everybody talks about, but to actually experience it is different when it comes to your broadcasting. But this is one venue. I don't know why, but I just have never had. We need to fix that. Never had a chance to get around.
I've done it in a golf cart.
Yeah, that doesn't count.
It doesn't, but
you need to speed.
Do the full. But it still gives you an idea of just how big the bumps are.
Oh, yeah. Well, things are going to get a little bumpy here maybe in a little bit. Looks like the yellows have been pulled in. Lights are off on the Ginetta pace car, and we are getting close to going back to green. So we should have close to 30 minutes of racing left to go at full tilt. These guys can keep it clean, guys and gals can keep it clean. Coming up onto the front straightaway. Starter waving, waiting. Green flag, we're racing at Sebring once again, live on Speed Sport 1. Gonzalez trying to work his way through the gearbox quickly to pull away from the pack. Skeen trying to hang in tight. And Annunziata right there with him.
And Austin Green definitely trying to send a move on Tristan McGee as well. 2x2 farther back in the field as they try to get themselves leveled out going through Cube 3, Turn 1.
Good start by Corey Day. He's back there right now in 16th, moving that HendrickCars.com machine up through the field. There he goes. And look at Gonzalez already. He's got a car length, it looks like, between him and second place Skeen, and Skeen's heavily under attack from behind.
Yeah, and driving defensively there down into Submission Foods turn 7. I don't know if that was necessarily warranted. That probably slowed him down a little bit and let Gonzalez take another 10th into that lead.
Working their way towards the back section of the racetrack now. Through the bends here. Gonzalez has been so smooth in that number 10 today.
Yeah, and driving it just to the limit. Oh no!
And another one off.
That's Mia Lovell.
It is Mia, the Nitro car. Hate to see that. As we said, it's been a bit of a frustrating weekend for her. Came into the weekend with so much promise. And here's an Annunziata diving to the inside. New second place car.
Oh, that was a brilliant move from Annunziata. Knew that Skeen was going to try to defend at any point that was a traditional overtaking opportunity. Now he's just got to defend coming into sunset.
Yep, because Skeen is right there with him, trying to work that draft, trying to hang on to his tail. And right now, Thomas starting to pull away. Skeen's car was record pace fast in qualifying, but in race trim, it just does not seem to have the same kind of speed that he had in qualifying. And guess what? That double yellow is out again.
No, it really doesn't. It just kind of seems like it's a little...
It's quick. It's just not blisteringly fast. Easy for me to say.
I think what's going to be interesting, though, is now off of this restart, we've seen Skeen, frankly, struggle to try to keep pace with Gonzalez off of the restarts. Now, with Annunziata up into second place, I wonder how that's going to change the dynamic of the restarts. If now maybe we're going to see Annunziata be able to attack Tyler Gonzalez more than we'd seen previously.
Ben's ready to update us on one of the teams. Take it away, Ben.
I'm with Scott Lagacy Jr., and Scott and I have this relationship. Every once in a while, he's like pulls me aside and says, I have a talent, and I have to listen to because he's brought in Sam Rosak, and now he's brought in this 14-year-old Tristan McGee. And wow, Scott, what is he saying on the radio? Up to 4th place and doing really well.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to take credit for finding those talents, but it's Lauren Rainier, General Motors, Josh Wise, Scott Speed. They really, it's a joy to work with them or work for them, and the talent they bring is awesome. Tristan, to be as mature as he is, 14 years old, is incredible. The speed's there. It's been a really good weekend for us with the different drivers that we have, all from diverse backgrounds, for them to look at each other, work together. Skiing's been a phenomenal tool for Tristan as well. So very proud of GM and what they're created here. As a program in general, so we just need laps. We came here with a mission with him of just let's be there at the end, and so we're set up to run long run car, and it's not working in our favor, but he's head down, he'll figure it out.
Now, when people from GM or the likes of Jeff Gordon, Kyle Larson call you and say, we really want you to help develop this driver, what does that mean?
it really means that I screwed a lot of things up and they just want me to teach them what not to do. I mean, the kids are talented. You don't need to teach them how to go fast. It's just, it's a huge honor, right? Those are people that I've looked up to. I've been a part of the family for a long time, and we're really proud to be a part of the GM family.
Nice. Well, how about that? Scott Lagacy Jr. with an unbelievable driver development program in partnership with GM, and they're currently in 4th place with a person that's 2 years away from an actual driver's license.
It's hard to believe how young some of these kids are starting out these days, and Scott Lagacy Jr., tremendous talent in his own right, and son of a true wheelman in Scott Lagacy.
Yeah, it just seems like these kids keep getting younger and younger and younger, and the talent pool keeps getting deeper and deeper. It's really quite remarkable. But good news, I just saw the lights go out on that Ginetta safety car. We're going to be back to green this time around.
I like it. All right, here we go. See if Gonzalez can survive another hurricane storm of cars coming up from behind at the green. He was great on the start, on that restart, quick through the gearbox, and that made all the difference getting into one comfortably. Then that gives you the ability to comfortably pick your line through one instead of having to watch that mirror and defend the whole time, which is kind of what I think happened to Skeen when he got over to turn 7, and then Annunziata was set up to get through there shortly thereafter.
Now, the one thing that's going to be a little bit different here is the 95 of Gian Buffamonte. That's a lapped car in front of your leader. Oh, yellow flags are back out.
I think he was going to the pits. Yellow back out?
Yeah. May just be a reordering issue there with Buffamonte, to be completely frank.
Well, even though it's cool out here today, sitting inside those cockpits in those suits, it's getting a little warm inside the cockpit, I'm betting, for each of these drivers.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, you've got to consider that the multitudes of heat and exhausts that are coming out of the front of these cars, they are front-engine, rear-wheel drive cars, so that sort of standard performance package that you see in a lot of even high-performance street cars. So definitely changes things up a little bit. You've got to be there. You've got to be in peak physical condition. And for a lot of these drivers, they will be wearing cool suits or cool shirts or something like that to make sure that their body temperature is well regulated.
Let's get a little bit more on our second place car of Thomas Annunziata. Here's Ben.
Yeah, thank you. I'm here with a NASCAR legend, Ron Otto. What's Thomas Annunziata saying on the radio, Ron?
Not much about the race car or his drive. He's just upset that it's taken so long with all these cautions. He's ready to go. We got a good race car, so hopefully we get back to green.
Well, last year's Young Guns winner, Thomas Annunziata, very fast. Back to you.
Well, Ben, I can tell you that it looks like, I just heard from Jeff Catlin from Mia Lovell's team, and it looks like they think the clutch came apart, and that was the problem putting her out of the race, which is a shame.
Yeah, it's a real heartbreak for Mia, but she'll be back. She's got a full season schedule this year with Nitro, so she'll be rearing to go, I think, and keep an eye out for her, especially in that Young Guns title this year.
There were quite a few races last year where she was the fastest female in the entire GR Cup Series.
Almost exclusively, It was her pretty much across the board.
And there's quite a few quick girls racing in that series.
There were some very,
ladies.
very quick ones. I made the joke with Mia at one point that I needed her to have a bad race because I was getting bored calling her name on the podium.
Good problem to have, right?
Exactly. Yeah, she looked me dead in the eye and said, "I'm not doing that."
Yeah. Well, let's see if we go back to green this time. Looks like the flags are pulled in here at the main flag stand. Lights are off on the Ginetta pace car. We're going to try this again.
And I love this image. You see all the drivers weaving back and forth, trying to get their tires up to temperature. Not for Gonzalez. Gonzalez is laser focused ahead. He wants that green to come out. He wants to clinch this victory.
Gonzalez, Nunziata, and Skeen, your top three. Down into turn 17. It's a long train winding through Sunset. Waiting for the green, waiting for the green. Up onto the front straightaway, no green. Now it is! Wave, and we are racing. And Gonzalez already trying to gap Annunziata as we head down to turn number 1. Gonzalez again was quick on the restart, pulled the trigger nice and fast, and he's going to lead into turn number 1.
A little bit of wide running. Car spun around.
One around, two around. Couple off into the dirt. Another car going around as well. We keep racing at the front of the field for now.
And Merrill's been able to get a move on Austin Green, move him up into 5th place. There's the 39 spun around. That's Bob Accardo again.
Yep. He's had a bumpy day, hasn't he? Meanwhile, Gonzalez right on those brakes, doing a nice job quickly getting back onto the gas. A little side-by-side racing there going down to the Mission Foods turn number 7. You saw the 8 car involved in there. Boy, you're hearing a lot of tire squeal. And a couple of cars collecting more damage as they go through one of the slower sections of the racetrack. That 8 was Carson Brown, the driver out of London, North Carolina. But look at Gonzalez already. 2 car lengths. Car length and a half.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely putting the pressure down. And, we mentioned this a little bit earlier. We weren't sure if it was going to be Annunziata able to keep the pressure to him, but Gonzalez just weathering that up and pulling away now.
Gonzalez ran this race last year, finished 2nd. Looking to do one spot better here today, and he's well on his way.
Oh, but he's got to be careful. There's a hard charger in the back of the pack. That's Thomas Merrill. We already mentioned he got around Austin Green. He was making a little bit of a move on Tristan McKee there. Not able to get it done, but I think Merrill's coming on.
Oh, and the double yellows are out again. DJ, I think you're bad luck.
Yeah, it's me. It's 100% me.
It's got to be. Another car off here and in an impact zone.
Yeah, I think that's on the exit, or on the entry rather, of turn 2 and 3, that little area. Can't get a fully positive ID on the car.
Stop number 2 for the tour is going to be, for the full national tour, will be at Road Atlanta coming up in March.
Yeah, that'll be good. These TA2 cars in particular race really well at Road Atlanta. Kind of the polar opposite when you think about it from Sebring International Raceway. rolling hills, a lot of compression in the cars. A very physically demanding circuit, but demanding in a different way than Sebring.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And it will challenge your courage for sure.
Oh. There is nothing more terrifying than coming out of 10A and 10B and keeping your foot to the floor through the final corner and praying as you crest over the bridge that the car is going to stick.
Yeah. Got a replay coming our way. We are heading into turn 1. This is the one that involved 2 or 3 cars as we went back to green. One of them being the 97, Tom Sheehan. And then there was this incident over here. Is that the 98? Doug Winston, North White Plains, New York. Right there.
Yeah, there you can see it. That
he was getting into another car. I'm not sure who.
A lot of scruffy action in the field today. Is there we see that's the number 71 that is the reason for the caution being out. That's Eric Caton from Greenwood, Ray Skillman Auto Group Ford Mustang.
We're going to take a quick break here, but we'll be back for more live on Speed Sport 1.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Trans Am presented by Pirelli Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series season opener in the legendary Sebring International Raceway. Ralph Shaheen, DJ Clark, and Ben Sissel with you as another one gets loaded up on the rollback. Unfortunately, we've been seeing a lot of scenes like that this afternoon as it's the first race of the year for this category. We have a lot of cars, a lot of aggressive drivers, and that combination can cause a lot of yellows.
Yeah, it can, and we saw that big bunch of carnage coming down into turn 1 off of that last restart. I think for that number 71 of Eric Caton, it looked like there was maybe just kind of a side knock, and it maybe got something a little bit cockeyed in the car, maybe just broke something on the interior, as there didn't appear to be a whole lot of exterior damage on that car. So hopefully we'll be able to get them back down into pit lane and get everything solved here. Looks like about 9 more minutes left on the clock, so that's at least a couple of laps of good green flag racing to see if anybody's got anything for Tyler Gonzalez today.
Yeah. Well, you know the old saying, cautions breed cautions, right?
That they do.
Caution flags are in. It looks like the lights are off on the pace car, too.
All right, so we will be going back to green this time around. Good to see that, as we will be able to hopefully finish this race under green.
There goes Corey Day by. Corey started the afternoon. Let's see here. I was just looking at that. There he is. He started 23rd, and right now he's up to 16th. So he's gaining some ground.
That's a pretty good gain of positions. There obviously attrition playing into that a little bit, but nevertheless, if you're able to keep things together and keep it going, that's the way you want to be.
Yeah, first time out, I'd say that's a pretty productive afternoon.
For sure.
All right, lights are definitely out on the pace car. The field is formed up in a single file line, but it's a long one. And we'll be looking for the green flag again. Onto the front straightaway, waiting. Green flag! Gonzalez quick through the gears again. That thing bites fast too, doesn't it? I mean, it's one thing to hammer the throttle, but you got to get some grip out of that thing, especially late in the race like this, and he's getting all of it. Look, he's already opened up a car length lead on Annunziata, who still sits in front of Skeen. Oh, a little tire smoke going down there into turn 3.
A little bit of dirt kicked up coming through 4 and 5.
Yeah, everybody dipping wheels through here. Now it's more dirt coming under the Mission Bridge, and we head to Mission turn number 7. Gonzalez, first one there, hard under braking in his Ford Mustang.
Tristan McKee trying to get a move on Mike Skeen, not going to get it done.
And the leader dips a wheel. I think that's really the first mistake of any kind I've seen Gonzalez make. And another one around, the 61 machine. Right there, hard under the brake, and that's Roberto Sabato out of Bonita Springs, Florida.
May have to destroy that Mission Foods banner to get himself going again, but he's got it in reverse. He's going to get back going.
Got it fired up and rolling. Well, you can hear those Pirellis fighting for all the grip they can give these drivers. They're being pushed to their limits for sure.
Well, we heard earlier from Adrian Lostowski's team, Lostowski, thank you. We heard from his team talking about how they were trying to save the tires for the end of the race. I think that strategy out the window. Merrill on McKee down into turn 16.
Yeah, when you've only got 9 minutes or whatever you said of racing left, we're probably down to about 7 now. There's no need to save anything. You've got what you got, go get what you can. Gonzalez getting everything he can out of his car. They're going to when this race is over and they roll out of victory lane, if he's lucky enough to stay in this position, they're going to take that thing back to the paddock, to the truck, wipe it down, put a cover on it, and go to dinner.
Yep.
See you tomorrow. No need to touch this one. Look how that nose is just planted going all the way down the straightaway. You can see it lifting a little bit here and there, but boy, you can see when it settles, they got it down. They're getting all the airflow underneath that car working the way they want it.
Yeah, I mean, that car is absolutely hooked up.
Oh, DJ, we saw one go off there, and it looks like somehow everybody drove through that, because I thought for sure we were going to pile 10 cars into one.
Well, that's the most terrifying thing as a driver when you come down into that, is Rafa Matos tries to send a big move there on the 17 of Corey Day. When you come into a braking zone like that, or an acceleration zone, and it is just a fog cloud ahead of you. Oh, is there some move? That's going to be green on McKee.
Pulls it off. Oh, and around goes the 12, and it looks like Matos went past as well. That's the torpedo there, Valentine Aguirre. And Matos gets going again, and I was just about to say with Rafa, he was right behind Corey Day. They were running 15th and 16th. Matos has fought his way all the way up to 16th. So he might have a little more work cut out in front of him again, get some of those spots back. But considering how his day began, Rafa could find his way into the top 15, that would be impressive.
I'd call that a win. After a day like this, I would certainly call that a win. 61 there, that's Sabato. We saw him spun around the other way just to confirm confirmation that he has been turned back around.
Well, as they always say with the first race of the season, you can't win the championship on the opener, but you can certainly lose it. And I think Rafa probably felt at the time like his shot had gone right spitting out of turn 17. But boy, he has fought back like the true champion that he is.
Certainly has there. A lot of debris down the Ullman straight there, but relatively equidistant among our top three here with Gonzalez, Annunziata, and Skeen.
Which is interesting to say and to see because that's the only spot on the racetrack I don't think we've seen an incident.
Well, but if we think about it, we've got
falling off.
Yeah, that's the highest speed portion of the track, so it's flopping around in the wind and breaks off there at that point. But you're totally right. And there's some more debris.
Signs. Mission food sign getting floated around here. Mr. Gonzalez will like that. Anything to get a little exposure, right? He'll be happy. Everybody at the front of the field seeming to hold until right here where things start to get a little bit twitchy. The 70 car getting a little bit aggressive. Sam Corey out of Cornelius, North Carolina.
Yeah, Corey trying to make that move through 4, 5, and into 6. We talked earlier, that's a tricky area to get anything done. Going to try now to go around the outside of that number 60 machine of Boris Said Jr. Said's going to hold on to it.
Yeah, there just wasn't any space there to get that done. You're so hard on the brakes and you're just running out of turf.
Well, and the problem with that is, as you mentioned a little bit earlier, this is a very flat track. And even in those corners, there's no real camber in them to be able to run that high line.
Nothing to hold you down.
Yeah.
Whatever traction you got between your tires and the asphalt.
Exactly.
That's all you got to work with here. No camber, no banking, no nothing.
Nope.
Onto the Ullman straightaway. Just imagine what it must have been like seeing those B-17s and B-24s landing on these long straightaways here.
Right. Well, because that's what this course was originally designed.
Hendricks Airfield.
Hendricks Airfield, and it was run around the ring roads around the circuit, and then over time, it's still an active runway. As the white flag is in the air, white flag, 1 lap to go.
1 to go. Tyler Gonzalez. Second place here a year ago, comes back to Sebring, and he's looking for all the glory here this afternoon. Good look at the 3 car of Adam Vostovsky. Adrian, I should say. I get the last name right and I mess up the first name. How about that? Sorry, Adrian. Adrian Vostovsky having a good run, and Adrian is sitting in, there he is, 6th.
That's a really good run for Adrian.
That's a great run, yeah. He'll be happy with that as a start to the
something
season.
happened to Gonzalez.
He sure did. He has slowed way down. There he is. And as we said, you can never count it till it's all done, right? Gonzalez, who has absolutely dominated this day, now is dropping. He's got to be at least, what, 6th or 7th?
Yeah, somewhere down in that category.
I wonder if he dipped a wheel that again and couldn't gather it back up quick enough. Well, there's your new leader. Annunziata out front. Thomas Annunziata looking to claim the win here and steal one away from Tyler Gonzalez. Annunziata, Thomas finished 4th here last year. Today, maybe on that top step of the podium.
I think it's something a little bit more for Gonzalez. I think that's mechanical because he's not anywhere in the top 10.
Out onto the Ullman straightaway for the final time here today in green flag conditions. Thomas Annunziata. Yeah, there's your top 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gonzalez is way back. He's outside the top 10.
Something broke on that car.
For sure. Final corner, final trip through turn 17. coming off onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag. Thomas Annunziata will win the season opener here at Sebring International Raceway for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli Cube 3 Architecture TA2 race.
My goodness gracious, what drama on the last lap. Great job from Mike Skeen to hold on to second, and a good drive up through the field for Austin Green.
I still haven't seen Gonzalez. I don't think he's going to make it all the way around.
I don't think he is
I think
either.
He pulled off. What a shame.
Also looks like slow car coming out of the final corner. That's Corey Day.
Yeah. Well, and I guess Gonzalez's crew guys can't go to dinner just yet. They're going to have to do a little more now than just wipe it down and put the cover on it.
The commentator's curse is alive and well.
Yep. Yep, sure is. Sorry, Tyler. Boy, I mean, I would have, and it's the whole reason why I don't bet, because I would have put everything on that at that point in this race, that he had this one all locked down. And for a race that was slow in developing, it sure finished with some drama, didn't it?
It sure did. My goodness. And look at this. Noah Harmon in the number 7. That Streetside Classic Flanagan Chevrolet Camaro. Where did he come from? Up into 5th place. Great drive for Noah.
Mike Skeen started on the pole with a record run, ends up getting involved in a little controversy early on. He fights back to hold on to second. And then Austin Green will take third, and then Adrian Vostovsky gets 4th, and Harmon, as you said, finishes 5th. Boris Jr. crosses the line in 6th. Tristan McKee 7th. Carson Brown with a good afternoon in 8th. Oh, and Corey Day's car is on fire. That's why he was limping to the checkered flag. He is out of the car safely. His father, Ronnie, is here this weekend watching. Ronnie, an old 410 wing sprint car racer from out west and a flat track motorcycle racer.
Oh.
Yeah. Known Ronnie for years. A couple of NorCal guys. And they're going to quickly extinguish the flames on Corey's HendrickCars.com machine. Not sure where that fire originated. It looked like maybe it was something in the rear end of the car, maybe more than under the hood.
Yeah, it looked like it was coming particularly off of the right rear. I wonder if there's an exhaust maybe.
Or if something locked up in there. And
and it just
friction and the heat finally got the best of it.
Maybe.
Well, let's finish our top 10 there. I think we left off at Carson Brown in 8th. Sam Corey finishes 9th, and Julian DaCosta rounds out the top 10. And how about this? Rafa Matos went all the way from the lead to the tail, wing is skewed all day and everything, and fights his way back up to finish 11th, just in front of the torpedo.
And I'll tell you what, Ralph, that is the drive of a champion. We talk so often about, oh, you got to rack up wins. That's not how you win championships. It's maximizing your worst day. And
Absolutely.
If Rafa's worst day is contact and 11th, he's in for another shot at the title.
That is huge. He will be very frustrated, but relieved at the same time, because the points differential could have been even bigger.
Very, very much so.
Well, these guys will be back to do it again tomorrow, right?
No, this is it for
That's
TA2.
That's it for the day.
We'll only run one for TA2, but we have the historic Trans Am coming up later today, as well as Trans Am coming up tomorrow. You'll see some of the same drivers that will cross over a little bit.
Hopefully we see Adam Andretti.
Yeah, hopefully. We don't know the status on him after that very, very brutal hit. Hopefully Adam's okay.
Yeah. Historic Trans Am coming up here shortly in about an hour. And we got some more SVRA competition yet to go today. Trans Am will be out for qualifying late this afternoon. And then tomorrow, Trans Am fairly early in the day, about 10:45 a.m. So you West Coasters, get a good night's sleep tonight. Set that alarm. And then historic Trans Am in the middle of the afternoon.
Here
comes the car that looked like it was heading to our Jim Wheat victory lane, but instead it's getting towed back to the paddock. I'm just stunned. I'm
It's
absolutely
the worst
stunned.
feeling in the world. As a driver, as a fan, as just someone who follows the sport, having this kind of thing happen, this is not the way you want to see a motor race end.
It's the reverse of the story I told you at the beginning of the day. If you go back to the 1990 Daytona 500, Derek Cope was the recipient of the bad karma that hit Dale Earnhardt Sr. when he cut the tire down, crashes in turn 3, and Derek goes on to win his first and only Daytona 500. And here we are with the throwback paint scheme, the livery to honor that Purolator number 10, Tyler Gonzalez running, and he led all day and ends up on the very last lap being the reason why we now will celebrate Thomas Annunziata in victory lane here at Sebring.
It's
I guess you need to pick and choose your throwback paint schemes appropriately, right?
Yeah.
Well, Ben, the cars are making their way back to pit lane. I'm sure things are getting busy down there.
Won this race. It looked like he had a mechanical failure of some sort, but it's heartbreaking for them. So I'm upset that happened, but it's a win for us after all the hard luck we had last year and trying to win the championship last year, which didn't happen. This is an amazing start to the season. So 2025 starts great, and it's all down to the Nitro Motorsports guys. They're amazing. They're an absolutely amazing group, and I'm blessed to be a part of it.
Thomas Annunziata there, unbelievable. Let's find some of these other gentlemen here. Austin Green, great race out there here at the end at Winter Circle. How does it feel?
Oh, it's great to be back in the Trans Am Series, and all the Peterson Racing guys and 3D Series group, they busted their tails all off season and this weekend. So we kind of put ourselves in a bad spot there with qualifying, and I don't know. I guess we learned how to do restarts for a while. So I was just kind of hoping for a long run. Never really got to feel the car out, but I know we're always really strong at the end. And just can't thank Doug Pearson enough and the Search Group.
Nice job. Three-Dimensional Services Group back in the Winter Circle at Sebring. Let's come over and talk to Mike Skeen with Cube 3 Architecture on his car. Franklin Road Apparel. Mike Skeen back in Winter Circle at Sebring. How's it feel?
Honestly, a little disappointing. I mean, happy to be here on the podium, finished second for the Team SLR guys, and, so far this is a one-off, so hopefully we should be enough to come back and we'll find some sponsorship and try to race these guys some more. But, yeah, we just didn't have a car to fire up on all those restarts. We needed a little bit more green flag running, and we didn't get that today. So those Nitro guys would get off, really quick, had a lot of pace. I don't know what happened to Gonzalez there. Feel bad for him leading the whole thing and not getting the win. But, happy to be here. Big thanks to Guthrie's Garage and everybody that helped put this deal together, and hopefully we can find some more to come back.
Nice. I love it, Mike Skeen. Now, first in Pro-Am, Barry Bowes, the Accio Data car, and, putting it first, right, in Pro-Am?
Actually, last lap I got spun, and I dropped back to second in Pro-Ams.
Oh, I didn't get to see that. So who won Pro-Am?
So I believe Keith over here, he was there, and he took advantage of it, popped right in front of me, so I believe he's number one, and I think I'm in second.
Well, how was your race out there?
It was a lot of fun. We had way more caution time than I wanted, but every restart was very aggressive, very challenging. Right, you had to challenge the cars in front of you while the guys behind you were challenging you too. And then you had to sit in a super hot, overheating car for several laps while they cleaned up the mess, and then take on the same challenge again. And that's it. I didn't like the cautions, but it was one of the most fun races I've run.
Nice. I love it. Barry Bowes always having fun out here. And I didn't have great communication there at the end, but my friend Keith Projek, HP Tuners, always hard fought in the Pro-Am, and you're here at the top step.
Yeah, it was another one of those races where you have to keep the car to be competitive at the end, and we got kind of lucky. Barry was the class of the field today, but I don't know, there might be a penalty with me, but I still crossed the line first, so we'll see what happens.
So you're provisionally first, you're self-admitting.
Yeah, well, I think I was in the right. They wanted me to come in, and there's no way I'm coming in because I'm going to lose all my spots, and I got brake checked on the restart. What am I supposed to do? And the first restart, I just got freight trained, and everyone got away with it. So, yeah, we'll see. I'll make my case, but, we drove hard. The Cope car was great, and, thanks to the team.
Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Keith Projek for being honest like that. Who doesn't like an honest driver here in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series? And then Jared Odrick, where is he? I believe he was, there he is. Black underwear, Jared Odrick. Are you third in Pro-Am?
I heard I was second. I don't know what's going to happen. You know, I don't want there to be drama because the big guy gets blamed for it. You know what I mean? So I'm just going to act cool. I'm going to sit over here, and I hope that a number 2 arrives in my hand.
But you're with Black Underwear, but then also with Troy. I saw you with Troy last year at Spring Mountain. New team. How's it feel?
Feels great. You know, these guys are teaching me a lot. Whenever you have to, switch things up like this, you're learning personalities, you're learning cars, you're learning everything. And Troy's been, the best since I met him in the SCCA runoffs where we actually went head-to-head and we became good friends. So, but yeah, no, it feels great to be at TRB. Of course, thank you to Black Underwear, who's always supporting me. And then Kissing Tulips, a new flower shop in Jacksonville. They're the best.
Nice. How about that? Kissing Tulips, Black Underwear. Some great things about to happen here at our winner's circle. So, gentlemen, I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth.
He's got a theme going.
All right, Ben, thank you. A lot of activity down there, and they're cleaning up where Corey Day parked his burning Chevy. Fortunately, they were able to put that out. And here's a look at our results. Thomas Annunziata, Mike Skeen, Austin Green. Top 3, Adrian Vostovsky, Noah Harmon, Boris Said, Tristan McKee, Carson Brown, Sam Corey, and Julian DaCosta rounding out the top 10. Well, DJ, as you assess today, I know unfortunately we had a lot of laps under yellow, but we did see some fast action, some aggressive action. Outside of Gonzalez, did anybody stand out to you that, yeah, this car looks like it's going to be a player this year?
Well, obviously, Rafa Matos, as we saw him fight his way back up through the field. But I've also got to give some credit here to Tristan McKee. Faded a little bit later on in the race, fell down to about 7th position, but was running way up towards the top, looking very, very good. And I think that's going to be a car to watch out for. Really, any of your top 5 here at this point, Green, Skeen as well, are going to be in this conversation. And Vostovsky, I mean, what a great run for him. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic to be able to get that P4 away. Really, really impressed there by that. And Sam Corey, good run for him. Nitro all around looks very strong.
They sure do. Yeah, they got a deep pool over there, don't they?
Yeah, they certainly do.
Well, let's show you some of the highlights from the green flag action that we had. We didn't have as much as we had hoped for, but what we had was pretty thrilling as this day got underway. We knew with a deep field of cars and a lot of talented young drivers, things were going to get pretty aggressive, and they did pretty fast here today. You see, even going down into turn number 1 with Gonzalez making a bold move on the outside. He made that work. Then we had 5 cars off here early on, and then it got to be a little worse after that, DJ.
Yeah, it got a little bit scruffy as things went along. That first incident was cleaned up, and then this, to me, was the moment of the race. Rafa Matos having that contact, big hit there for Adam Andretti down to the inside, got restarted back again. But again, we were scuppered by a little bit more caution there. Rafa Matos going off as well as Valentino Guare.
Yeah, just scattered cars here, there, and a little bit of everywhere, didn't we? And I'll tell you what, down here in turn 1, too, things got a little crazy late in the day. And then Gonzalez right at the end after dominating the day. Something goes wrong on the 10, and he is out. And Annunziata is on his way to the top step of the podium.
Annunziata able to claim that victory over Mike Skeen and Austin Green. It'll be a very, very happy day for Nitro and Thomas Annunziata. This is a mark of contention for them. This is a statement going forward.
It really is, and you know they spent the entire offseason, like everybody does, testing, working on the cars, late hours in the shop, thinking, hoping, praying. We're putting it all together the right way to be a player this year. You think you've got it all buttoned together. You just don't know till you get to the racetrack and that first green flag falls if you really are dialed in the way you need to be. Now they're going to be able to head back to the shop. They got a couple of weeks before we go to Road Atlanta and gather everybody up again, and they are going to be carrying a ton of momentum down to Georgia.
And that's what you need, momentum and confidence going forward. If you've got those two magical ingredients into the stew, that's going to make a race weekend go all the smoother for you.
100%. The setup for the car will be radically different, as you talked about, but at least you know that if you get the setup right, you got the speed.
And especially with the likes of Annunziata, Borisset Jr. as well, Sam Corey, Julian DaCosta, all of these drivers, they're going to have that confidence. They're going to have that, to use a young people's term, that swagger to come on into the next race saying, you know what, I got this. I can get my elbows out a little bit more. I can take those chances that I wouldn't normally take, and that is immeasurable.
I think there's two guys that will be chomping at the bit, however, to get to Road Atlanta, and that's going to be Rafa Matos and Gonzalez, because Gonzalez knows he left one on the table.
And I think Rafa does too. I think Rafa
he feels he
really had the chance to be able to fight his way forward. So I think those two are going to have their hackles up a little bit. They're going to have something to prove.
Yeah, elbows out for sure when we get to Road Atlanta for those guys. Back to Ben in Victory Lane.
Architecture representatives here too, don't we? Nice. We are going to start with the Pro-Am. Now, these are provisional results. Anything can happen. We had some craziness out there on the track today. But in third place, with the black underwear, kissing tulips, Ford Mustang for TRB Autosports, let's hear it. First round draft pick of the Miami Dolphins, now racing cars with us, Jared Odrick.
Thank you. Thank you.
How about some Miami Dolphins fans out there? Played for the Miami Dolphins. Now, I heard a fan say do the Pee-wee, but Jared said I only do the Pee-wee when I'm on the top step. How about that? Jared Odrick, last year's Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series Pro-Am champion, gave the best acceptance speech I've ever heard at last year's banquet. Let's hear it. Accio Data, Cube 3 Architecture's Barry Bowes. M1 Team SLR. You know, we have steps over here, Barry. All right, up there in second. And then, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Chicago, really fun to have him in this series. He's been with us a long time. HP Tuners, Mike Cope Race Cars, Ford Mustang. Let's hear it for Keith Prochek.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Chris. Hold on, Nick Middleton. Come here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the CEO, founder of Cube 3 Architecture Design. I live in the city of Nashville. They're building a huge building there. It's unbelievable. The best sponsor any series could ask for. How was the start of the season for you?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for all the fans today. Great opportunity to restart the series, the 2025 series. I think it's going to be a very competitive season. We've got a lot of young drivers here, so I'm glad to see them doing well today. We've got a lot of familiar faces, but I'm going to be happy to be here for the entire season. And thank you for all the Cube 3 team that's arrived today. And congratulations, everybody, today, all the winners.
Nice. How about that? Didn't miss a race last season. Best sponsor we could ever ask for, Nick Middleton, Cube 3. Thank you so much for your support. But Jared Odrick back on the podium here in TA2. That's got to feel good.
No, it feels great. We had a little mishap there. I was behind Rafa, who was struggling a little bit, and seemed like he was dropping some stuff on track, and I spun and won. So I went all the way to the back of the field, worked my way through, and on one of those double yellows, I said, thank God I have my GoPros attached, so we're going to have some good content after this, driving through the field. So was able to catch up to these guys and be a little competitive there at the end, and saw Barry getting a little dicey there at the end. But, you know, he's always strong. He's always consistent. And congratulations to Keith Prochuk.
Nice. How about that? Jared Odrick, ladies and gentlemen. Barry Bowes. Man, you just have so much fun in the race car. And I was talking about this. Barry Bowes has the most Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series miles from the 2024 season, and you're starting strong this year. How's it feel?
Oh, it is absolutely fantastic. You know, this is absolutely my favorite race series. Everyone knows these cars are raw. They're incredible. They're a super challenge to drive them. When you get it right, it's just so rewarding. We have this stack field. We've got the Chevrolet, Toyota, and other development drivers here. Right? We've got guys who are going straight from here and winning in NASCAR trucks and NASCAR and Xfinity. Right? This is serious competition, and I love it.
Yeah. You like the competition.
Oh, absolutely. Yep. You know, competition, it's what hones you. It's what's make you better.
Nice. I love it. And then one of my favorites in the series, longtime TA2 racer, Keith Prochuk, HP Tuners. Keith, take the mic. Tell us how it feels.
Yeah, it feels great to be on the top step. Thanks Cube 3, thanks Trans Am. Jared, great drive from the back. You're keeping me honest in my mirrors. And Barry, that was definitely your race. You got taken out there on the last lap. I capitalized. I wish we had a bit more green laps, but certainly a fantastic car. Cope, great maker car. Thanks to the team. Thanks Trans Am staff, keeping us safe out there. And look forward to more of these.
Nice. I love it. All right, so Lucas, we're going to take some photos here with these new trophies, so we'll make sure you're out of the way, but we got to shoot this too. All right, crowd, Sebring SpeedTour, let's get loud. Hold those trophies up high. Jared Odrick, Barry Bowes, Keith Prochuk. Who wants some Cube 3 cubes? There we go. Hold up those Cube 3 cubes, and then they will throw those things out there for you. Oh, and we got some new Cube 3 hats, too, some orange hats. How about that? Come on now, Sebring, get loud. Jared Odrick, Barry Bowes, Keith Prochuk. Here, man, I am loving this crowd. Sebring, we love coming here. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, throw them out, man. Ooh, that was a good throw. All right, and I think we have one more hat. We've got the Pirelli hats coming up and the champagne. So watch out, Lucas, because they're going to be spraying some champagne out here. Everybody is 21 here in the Pro-Am. All right, guys. Come on, Sebring. Last chance for the Pro-Am. Let's get loud, Sebring SpeedTour. Jared Odrick, Barry Bowes, Keith Prochuk, right into the eyes. You're smart when you wear sunglasses here on the podium at our winner's circle. Nice job. Gentlemen, congratulations. You can throw those hats out or you can keep them, whatever you wish. I know Purple Hoodie wants a hat. Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series National. Oh, sorry. Hold on, we missed a photo. Sorry about that. Thanks, Chris. Chris is keeping me honest, ladies and gentlemen. Nice. Sorry, Barry, that's my fault. You get pictures dripping of champagne. All right, in third place, he did so well last year with Three Dimensional Services Group in the Xfinity Series and came and ran some select events with us last year. One of my favorite drivers. Let's hear it for Austin Green, third place, Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. He won here in 2020. He went on to win the championship in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. One of the best TA2 drivers in history. Let's hear it for the legend, Mike Skeen with Guthrie's Garage. Franklin Road Apparel, Cube 3 Architectures, M1 Team SLR. Oh, I see, Chris. Sorry about that. And then last year's Young Guns winner. So happy to have him here with the RaceNitro.com, Nitro Motorsports. Let's hear it for Thomas Annunziata. Taking the lead on the last lap. Chris, sorry about that. All right, Austin Green. Your friend Doug Peterson with Three Dimensional Services Group had some bad luck today, but you made up for it for being here on the podium at the Sebring SpeedTour. How's it feel?
It's great. Like I said, great to be back in the Trans Am Series, and Sebring's great. I love this track. We kind of made a mistake in qualifying, so I think if we would have qualified better, we probably, could have been up there for all those restarts. So just hats off to everybody at Peterson Racing for their work all winter and this weekend. We were really fast, and I just, hate we couldn't have a long run there to kind of show for it. So just hats off to them. Thank you to Doug Peterson and Three Dimensional Services Group, and just go on to the next one.
Nice. How about that? Austin Green, ladies and gentlemen. Now coming over here to a TA2 champ, Mike Skeen. How was your race out there?
It was good. A bit frustrating with all the short runs. Feel bad for the fans that came out here. They saw a lot of yellow flag lapping, but really happy to be here. Thanks to the Team SLR guys, Guthrie's Garage, everybody that came together and helped us get here this weekend, and hopefully we can come back and do some more. Congrats to these Nitro guys. Feel bad for Gonzalez dropping out on the last lap. He definitely had a solid run today, but congrats to Annunziata, and we'll go get him next time.
How about that? Mike Skeen, the legend, my son's favorite driver, Mike Skeen. Thomas Annunziata, man, to win you have to be there at the end. You showed us just that. Take the mic. Tell us about your race, please.
Well, it was a slow start. I got under Rafa Matos in the beginning, and it looked like he got sideways, and I got knocked off the racetrack. So I fell down to 5th, and car was really good. Copy paste what Mike said. I wish there was more, green flag runs, but we got up there to the front, and this win goes down to Michael, Ronnie, and Nick Tucker, a driver nothing but a good car. So thank you to Nitro Motorsports, and I mean, in my eyes, I finished 2nd today. My teammate and great friend of mine, Tyler Gonzalez, drove an amazing race. He was the class of the field all day, and I hate to see that happen to him, but 2nd place car today, but I'll take the win. We went through a lot of bad luck last year, so it feels good to be on the good end for once, but yeah, it's really, really cool. Thank you to Chip Boys as well, and again, everyone under Nitro Motorsports and Trans Am for putting on this show.
Nice. All right, how about that, ladies and gentlemen? Austin Green, Mike Skeen, Thomas Annunziata. Come on, Sebring, don't lose us now. You've been so great. There we go. It's coming back. Purple hoodie, I can hear you from here. I love it. Keep it up. All right, so hold those up, please. And then we've got some hats. You could throw those hats out if you'd like. Anybody want some hats? Oh my gosh, that was amazing. You want to try that again? He wants redemption. There we go. Oh, the wind. Oh, the wind. Oh! And almost on Kevin. Here we go. Hold those trophies up, guys. Come on now. Austin Green, Mike Skeen, Thomas Annunziata. Yes, Sebring. Man, I love coming to Sebring. Oh, just throw it right at the photographer. All right, we've got the Pirelli hats. Everybody lift up those trophies. Come on, Sebring, get loud. Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series at the winner's circle. So happy to be here back at Sebring. And now we've got champagne. And everybody's, 2 of them are barely of age. Oh, they're going for it. Oh, Mike Skeen, the seasoned veteran, forgot to wear his glasses, goes right into the eyes. Nice job. How's that feel? Ooh, are you okay?
No, we're good.
Okay. Come on, one more time. For Austin Green, Mike Skeen, Thomas Annunziata. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the Omologato Watches fastest lap goes to the class of the field, quoting Thomas Annunziata. Let's hear Tyler Gonzalez. Where is he? Here he comes. Where is the watch? All right, Michelle, look at this. Look at the teamwork here. How about this Nitro Motorsports and the camaraderie? Tyler, unbelievable run out there, just the unfortunate luck, and you are the Omologato fastest lap. Come on, let's hear it for Tyler Gonzalez. He had the car, he was hooked up, and just a mechanical. So Tyler, I didn't get to see it. Where did it happen?
Coming to the white flag, unfortunately, I was able to grab the throttle linkage for a little bit, but in the end, it was just too much. So it's unfortunate for sure, but Nitro Motorsports gave me a great car. We were able to qualify up front, run all the whole race in the lead, and couldn't have asked for a better showing. It's unfortunate what happened at the end, but overall, I'm still happy with the team, the performance we put on, and we're looking forward to coming back next time.
What do you mean you were able to grab the throttle linkage?
There's a little bar that the throttle pedal is connected to, and I was able to hold on to it for a little bit, keep my hopes and dreams alive, but this just wasn't enough, so it's unfortunate. But
oh my gosh, how about that for some ingenuity? Tyler, so sorry about that. But Tyler Gonzalez, the Omologato fastest lap. Nice job. Thank you guys so much for coming out. That does it for the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series opener at the Sebring SpeedTour. We will be back here tomorrow for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Thank you guys so much for coming out. Cube 3 people, thank you guys so much for your support. Best sponsors ever. Thank you guys so much.
All right, Ben, thank you for that coverage of our victory podium area. Thank you, DJ Clark, for stopping by and joining me for the laps.
My pleasure. It was great. We'll see you back tomorrow for TA and XGT and all the GT fun.
Yep, historic Trans Am and all the above. Sounds like it'll be a good time. We'll see you then. Joining me now, Cal Denice, sliding in, grabbing a microphone. Good to see you, Cal. We're going to have Group 5A, 7, 11, and PSSA in action. That race already underway. So we're going to join this one in progress.
Yes. And, looks like a good battle going on already in those Sports 2000s. So looking forward to continuing to watch this and see what
Well, we have no timing and scoring. At least I don't. I don't know if you've got it over there, but I'm not getting any timing and scoring. So if you can update us on the timing and scoring.
Yeah, I got timing here, and looks like Travis engine is back out in front. You know, he is always crushing it in that Audi. There we go. That Audi is just, it's amazing to see it here at such a historic track like Sebring. And the rest of the field seems to still be working its way through after that first lap, but we'll start to see some good lap times come through. There we go. Yep, still low 2 minutes right there for Travis, and the rest of the field as they work their way through. We'll see how they shape out.
That's such an incredible car, that Audi R8 LMP machine. It's one of the most legendary race cars of all time.
It is such a cool car. And I love that he brings it to all these SVRA events and gets a chance to run it everywhere, and it's great for the fans to see. And, the one car out there that kind of looks a little different, that Ford GT 40 over there, I believe is built by H. They're outside Atlanta. Another great car. It falls into that prototype category, but we see here on the screen back into that PS3 battle. We've got a couple Sebecos out here today and running against the Radicals. I believe Radicals got their race coming up next weekend. So it's good to see a few of them out here as well. And there's that Dallara. Have you gotten a chance to look at that Dallara yet?
I looked at it a little bit. It's very cool. The Dallara has a nice display as you enter into the grounds here, and they got a couple over there that they're showing off. It is just a beautiful car.
It is. And, they're putting out a lot of power in that thing. So it was really cool to get a chance to walk around it. It's, all carbon fiber and putting out a lot of power. I think they said over 500 horsepower. So it'll be cool to see that with us this year. Hopefully they show up to more.
It's been a bit of the talk of the paddock all weekend, hasn't it?
It sure has. And, right now I see, again, that Audi, he is just checked out. Travis runs so well. The person I'm not seeing out there is Jacek. Not sure what's going on there, but that Cadillac DPI car is not out on track at the moment.
Haven't seen it all weekend on the track. I haven't, at least.
It's run a few times. He was sub 2 minutes earlier today in qualifying this morning, and just it's such a beautiful car. And I'm not sure what's going on there, but hopefully we'll see them out tomorrow. Yep, there's that Dallara. Yeah, with the DPO2, that former IMSA Light car there, a lot of downforce. That looks like it might be in the original spec for the IMSA Light category. I know a lot of guys have thrown a lot of aero on them and run SCCA P1, but that one looks a little bit more closer to the original spec, which is actually similar to the MPO1 as far as, they were built in the same factory originally, right there with the lawn outside of Road Atlanta. We're here at another facility that's got so much history with Don Panos. But those DPO2s, they were great cars. The MPO1 and PS3 now that we're representing has really evolved from the early days. Again, that DPO2 just
change of positions here. Looks like the number 7 of Ralph Lamacchia got around that Dallara and picked up a spot on him.
Yep, and as the field's starting to shake out, Jeff Williams, he's in that Radical SR3. He's really got a big lead over what was a tight grouping for the PS3 class. We've got Gary Gray in the PS1, maybe a little out of place for him. Hopefully he keeps putting down some quick laps. And Seth Henry, again, newcomer to the PSSA this year. He won the Janetta Challenge last year, and he is joining this year to run PSSA and get a little bit of more experience in the downforce cars. He's also in that Lamborghini, that purple Lamborghini that was in the IGT race. So looking forward to seeing him do some double duty this weekend.
Look how solid and planted that Audi is going through a very bumpy turn 1.
It is, very much so. And again, they've got a great battle going on there with that Dallara and the DPO2. A little different performance, obviously the Dallara with a lot more power, but the aerodynamics and downforce of that DPO2 is phenomenal. And it's really interesting seeing the rest of the field, some of the different strengths and weaknesses, even like that Radical and the Sebeco right there. You know, they produce their lap time a little differently, and different tracks play into the different cars' strengths and weaknesses. And you know, looks like there's a safety car there, or a safety vehicle.
Taking a look at the 14 there, John Thompson and his Lola 90.
And there's Goebel, defending champion, reigning champion for the series, for PSSA, PS3 categories. But that's a great battle right there going on. Looking at them
Sure
through
is.
turn 1.
Making the move, Henry Payne getting around Thompson, picking up the spot.
Look like there might be something going on over there near turn 3. We'll see if they pick that back up.
James Dennison coming by in his Revolution 427. And under attack here is the 99 machine.
It looked like he had an
Bubba Newsom.
unscheduled stop right at the start of the race. And a little bit of damage to that right front. So not quite sure what happened to Goebel there, but we'll find out after the race. And,
Our Audi working through some slower traffic. Getting past the 53 of Thomas Lacosta and a Lola T492. Sean Monet. It's a Radical SR3. This here is still, I think, the best battle on the racetrack. With Ralph Lamacchia and then being pushed pretty hard from behind.
Yeah, I believe that's Joe Colley out there in the car. He's also running a few other cars, I believe, this weekend. And those old vintage cars just mixed in with some of the modern cars. It's one of the great things about PSSA and SVRA as a whole. Oh, and it is that
GT's
GT40
done.
seems to be where I saw those safety vehicles earlier. But yeah, you get such a wide variety of vehicles, from what looks like a modern Dallara out there with a semi-modern DPO2 all the way to the vintage S2000s. It's a great way to just get a chance to see everything. So really awesome display for the fans here. And I do see that Revolution out there. I think they're going to be at some more events later this year. The rest of the guys from Classic Car Club and the rest of the Revolution camp. And we're looking forward to seeing them come back out and play with us some more.
This car is also stiffly sprung, too, on a bumpy circuit like this. Got to be a handful.
Absolutely. I was watching some of the cars throughout the testing and qualifying, and they're pretty stiff, lots of bouncing. Similar to watching the TA2 cars where they're just kind of hopping around. The cars will get almost airborne going over some of these bumps, and it makes it quite challenging. You do want to avoid them as much as possible, especially if it's raining, because you get those puddles, and that makes it even more challenging here. So luckily we've had fantastic weather, especially coming down from Atlanta. It was almost snowing when we left there.
Yeah.
So enjoying it down here right now. Great weather, and It looks like that DPO2 is finally starting to stretch its legs. And I've seen that in the past where it takes a little while for those hand cooks to heat up. And once they get going and that downforce kicks in and really generates the heat in the tire, they grip up and those DPO2s will just keep getting faster and faster. So that's the leader, I believe, in PS3 right there, the 427. And should be closely followed, or he was closely followed earlier by the 59.
There's Payne in that 13. Henry. Our drone moving around. Action down the Ullman straightaway here. Since one thing that's interesting about this category is the concepts are all basically the same of what you're trying to achieve, but everybody goes at that canvas in a completely different way, and you end up with a wide variety of cars that kind of look similar but look radically different at the same time.
Absolutely. Everybody's got their own little take on it. Again, looking at that Audi, it was designed for the straights of Le Mans and running those big endurance races. It's a pretty stout chassis. And again, as you work through everything from the Revolutions to our cars with the Sebecos, even the DPO2s, everybody's got that little different take. I think the newest one is seeing that Dallara. I didn't see that last season, and it's really a neat take. Whoa, a little sideways there.
Is it big enough with the Dallara to be a game changer for the category going forward? Is everybody else going to be forced to, I don't want to say necessarily follow the trend, but start heading in a similar direction?
I haven't seen anything yet that's going to be necessarily game changer. Again, that DPO2 that's out in front of him is really a standard. I'm curious to see if we start seeing more LMP3 cars show up, and as those have phased out, even a new J coming out this season for the JSP 25s. Wondering what's going to happen to some of those older chassis and wondering if they come here. I think if we start seeing the LMP3s show up, that'll start being, can they get numbers? And if so, how are they going to perform, especially against the Revolutions in that PS1 category? And, the rest of the field, it's great seeing the Radicals here. They've got a great platform that can run across pretty much every class, from the SR10 and PS1 to the SR3 1500s and PS2 and the 1340s and PS3. And I was even talking to Rob about, we saw some rushes last year at the COTA event at the end of the season. So we're wondering if they'll come out and have their own class in sort of a PS4 class. So we'll see if that happens or not. And looks like checkered flag falls right there.
Yep, sure does. Audi taking another win at Sebring. Was here part of the broadcast crew, the 50th anniversary at Sebring, and the Audi R8 took the win that day too.
Oh, wow.
So, not surprised to see that happen. Well, that's going to wrap up our coverage here on Speed Sport 1 for the season opener. This first Saturday here with the Speed Tour and Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli and the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 class. We'll be back tomorrow for a lot more great racing. Make sure you tune in. See you then.
is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speed.
quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, Lagarde, Miller, Lagarde.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, right now you're looking at the 2025 event schedule for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the National Championship. And as you can see on the left there, we go to all of the premier tracks: Sebring, Road Atlanta, Sonoma, WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, Lime Rock, Mid-Ohio, Road America, Watkins Glen, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, which the first time I was there was last year, great track, Virginia International Raceway, Barber Motorsports Park, and Circuit of the Americas. Then the Western, just a few weeks from now, we're at Buttonwillow, and then they're racing with National at Sonoma and Laguna Seca. Then we go to Portland International Raceway for a doubleheader, Thunder Hill for a doubleheader, and then they close at Circuit of the Americas. So thank you so much. Look at all those great, fantastic sponsors there at the bottom. We've got Mission Foods here this weekend. We've got Cube 3 Architecture is here. Optima is here. All the cars are drinking Sunoco fuels as you look there at our Sebring SpeedTour grid with all those beautiful flags and all our marketing partners. Loving the images that we're getting here at the Sebring SpeedTour. Ralph Shaheen is going to join me quickly here in the booth. But, ladies and gentlemen, the probably favorite in vintage racing, the favorite group is going to be the historic Trans Am cars. These cars had to have been in the Trans Am Series from 1966 to 1972, the big ground pounders, the Bud Moore cars, the Roger Penske cars, the Dan Gurney AA cars, just unbelievable cars. But let me explain. So what they have to do, the rules to this are, that's not a historic Trans Am car there. That is some kind of old airplane. But because we are so close to the airport here, part of the airport, But these cars in historic Trans Am, what you have to do is kind of show a photo of maybe this car competed at Sebring in 1967. Here's a photo. Then the car has to match, has to be set up exactly as it was. There's my friend Joe Turno right there from Bark Boys talking to a friend here at Sebring. Joe Turno, legendary MGA racer, an MG driver, but he actually snuck out of high school at Binghamton, New York when he was in high school and drove down here to Sebring with his good buddies and Dave Nicholas, and they met Janet Guthrie on the way and skipped school to come to the Sebring 12 hours back in the day. But back to historic Trans Am. These cars were set up just as they were. They have to look just as they were. They've got, the up to 305 displacement. We've got some Fords, we've got some Chevys, we've got Plymouth, we've got the Javelins, AMC, we've got Mercuries, anything that was out there in the Trans Am series. We'll start here in position 1. Legendary motor cars, Peter Kloot in a Ford Shelby Mustang. Then starting second, Jim Haig in that Peter Gregg Ford Boss 302 from Bud Moore. Starting third, we're going to see him tomorrow in TA, is my friend Tommy Dreesy, who I didn't see him out there in third. So hopefully he makes it in the Chaparral Jim Hall Camaro, 1 of 1. Bill Ockerland is in the Penske Javelin, the number 6. Penske Javelin. Talking to him last night, he said that it was actually Roger Penske's favorite car. They really love the Penske Javelin, and we'll get into some of that. Has something to do with those Porsche 917 Girling brakes that AMC was able to put into their catalog and make it legal, so those cars could stop better. Then my friend Ken Adams is in a Ford Boss 302. Ike Keeler in that Mercury Cougar. Chris Liebenberg with 3 Dog is in a Ford Mustang. Jeff O'Neill in a Ford Boss 302. That is the Jeff O'Neill from the Velocity Invitational, another great vintage race organization. They hold a fantastic event at Sonoma, so you need to check that out. Then Robert Canepa in a Ford Boss 302 starting 10th. John Romano in a Chevrolet Camaro starting 11th. My friend James Glass, Jim Glass in a Chevrolet Camaro. He's here just about every year, but this is the first time I remember seeing him in an HTA car. He's usually in a gold medallion Corvette. John Hildebrandt in one of the most famous historic Trans Am cars, that Pontiac Tempest GTO, the Gray Ghost. Rick Jeffrey in a Chevrolet Camaro Z28. Dennis Singleton starting 15th in a Chevrolet Camaro. Ken Epsman in maybe one of my favorite HTA cars in that Roy Woods AMC Javelin. Steve Link loves Trans Am. He races a Trans Am B sedan with us on the West Coast, and he's here in a Chevrolet Camaro Z28. Kevin Sittner in a Ford Boss 302 starting 19th. Bill Goodwin in a Chevrolet Camaro Z28. Ross Myers in a Ford Mustang, Steve Eftemu in a Ford Boss 302, and then Tom McIntyre in what I consider the Chevrolet Camaro, the Sunoco Camaro, the car that really made Mark Donohue and Roger Penske's career. I think that car won 10 of the 12 races in 1968, but I'm sure our fans here on SpeedTour TV can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm joined now by the legend Ralph Shaheen with Speed Sport, and just a fantastic announcer. Ralph, it is my honor to be sitting next to you in the booth.
Well, thank you, Ben. It's a pleasure to be here with you and all of our fans as we get ready for one of my favorite divisions as well of all racing, historic Trans Am. I don't know if much looks better, and nothing certainly sounds better. I can promise you that.
Yeah, unbelievable. This is probably the fan favorite. If we post something on Facebook, let's say it gets this many units of views. If we post historic Trans Am, it'll be 20x times that. Just because these are the cars set up exactly as they were. It is always really fantastic racing. So if you're joining us here on YouTube, tell us where you're watching from and who you're rooting for. Give us any kind of insight that you may have or knowledge you may have of these cars, drivers, crews, mechanics. And we are about to get going here at Sebring International Raceway as they come around the Bennett Bridge Hall section. And this is a very important section of the track, this turn 16. If you get turn 16 wrong and you don't carry a momentum out of there, you've got about a 3/4 of a mile straightaway And with these 305s and 302s, you know, it just skipped my mind. You may know this, Ralph, but I forget how Javelin got away with it. I think they had to re-stroke the cars to make it into that 305. Do you remember the factory displacement? Then they had to re-stroke it. I'm sure our experts online know.
Somebody will update us on that. See the Javelin sitting right there outside row number 1. There's 2 of them here this week, and the Roy Woods car is here as well, but not in our race today.
Oh, it's not out there, huh?
I see the Penske Javelin, but not the Roy Woods car. Here we go, up onto the front straightaway, getting ready to go green, and we're racing with historic Trans Am here at Sebring. The Bud Moore Mustang leads them into turn number 1. There goes that beautiful Cougar. Cougar owned by Ike Keeler.
Ike is out here this weekend in 3 different Trans Am cars. He was in the Oldsmobile, but Jim Haig taking it over Bill Ockerland here as they come through this Cube 3 section. And you can see the cars moving, the body roll of these cars. These cars are set up just like they were back in the day, and you can really see that they're just struggling for grip.
Yeah, these are all cars that came off the production line and then were taken and massaged into the race car you see here today.
So that's Jim
hard
Haig
on the brakes.
in the Peter Gray Bud Moore car. Hard on the brakes, like you said, in the Mission Foods. You come basically from your top gear down to probably second, maybe.
Oh, the Parnelli Jones car is off.
Jeff O'Neill in that Bud Moore Parnelli Jones car. For a while they ran that kind of maroon and black, and then they went to the school bus yellow. That's kind of what I always think of when I think of Bud Moore. There is the Ken Epsman Javelin there. Isn't that the Roy Woods Javelin coming down this front straight into Cube 3? So he must have been late to grid.
It must have been a late entry tagging the back end of the field, because I didn't see it as we were coming to green. The Penske Javelin right in the thick of things, though.
That is Bill Ockerland, longtime historic Trans Am. Then Ike Keeler in that Cougar. And that should be Chris Liebenberg. Looking for who's in that other Bud Moore car, the school bus yellow car in 4th. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got some history on the track. Let us know. Oh, we've got Jarrett is rooting for the number 6 Penske Javelin.
Here it comes up the inside. Jarrett, get ready. You got a new leader, and it's your Javelin out front here at Sebring. So come down to the final corner, down into Sunset. Man, that thing is cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it's I keep getting distracted. The music that HTA makes is some of the best. And every once in a while, you'll kind of hear us go quiet because we also just want to hear the music of these big American V8s roaring around Sebring.
Well, and we know you want to hear it at home, too. So it's a much nicer sound to hear those cars than just to hear us. Ockerland out front, leading in the Jag. Peter Clute having a pretty good run in his Shelby Mustang, sitting in 3rd.
Yeah, Peter Clute, a longtime Group 6 competitor. He makes some of the coolest Corvettes in Group 6. Actually, I kind of got introduced to vintage racing from a TV show that he made, and just absolutely kind of fell in love with it. So thank you, Peter, with LMC out of, I think, the Toronto area.
Yeah, I was going to say he's happy to escape Canada to make his way down here to Florida, I'm sure, for a long weekend.
Oh, but Peter Clute on the inside of Jim Haig here. What's going to happen?
Yeah, he's got the white Mustang with the red striping right there, the 63. That is a Shelby Mustang.
Shelby didn't race a lot in Trans Am back in the day, but there were a few. And it's great to see him out here in the Shelby Mustang in the historic Trans Am group.
Oh, and the 72 is off. The 72 machine, Steve Link in his Z28 Chevy Camaro. And I did see the Roy Woods car go by. It is at the very back end of the field, so it must have roll down onto the racetrack from the pit lane, maybe.
Ken Epsman is very laid back, and sometimes too laid back that he's okay with taking off his flip-flops and getting in his shoes and coming to the car, and he might have been a little bit late for grid there.
Well, there's not a lot of stress and strain, at least there shouldn't be, to vintage car racing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's supposed to be fun, and these drivers are having a blast out there. This historic Trans Am group, they're just so much fun to watch.
Is that our Chaparral Camaro time?
Yeah, there's Tommy Dreese. He's having some mechanical because
I think Tommy was late to the show as well, wasn't he?
And he's way offline there, but look out, Jim Hague. You got Tommy Dreese, so watch for him to duck into pit lane. But Ike Keeler taking advantage of this, and look at this, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a tight pack of 5 here racing up front as the Peter Gray car, piloted by Jim Hague, goes under the bridge.
Peter Gregg, the legendary racer out of Jacksonville, Florida. Incredible racer, tragic end to his life. But an amazing wheelman.
So Tommy Dreese, knowing Tommy, he was late to grid. That's not unlike him. But he waited for the leaders to catch up, and now he's on the loud pedal,
now
just trying to have some fun with the leaders.
Yeah.
And I think
not
that's
going for the win, but going for the grins.
Yeah, and I love that about Tommy Dreese. Call him Hollywood over here sometimes, or the Rockin' Moroccan. There's Steve Link, so he had that spin at 7, but back on it.
There's Clute in the 63. Shelby Mustang being chased by a Bud Moore Mustang. That just sounds right, doesn't it?
Yeah.
As it should be with the world. And look at this. Here comes our Javelin again, that Penske Javelin. And congratulations to the captain. He had a tremendous week. Roger Penske turning 88 this week and also being inducted into our all-new Trans Am Hall of Fame, and rightly so, in the inaugural induction class. Congratulations, Mr. Penske. That's fantastic. Well deserved.
Speaking of Penske, there at the driver's right, that was Tom McIntyre and that Penske Sunoco Camaro of Mark Donohue that won so many races in the 68 season. But look at this battle up front, Ralph.
It's a good one.
It's really good. So we've got AMC. We basically have
AMC, Ford, Mercury,
yeah.
Ford, Chevy.
Almost.
How about that?
Plymouth was pretty involved in Dodge with the Sam Posey car and the Sweet Savage.
Yeah, and
Plymouth.
the Sweet Savage car is here, but
well, Bill Ockerland's in the Javelin, so you can't drive both at the same time. But he was telling me with the Sweet Savage car, it was the first car that Chrysler used a computer to design the roll cage, and it's very, very stiff.
I would have been more than happy to take the other one out for him.
And they
wanted it out on track
from the car. That would be awesome.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing I'm willing to do to bring the best coverage we can. What a thrill that would be, right?
Yeah. John
Here comes that Peter Gregg car up the inside. Ockerland making the move. New leader as we dip into sunset.
We've had a lot of lead changes in this race. And this is the fight. When I think of Trans Am, it is that Mark Donohue Penske Javelin versus that yellow school bus Bud Moore car.
You could go back to 1970, pull out an issue of National Speed Sport News, and you're going to see that exact picture.
Yeah. And look, another lead change.
Because it happened more than once around the country as they all went to battle.
And it was in the Bud Moore cars, it seemed to be, it was sometimes Fulmer and it was sometimes Parnelli.
Right.
But the three of them just went at it. So look at that going into the Cube 3 section. Dreese now kind of into third. We'll call it spiritually in third. He's a lap down, but he's wanting to mix it up with his friends out there in that Chaparral Jim Hall Camaro.
Spartanburg, South Carolina's Bud Moore. A war hero, too, Bud Moore.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, absolute World War II war hero. Got to know Bud in the NASCAR garage area.
Ike Keeler.
Very active there for, obviously, decades as well.
Ike Keeler around Tommy Dreese in that Chaparral.
Big man Bud Moore.
Was he?
Yeah, tall. intimidating till you got close because he was such a big man, but then as you got close, he'd smile, and a very warm smile, and welcome you right in with a big hearty handshake.
Well, let's see if Bill Ockerland can keep the lead here as they come around to the Bishop's Bend here at Sebring International Raceway, where the Trans Am Series started in March of 1966.
On a Friday.
Really?
On a Friday, yeah. And the very next day was the 12 Hours of Sebring. And we are down to the last couple of laps here, too, Ben. Yeah, and guess it was won by Jochen Rindt.
Yeah, in an Alfa.
In an Alfa Romeo.
Yeah.
And Bob Tullius won the over category, yeah.
In a car similar to that Grey Ghost, but look at this. Bill Ockerland still has the lead in the Bennett Bridge Hall section, but man, this is so much fun to watch.
And this is where the passes for the lead have been taking place, down the long Ullman straightaway, headed into turn 17. So let's see if that Mustang can get the draft down here again and make something happen.
Well, watch Chris.
Sniffing to the inside. He's right alongside of him. He's got the preferred line going into the final corner, and the Javelin's going to tuck its nose right behind that bright orange Mustang and probably try to do the exact same thing on the next lap.
Yeah, last time Bill Ockerland overtook him in the Penske Javelin. But George Fulmer is here today, and he's seeing his car being piloted by Chris Liebenberg out there running in the top four, and that's got to put a smile on our George Fulmer's 91-year-old face.
Of course, George, one of those in that inaugural induction class into our Trans Am Hall of Fame yesterday. There's the Pontiac, the Grey Ghost.
One of my favorites.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. John Hildebrand.
That car has so much history, and it's, but it was Herb's wife.
Yeah.
Herb Adams. It
First
was her
his dad's car.
Yeah.
First his dad's car, and then the wife
crazy.
inherited it from the father, and the grocery getter becomes a spectacular race car.
It doesn't look like you'd make a race car out of that, but in the hands of Hildebrandt, he is a very good driver. That car is for sale, ladies and gentlemen. Reach out to Mr. Hildebrandt because that car is
Hey,
for
we
sale.
got a new leader.
Look at
Javelin back out front at the Mission Foods Turn 7 area. And Tommy Drees has been hanging with these guys ever since he decided to join the fray. There's the Roy Woods Javelin. Jim Haig. No, that's not Jim.
Ken Epsman.
It's Ken Epsman,
Yep.
That's right.
That's an unbelievable car. Vic Elford, Peter Revson, kind of most famous for that. I think Tony A to Z also ran that car a little bit.
Yeah.
Chris Liebenberg back there in that Budmore yellow Fulmer car. He's just kind of looking around, and he may be there coming into 17.
Okay. So as they say, I'm not going to tell you if I win the lottery, but there might be signs, right? You just won. You get one of these. Which one you taking?
I think I would get the Roy Woods Javelin.
Okay, good choice.
I just
Good
like
choice.
that a lot.
Couldn't go wrong.
But here they come. They're coming up now. They're about maybe the three-quarters. Yeah, I'm going to let you take us away home to the checkered flag.
Beautiful looking car number 14, Ike Keeler, that Mercury Cougar. But we're down the Ullman straightaway for the final time. Who's going to make the pass here, or will there be one? Haig looking to the inside of Ockerland. Javelin on the outside. Mustang to the inside. Under the brakes, tapping it as we go into sunset. And the Budmore Mustang moves to the front. Can the Javelin get back to the inside through the final corner? He's trying. Here comes Ockerland, making a run at their side-by-side, coming to the checkered flag, and the winner will be the Mustang, not by much more than the width of the front bumper.
Unbelievable.
I mean,
love
that was the
Trans Am.
best race of the weekend so far. Well done, gentlemen. Well done.
Jim Haig, Bill Ockerland, Ike Keeler, Chris Liebenberg. Unbelievable. But we're not done yet here, Ralph.
Yeah, Keeler was making a run at him, too, coming out of the final corner. He was pulling it. Was almost three completely side by side.
Can Jeff O'Neill hang on with that Parnelli Jones Mustang?
Yeah, he's going to get there. And the Grey Ghost making a run at the finish as well. Well, that was thrilling.
It is hard not to smile when you watch historic Trans Am, knowing what these drivers go through. It would be a lot easier for them to go back to some more modern brakes and make these cars a little bit more modernized with the technology we have, but they are such stewards to preserving the heritage of these Trans Am cars. It's much harder to keep these cars preserved as they are and race them like this than it is a normal SVRA Group 6 car. So hats off to you, gentlemen.
Haig and Ackerland idling around on the cool-down lap.
Chris Liebenberg with 3 Dog Garage. He's got to have the biggest smile on his face there in that school bus. And then Tommy Dreesy. I like Tommy. I've got to give you some style points for you. Just wanted the leaders to come by just to play with them. I love it.
We'll see Tommy in action with our Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli tomorrow. There goes your Roy Woods car.
Our friend Boy from New York has joined us. He's a regular in our chat room. And he said he had a 67 Cougar that was a drag race car. But everybody is, like, in all caps, just loving this race at Historic Trans Am. So thanks for joining us.
If you didn't enjoy that one, Historic Trans Am just isn't for you, right?
Yeah. I would say check your pulse.
Yeah, that too.
But every sticker, every little badge on the cars has to be as it was at one of the races in Trans Am back in the day. And I think Vic Elford won in that Chaparral in 1970 in Watkins Glen. Maybe our experts on here can correct me if I'm wrong. And Romano in that Camaro had a great race. There's Epsman waving to the corner workers. Thank you, Ken Epsman, for another great outing of Historic Trans Am. It was kind of Tom McIntyre and Ken Epsman's for a while, and now the torch has been passed in Historic Trans Am to Bill Ockerland and Ken Adams. And knowing all 4 of those gentlemen, they all love Historic Trans Am, and I feel like they have passed it to 2 new torchbearers in Ken Adams and Bill Ockerland. So I can't wait to see what they do with Historic Trans Am. In just a few weeks, they're going to be at Charlotte at the new track.
Yes,
they're going to be the
10/10s.
first race cars on that track running, and that's going to be really neat. I was communicating with Ray Evernham and his people that are helping kind of putting that on, so that's going to be a really neat event.
It's going to be first weekend in April. Marcus Smith and Rick Hendrick coming together and opening up a new racetrack called 10/10s. It's not completely a club track, meaning it, condos and all that, but they're headed that way. But they will hold public events there like Historic Trans Am in April.
Not sure what happened to Kevin Sittner there in that Ford Boss 302. And then what happened to Peter Kloot? He just kind of fell away.
Yeah, not sure.
Those good years have stopped rolling.
Look at the stance on that thing.
It looks fast, and I know it's not
moving. It looks mean, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's not right now, but it looks mean. All right, well, while they take care of getting him off the racetrack, Kevin, we'll have somebody over to you soon. We will be right back for more racing action from here at Sebring International Raceway. Stay with us.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship, so you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
The Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour returns to Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, March 21st through the 23rd, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, International GT, PSSA, FRP, and the Janetta Challenge. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the Road Atlanta Speed Tour, March 21st through the 23rd. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Sebring Live. Looking in here as we get ready for SVRA Groups 6 and 12A, Ben.
Yeah, so happy to be back here at the Sebring Speed Tour. We love starting here at Sebring. So much history has been made here, and we've got some history happening here with SVRA. So we were wondering what happened to Peter Kloot in that last historic Trans Am. Well, he's there in position number 1 in his Group 6 Chevrolet Corvette. So he must have just come into pit lane to duck in there as they come around this Bennett Bridge Hull section. Then Phil Lasco, then Gary Moore in that Shelby GT350, John Strauss, Jonathan DeGainer in that Devon Evolution, Renee Tursilla, who's going to be crowned our champion tonight in that Ford Mustang FP350S, Alan Davison, Wyatt Dallenbach, Wally's son, Carlos Gann, Samuel Lecomte, Maurizio Sarasoli, Sebastian Coppola, Chris Boutillier, Steve Yarborough, Fred Benedict, Victor Korda, Ed Boyajian, and Robert Damler, and then John Coyle runs up our group as they come down here to Sunset under the Mission Bridge. We have 2 Mission Bridges here at Sebring, and then we're going to let Ralph take us away to the green flag. But I love your style, Ralph. You like to hear the noise as much as I do as they come into one.
Oh, yeah, and crank up the volume on that big Corvette. Can't wait to hear that thing come thundering by our broadcast booth with Peter Kloot behind the wheel. As they come out of the final corner, we're looking at the flag stand, waiting for the green. Waiting. There we go. Hard into the throttle. Here we come. And that big old Corvette leads them all down into turn number 1. Couple of Mustangs coming up the inside.
John DeGainer around the outside in that Devon.
But Peter Kloot's going to lead him through 1, through 2, and on to 3.
Now, Ralph, you may not know this, but Gary Moore, Peter Kloot go way back, and they're battling for first and second. And there's a little bit of a rivalry there, so we may see something incredible here today, folks.
Well, and of course, you got Ford versus Chevrolet. That always gets interesting, too, right?
Yeah, well, let's ask our comments section. Is it Ford? Is it Chevrolet? Or are there any Mopar fans out there? Uh-oh.
Well, here we go with a move up the inside. That's the 14 machines. Is that John Strauss? Yeah, I believe it is. Strauss making the move, taking over the lead.
John's in the green car. I'm not sure. Yeah, I always know John is in that lime green car.
All right.
So that's
Phil Lasco.
Yep.
Phil Lasco in his Ford Mustang.
And Phil Lasco races in TA2 with us sometimes as well. But just love these Group 6. American muscle cars is Group 6 from basically 1972 or older. Group 12 is big bore production cars from 1973 or newer. And a few Porsches wrapped around in there as well. But watch for Peter Kloot. Once his tires come to him, he's got a lot of power. Let's see if he can get back up there with Phil Lasco.
And just for fun and a little different engine note, right there you see the white one going by. That's the 288. Seb Coppola brought out his Ferrari 458 Challenge Series machine, which is a beautiful car.
He has another Ferrari here this weekend as well that we saw him in. He's also the president of the Formula 5000 Club.
Yep.
Here they come.
Let's see that Corvette if it can stretch its legs out here and reel that Mustang back in.
Since Peter Kloot is in a Group 6 GT Corvette, that either means he's got a big block in that thing or he's got some upgraded brakes. So let's see if he can catch up to Phil Lasco, who is also a very talented driver. There's that blue dot I was talking about on the bridge. That is the smoothest line around 17. It's a little bit counterintuitive, but if you go right under that blue dot, that's what Skip Barber and Jim Pace would teach you to do. So it's Ford, Chevy, Ford, and then a Devon, which I believe is part MGA, part Corvette engine. It's just kind of put together. It's got an MGA frame in the rear. It's got a 327 Corvette engine. John DeGainer's father raced that back in the 60s, and now he's still racing it here in Sebring in the Group 6 GT category.
Bit of a Frankenstein.
Yeah. And what's funny about vintage racing, a lot of people don't know this, these drivers and owners are constantly developing these cars. They're still developing because technology changes, tire compounds change, shocks change. So it's really fun to watch.
There's a good look at it right there. Harder in the brakes for Mission Turn 7.
There's John Strauss and that green Mustang coming side by side.
He's making a move alongside the 9. I believe that was Samuel LeCompte in his Chevrolet Camaro.
Yep. That's a new car. I haven't seen Sam LeCompte in that. And then we see Renee Trisilla going around the long way.
I think that was Fred Benedict, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, the cars look alike.
Yeah, I think Fred just did the smart thing there and got off the gas and a little light on the brake pedal to let it roll through the...
I'm glad you caught that because Renee would text me so mad that I called him wrong on that. Sorry about that, Renee.
Hey, it happens. Especially when you have cars that look very similar.
It is crazy, though. These are what I consider modern Mustangs versus vintage Mustangs. They're still doing very similar lap times.
Isn't that something?
So I've got a trivia question for you.
Oh, we lost Peter Kloot.
Yeah, we did. Uh-oh. Again.
Peter Kloot is gone in the... Well, maybe he's got another race coming up.
I doubt it. But that's Wimbledon white on those Shelby GT350s. But who knows the name of the blue?
Well,
he told me yesterday.
The American Racing Stripes.
Do you know the answer? There's a code name for it.
I'm sure there is a code name.
Where's our comment section on this one?
But I do know that the reason why it's blue and white is because that was the colors of...
That's our FIA colors.
Yeah, the FIA colors
for America.
White and blue or blue with white.
That's why the Speed Tour is blue and white.
Yeah.
There's John DeGainer coming into Q3 Architecture Turn 1. Look at the setup of this car.
So don't leave me hanging. What is the code?
I don't know. I'm asking he told me, and my attention deficit has gotten me, so I'm hoping that our experts know here. And Jerry Robinson, Jerry, I'm sad you're not here. Jerry Robinson, former champion, also Amateur Mechanic of the Year in his green Dodge Viper. He always says Mopar or no car, but look at that Jägermeister Porsche. I love that car.
You know, there's a whole series of those Jägermeister liveried race cars, and they're all stunning. Something about that orange, that Jägermeister orange, just made for a tremendous-looking machine. Seen the Porsche 935 in Jägermeister colors. There's a 962 running around, 956, I believe, as well.
Look at how tight they are. Gosh, come on, gentlemen. Let's get through there.
And if I'm not mistaken, there's also a 934 Porsche in Jägermeister colors out there.
So Joe Nardo, my hero for the day, Guardsman Blue. That is absolutely correct. And then
Thank you, Joe.
Alex Cox says Grabber Blue is the Ford Boss 302.
Right.
But Guardsman Blue is the name of those stripes on those Shelby GT350s.
Top of that Wimbledon white.
We've got some experts in our comment section here.
That we do. And is it the color combination or the design of the car? Because it's such a simple paint scheme, right? We know why it's there, but it's a simple color scheme. But it just looks so good, doesn't it?
Yeah. I've often wondered, like, I love the C-Type and D-Type Jag. Is that because I love the design or I love that
British
they won
racing
everything?
green.
You know what I mean? So is the design of that car, the Shelby, so good because it looks good as a design or because it was such a good car that you fall in love with the paint scheme of it? I don't know.
Yeah. It is a great-looking car. There's no doubt about it. And Carroll and his guys certainly tweaked it to the perfection, didn't they?
Yeah. So Phil Lasco, the class of the field in this, great race in there from Phil Lasco in that red Ford Mustang GT. I wish they had the years on our timing sheets here.
I was thinking the same thing.
Definitely a more modern of the Mustangs.
Yeah.
And then there is Gary Moore. Gary Moore, it's funny because most of the people, they think if you're driving a Ford, you're going to be kind of against Chevy or Dodge. But he has Calvin sticker urinating on a Porsche logo because all these American muscle cars hate to be passed by these Porsches and Jaguar more sporty cars like that Jägermeister Porsche there.
Well, if you love Corvettes like I do, nice to see Steve Yarborough out here with his as well. You just saw it go by. There he is, just in front of the Jägermeister Porsche.
Look at that thing. Just when they get on the brakes,
right?
you know, and you don't know which way it's going. So I'm guessing because it's not a split window, that must be a 64, 65.
Yeah.
But what I love about vintage racing, Ralph, is totally different. So you've got an air-cooled rear-engine car versus a front-engine, rear-wheel drive, just monster like that. But they're doing very similar lap times. There were so many different variations on how people did cars back in the day. Where now more modern racing, all the cars kind of look the same.
So the other thing I like about vintage racing too, Ben, is that there's a little something for everybody, right? No matter what style of sports car racing you like, you're pretty much going to see all of it there.
Yeah.
And if you go to a big enough vintage event, you're going to see open wheel machines and you're going to see every kind of closed wheel car possible, sedan racing, you name it, prototypes and so forth and so on. The other thing is the cacophony of sound. Because you can just stand there on a long straightaway and just listen to all those different engine notes go by.
I love also the shot that we just had of Robert Daimler and John Coyle fighting for the back and fighting wheel to wheel at the back. And that's where I am when I race. I'm at the very far back of the field, but having the biggest smile on my face and having just a great time.
Well,
and, if you have somebody to run with, that's what it's all about.
Vintage racing shouldn't be all about the wins. It's got to have a lot to do with the grins too, right?
Yeah. So here it is, right here. Here's the battle
you were talking about, and look at the move to the inside.
Maybe the best battle on the track right now.
To those two, it is. Oh, it's going to get a little crazy too. Dipping the wheel. Boy, look out!
Save it.
Keep it off the barriers. Oh, great bit of defensive driving too.
So I'll take blame for that, John Coyle, because you missed my mission banner that I put up there, the brake marker. I think he tried to miss that, and then he overcorrected. So I'll take the blame on that. I'm sorry about that. But John DeGaynor behind Gary Moore. These are two good friends. I just saw John DeGaynor heating up his brakes into turn 3, but there's that Corvette again. Look at him. When he gets hard on the brakes, each of these older Corvettes, they shift about 1.5 feet to the left or the right, and it's up to the driver. It's almost a guessing game. Which way is it going to shift when I get on the binders here? And that Porsche, you can see, is just planted like a Porsche would be.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what happens as they go into Q3 Architecture Turn 1.
Oh, man.
Oh, John
DeGaynor
in
Turn 7.
Around Gary Moore. Gary Moore's not going to like that. In that Shelby GT350. Ed Boyajian. That muscle.
Oh, and the Camaro is off as well. Car number 9.
Sam LeCompte.
Yep.
He is a part owner of Eagles Canyon. We're going to be at the Eagles Canyon Speed Tour in just a few weeks.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to going there. I've never been there.
I haven't either, and I've heard great things just outside of Dallas, Texas. We're going to make a big event out of that, so hang tight for the Eagles Canyon Speed Tour with a huge car show. That should be Robert Damler coming down the back straight because he lost his driving partner, John Coyle, and I bet you he was just as disappointed. Now, do you prefer the fastbacks or the notchbacks like that?
Fastback guy for sure.
I do too, yeah. And I kind of thought everybody did, but no, there's a huge fan base for those, just like Fox bodies and the more modern ones.
No, if you gave me a 65 fastback, I think that's probably the hot ticket there.
Yeah, I like that. Or the Boss 302s.
Well, 65 certainly in a street car. Maybe the Boss 302 in the race car, right?
So Lasco making the pass here, taking the lead, putting him a lap down. But yeah, but I wouldn't complain if you gave me any kind of mistake.
Oh, no.
So John DeGainer now currently in second in that Devon Evolution. He has been a champion many times over in our Group 6 GT, and then Gary Moore in that true Shelby GT 350 from Cobra Automotive.
And, of course, if I had your money, I'd have one of each.
Yeah.
Right?
I've got one of each in a Hot Wheel.
Yeah. Right.
That is Robert Damler coming into Mission Foods Turn 7. We lost some Mission Food signs in the TA2 race
we
today.
Sure have. And it has definitely thrown a lot of drivers off their
So here's two modern
There's
cars.
Seb in the Ferrari 458 Challenge Series car.
And those cars sound amazing, but you just can't hear it over the roar of these other cars. John Strauss tries to look inside there at 3.
Did you see the P4 replica that Seb has here this weekend? Ferrari P4.
I was really hoping he was going to run it this weekend on the live stream because beautiful car.
It is absolutely stunning. It has a Ferrari FF engine and a shooting brake engine.
Yeah, he's always bringing out some cool cars with us.
Really nice man.
Yeah, he is. That's Fred Benedict in the Ford Mustang, Group 12 MP4. But there is our leader, Phil Lasco. Phil has had a great race. That car looks planted. I love back in 2005 when Mustang went back to they kind of made silhouette shadow cars of that era Mustang. And I like kind of all the car manufacturers followed suit because they became so popular.
Yeah. Look at that Corvette dancing around under braking. He had that thing sideways setting up for 7, gathers it back up, finds the throttle, and powers away from the Porsche.
But how funny, because what a great juxtaposition, because that Porsche rotates so well.
Perfectly, right?
Let's see if that Devon can catch Phil Lasco in that Group 6 GT car.
Got to be running out of some laps here.
Yep. Everybody's hitting that blue dot so far.
There's the white flag. One more lap to go, so my guess on the laps was about right. Lasco back into turn number 1. Started second here today alongside of Klute. Took over the lead and pulling away.
So John DeGainer is going to be in the Trans Am race with us tomorrow. His father is here watching him drive that Devon Evolution, and he's going to win his Group 6 if he keeps it up like that. And there's Maurizio, one of my favorite people in the paddock, always has a smile, has just such a fun time out there in that beautiful Porsche, the Group 12 911.
Maurizio Cerasoli?
I believe. When he says it, it sounds like music.
Well,
when I say it, it does not. So Phil Lasco with about a half a lap to go here at Sebring International, 3.74 miles around this track. It had many different configurations, and in the early days, I don't see how they navigated. They just had little peach buckets?
Yeah.
The little peach buckets you get at like a farmer's market. That's how they lined the track, and there are many stories of people getting lost at night during the 12-hour.
Being from around here, they're probably orange buckets.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Lots and lots of orange groves down here.
Getting some great images here from the new production company Thank you guys so much for coming out. Some great camera operators. The drone has made my stomach drop on the 2 starts that I've gotten to see from the drone. And as the cars come through Bennett Bridge Hall. But take us home, Ralph, because Phil Lasco is about to take the checkered.
Working our way around on the final time. Out onto the Ullman straightaway. Lasco has had a picture-perfect run in his Ford Mustang GT. Once he got around Clute, the challenges pretty much went away. All he has left to do is navigate the tricky final corner here at 17, which he does with ease. Checkered flag awaits, and like that, Phil Lasco goes to the top step of the podium with a win here today in a Ford Mustang GT after starting the day in second. DeGainer finishes second place.
First place, Group 6, though.
First place in Group 6. And then third across the line
is Gary Moore. Gary Moore is actually Group 6 BP, so they're all first in the way that we score it with the SVRA. I love that Ford Boss 302. That's John Cloud's car. Kurt Vogt's run it a little bit. That Grabber Blue, as we were talking about in the comment section, but that's Wally Dallenbach's son in that car here today. So it's just so cool. There's John Strauss. There's that Ferrari. I'm not a big modern car person, but I do like the 458s.
It's a great looking car. Great performing car.
Yeah, I remember when Ferrari went to the 488. Had a lot of international GT drivers say they prefer the 458. Oh, look at this.
Oh, battling to the finish. The Jägermeister Porsche making a run, but the Corvette's going to thunder its way to the line first.
I love it. This is what vintage racing is all about. The fun that you're having no matter where you are in the pack.
That's right. Rest of the field making its way across the line.
Graham Boyton says a lot of mission signs to replace. You are correct. I'll be here late tonight replacing those signs. So congratulations to Phil Lasco, Jonathan DeGainer, Gary Moore. But it's not over yet for the 572.
Yeah, Ed's making his way through the final corner.
What is a Ford Mustang FR 500S? I'm unfamiliar with that. Do you know what that is?
Sure, Ford Racing, I believe, is the FR part of it. I could be wrong. Let's see.
Sounds good. We have had beautiful weather here at the Sebring SpeedTour.
Sure have.
Which has been very welcome because a lot of our drivers have come down from like the Connecticut, Vermont, New Hampshire areas. So they're loving it. You can see the corner worker waving as they come into pit lane.
Yes, Ford Racing Mustang is what the FR stood for.
What's 500? The 500? Surely not displacement.
Turnkey race car, basically, with a DOT VIN.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take it to a break.
We'll be right back for more from Sebring after this. Stay with us. More racing coming your way live here on this beautiful Saturday afternoon.
Yes. Hon, the weather tech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Sebring SpeedTour, and you can probably hear that I have a smile on my face. I have a lot of really good friends in this group right there. Frank Markham in that group, in that number 9 Red Bull car. So this is SVRA Group 10. Group 10 is kind of like a catch-all group with SVRA. Purpose-built race cars, tube frame cars that would have run in the Xfinity, late model cars, NASCAR, Top Cup Series, Trans Am, GTU, GTO, but then we also have some modern GT cars like Porsches and Ferraris out here. But this is going to be a really fun race because we are joined by the legend Front Row Joe Nemechek starting in second. Starting in first is Ryan Gemmel in a Toyota Camry. Front Row Joe starting second in a Chevy Silverado. One of my longtime friends in SVRA, Shannon Ivey, is in a Chevrolet Monte Carlo Group 10. Kurt Vogt is in a Ford Thunderbird stock car. Jeff Rocco in that Pontiac Grand Prix Miller Genuine Draft car. Then Frank Markham in that Ford Taurus Red Bull. Mark Mercurio, usually in a TA2 car in SVRA. This time he's in a Toyota Camry. We'll see what happens there. Glenn Stiers in a Toyota Camry stock car. Sam LeCompte in a Chevy Silverado Group 10 stock car truck. Scott Frazier, one of my good friends in that Dodge Charger. Scott Frazier went from a Austin Healey Bug-Eye Sprite to a stock car. And he's just having so much fun. And Carlos Gann, I think he's in your favorite, that Ricky Rudd car you were telling me about. And I think that's my favorite too. Donnie Etherly in a Chevrolet Monte Carlo stock car. Now we go to the 10 GT cars. Charles Wicht, look out for him in that Porsche GT3 Cup car. David Jans in a Riley and Scott Mustang. Alex Pratt in a Porsche 992. Mark Sandridge, hopefully he made it out there after that International GT race in a Porsche 911 Cup car. Ike Keeler in that Oldsmobile Cutlass Rocket Sports car. So who would have been, would that be Irv Hare? Who would have driven that? Or Brassfield, maybe? Brassfield, okay. Darren Brassfield in that car.
And Darren is here this weekend.
He is? I haven't seen him.
Yeah, I saw him in the paddock earlier.
Nice. That's DJ there in that beautiful car, DJ Jans in that Riley and Scott Mustang. Then Rick Wolsifer in that Chevrolet Camaro. I've got a great story about him. Alan Davison with FPEC in a Ford Mustang. Steve Schuler in a Chevrolet Corvette. Michael Kern in a Chevrolet Camaro, and John Kyle, 25 cars in Group 10. I think we are going to have a split start with the stock cars and the GT cars. So let us know. We've got some NASCAR cars out there. Who's your favorite NASCAR? What's your favorite era of NASCAR? And let us know if you know anything about these cars or drivers here and who you're rooting for. But Ralph, as that Janetta leads down this first group, didn't ever think I'd say pickup truck coming into sunset here at Mission Foods. I drive my pickup truck every night and every morning to check on all my brake markers and make sure nothing blew over, but I like that Rusty Wallace Miller Genuine Draft car there of Jeff
That
Rocco.
was a iconic look that Rusty had. I'll tell you a little story about that when we get going.
Now, would that be a Mark Martin Valvoline Group?
That is actually a Smoke and Joe's Jimmy Spencer car that has been repainted into the Mark Martin livery. And we're coming to the green flag here. Green waves and we're underway, and they're going to go 3 wide headed to turn number 1. Who's going to get there first? Nemechek trying for the outside line, but it looks like Gemmel's going to be the first one there. And then here comes our second wave. And the Oldsmobile, the Mustang on the outside, the Oldsmobile coming up from 4th. There's that number 3 Shell Zone liveried Mustang of David Jans. Riley and Scott car.
We call him DJ Jans. One of the people that I would credit with saving the Trans Am series, DJ Jans, and also came up with our Young Guns concept is Joe follows his friend Ryan Gemmel into Mission Foods Turn 7, then Shannon Ivey, Kurt Vogt, and then Jeff Rocco.
There goes that Ricky Red Motorcraft Ford and the old Clint Boyer Jack Daniels machine.
The Porsches are to the back of the stock cars. So we're going to see some very mixed group, very similar lap times in totally different ways is the stock cars versus these modern Porsche. The Porsches have all the brakes and balance, and the stock cars have all the power and no brakes or balance.
No.
Now look at the different eras. You've got the car of tomorrow out there. You've got what I consider like the stock car era. There's that car of tomorrow. And then you've got back when the cars actually looked like the cars they were representing.
Yeah, the COT is definitely not my favorite look for NASCAR machines.
Talking to Paul Menard last year, he's our TA champion, and he loves the TA car because it feels like the car right before the car tomorrow, where he thinks NASCAR got it absolutely correct.
Yeah. And the worst part was when they had the car tomorrow, and then the cars, you go to Pocono, and the cars were crabbing down the straightaways because they were tweaking the bodies so much to get the air onto those rear spoilers and get it off the spoiler one part onto the spoiler and another, and it just did not look good at all.
Look at front row Joe there in that pickup truck right behind Gemmel coming into turn one. You can see the bouncing there, and this is the first time I've seen Joe in that truck. I don't know if he had an incident and had to put a new body on it, but I've never seen Joe running around without anything on the body, but look at that.
Well, we know this one had an incident earlier today, and they've got it put back together and looking sharp. And
so that the Shell Zone and the Oldsmobile are about the same era Trans Am.
They sure are, and that Jack Daniels livery was one of the best, I think, and a perfect match between Jack Daniels and Clint Boyer.
Yeah.
When it comes to picking the right guy to be your ambassador.
I agree, yeah. I don't know, though, that DuPont of Jeff Gordon, I don't know if it's because Jeff Gordon just won so much, but there's something about that DuPont livery to me.
Well,
I just think that's a good-looking livery.
It was radically different, right? There was nothing like that. Designed by my dear friend, Lord rest his soul, Sam Bass, who came up with that livery. And at one point in time, Sam had designed 40 of the 43 paint schemes that started the Daytona 500.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he was an incredible racing artist, and he's the one that came up with the legendary Jeff Gordon Rainbow Warrior look, and it is certainly one of the most iconic paint schemes of all time in NASCAR competition.
Now, being from St. Louis, I have to like Shannon Ivey and the Budweiser car. Because St. Louis is funded completely by Budweiser.
Yeah,
and Anheuser-Busch.
No doubt about it.
And Shannon's running third right behind front row Joe. And this is like, think about, you've been a racing fan your whole life, and now you're in a stock car behind one of your heroes. Could be Joe Nemechek out there, could be Bill Elliott out there. Ray Evernham's come out here with us. You know, so talking to Frank Markham, who one time at the Midi got to share the podium with Bill Elliott, it's like one of the highlights of his life.
Yeah,
you know?
Certainly. And you talk about the Budweiser car. Of course, Bill spent quite a bit of time driving the Budweiser car for Junior Johnson. And Joe Nemechek, originally from Florida, now living in the Mooresville, North Carolina area.
Did you ever think a Ford Thunderbird would look small against a Porsche?
No, no.
That was a kind of a weird view there, because you think of a Ford Thunderbird as kind of a bigger sedan, and then that Porsche dwarfed it.
Yeah. Well, 911s have certainly gotten heftier over the years, right? They've gone from being a true, very nimble sports car to more of a grand touring sports car these days, for the streets, certainly. Well, they're still tremendous race cars.
So Ryan Gemmel in that Xfinity car is still in the lead. Ryan Gemmel and Joe Nemechek, they're kind of partners there, and they're always building and working on the cars. Ryan, a fantastic driver, followed by Joe Nemechek. And I don't know if it doesn't seem like sometimes good drivers follow behind somebody and they work out where they're going to pass them. It doesn't seem to me like Joe has an answer yet for Ryan.
Not yet, but he might just be sizing up, letting his buddy lead a few laps, and then I'll lead the most important one, right?
Yeah.
Only need to lead one. Joe, as we mentioned, is a Busch Series champion before it became the Xfinity Series. He won the Busch Series championship. He also ran quite a few Truck Series races but he never won in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, which is kind of surprising.
Did you just jinx Joe Nemechek here?
Well,
now that he's in a truck.
Yeah, but I mean, not in a full-blown points-paying NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series event. But I find that shocking because Joe was a winner in basically everything he ever sat in, including the Cup Series, and he's an extremely talented driver. And he ran quite a few Truck Series races. I'm just surprised they never all came together for him.
There he is. But speaking of Joe Nemechek, you see that car, that very vanilla-looking car. We're at Watkins Glen, where some of the best ice cream in the world is. We're at the same ice cream place. He gets a cup of vanilla ice cream. As a longtime Joe Nemechek admirer, I was thinking at least sprinkles or something, but just vanilla with a spoon. I was surprised by that.
Yeah.
The Interstate Batteries car, Norm Miller car. But there is the Carlos Gann car. But here we go, back to
the
front
ice
row.
cream at Watkins Glen. Don't let the folks at Road America hear you say that.
Yeah, the Dairy State. No, that's also very good. What's the Gessert's in downtown Elkhart Lake has some of the best ice cream in the world. That's what I am a connoisseur of, if you haven't noticed.
Listen, I'm here to help. If you need somebody to ride shotgun with you when you go for ice cream, you just let me know.
Oh, here we go.
Here comes Joe to the inside, and he's going to make that move. Now can he pull away? And look at how quickly he puts 2 car lengths on him. So I think he was just waiting for the right moment.
And turn 10 happened to be that, but Ryan's giving it right back to him. I never thought I would be announcing a race of a pickup truck and a Camry. But look at that around Bishop's Bend. Another great Trans Am car there. And then from my area of the country, Jack Daniels, about an hour outside. I live in Franklin, Tennessee, and they're in Lynchburg, Tennessee. Anytime anybody comes to visit, we take them on a tour of that. It is a great tour and has this barn that you go in that is the best smelling barn you'll ever go in your life.
Oh, I bet. I've never had the chance to do that. I need to come see you, apparently.
He's right behind him.
He is right there with him.
You got to think the draft behind that truck is quite large.
Oh, yeah. Especially in that Xfinity car sitting a lot lower. Let that air go right over the front of it. If you were to see the side shot, we just saw them come past us here in our broadcast booth. He's closing up a little bit, but it was about a full car length when they came by us. The Toyota's starting to get a little looser. The Camry's slinging that back end. There goes the Budweiser machine.
Shannon Ivey, one of my favorite drivers. He used to race Group 6, super well prepared Camaro, and he's moved into the stock cars. There's Frank Markham in that Red Bull car. Frank Markham, good friend of mine. And then the Good Boy Vodka car. I think that's Charles Wicht, the leader in our 10 GT4 category. Charles Wicht has been with us many times with IGT, but I think they're preparing for the 12 hours, so they couldn't race in IGT because they're running the Michelins. And so he's here just getting some testing, getting some time. He'll be here, I believe, in the 12 hours of Sebring.
You can see Joe had opened up a pretty good gap. There's that Rusty Wallace Miller Genuine Draft number 2 that he would have drove for Penske Racing. That is a true Rusty car. Stopped by and talked with the guys about that. And I was telling you I was going to tell you a little story about that car. When they debuted that paint scheme, I got asked by Rusty and the crew to go to Rockingham Speedway, North Carolina Motor Speedway there in Rockingham, North Carolina, on a very chilly weekday to shoot a commercial, to be one of the crew guys in the commercial. And the car had a different color to the number 2, the numeral, and to the words Miller Genuine Draft. It was more of a shiny metallic kind of look to the car. Looked fantastic, but they said, yeah, take a picture of it because it'll be the last time you see it. I said, oh, why is that? And they said, well, as we see it change for the lead here, and Gemmill getting by around Joe, and Nemechek now slips back to second. They said they found in the wind tunnel that those brighter, cooler looking stickers were a little bit thicker than what you see on there now, and the airflow is better with what you have on there now. And that's what they went with.
That is crazy. I also mentioned that I'd tell the story about Wolsifer, who's out there in the Chevy Camaro. So we were at Mid-Ohio last year. They release from the grid, and it starts pouring. On the slickest track that we run is Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, and it's terrible, absolutely terrible in the rain. And he's out there in a TA2 car and set the record in the rain on slicks, the slowest lap ever at Mid-Ohio, but he came in one piece, which it was one of the most heroic drives I've ever seen in my life. And so hats off to Rick Wolsifer, setting some records in different ways at Mid-Ohio last year.
Saw Mark McCurry on the number 55 Toyota Camry.
That's a beautiful car. There's Alan Davison, FPEC. If you've ever eaten a chicken nugget, that came from FPEC.
Yeah, I was talking to him about that earlier in the weekend. And the hamburgers a lot too, and quite a few other things. He makes the machines that actually makes
the food processing equipment company. Yeah, they're just in Arkansas, I believe Bentonville, Arkansas.
He also runs a Panos here as well. Yeah, he's neighbors with Mark Martin.
Oh wow, okay. But look at that now. Gemmel has got a pretty good run on Joe.
He sure does.
Look at that thing bounce through Bishop's
Did you see it picking up the left front?
Yeah. I love having Joe Nemechek in the paddock. Just always a fun person. Loves hanging out with the vintage drivers, loves telling stories, but then super competitive. You know, I've never seen a professional race car driver like him lose that competitive edge.
No, they're a great family, and we talked about Martha, his mom, earlier, and his dad, of course, and his brother John, and now John Hunter, his son, his wife Andrea. Just a great racing family. Good friends. Love seeing them around town.
Checkered flag is coming out.
And there it is. Checkered flag waves.
I'm sorry, I missed the white flag, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
didn't see it either. And Ryan will take the win over Joe. The Xfinity car beating the truck. And here comes the number 8 of Shannon Ivey. His Budweiser-backed Chevy Monte Carlo taking third.
There's Wolsifer.
Overall.
Yeah. There's Mercurio. They just bounce, don't they? They just bounce through 17.
Yeah.
Great race by Jeff Rocco again.
That Glenn Styrie's 87, I'm wondering if that was a Nemechek car too.
Maybe. It was funny, a couple years ago at Indy, we had Joe Nemechek passing the Joe Nemechek car. And I was wondering if that was just weird for him. You know, we had a couple Joe Nemechek cars. We've had Bill Elliott at Road Atlanta with 4 Bill Elliott cars on the track at the same time. So we had like 9A, 9AB, 9BC. It was a weird time for the announcers because there were 4 of the exact same looking cars on track. Carlos Gann coming in with that Thunderbird. I just love that car.
That's the era of NASCAR. I think I really like that era. The Chevy Monte Carlos and oh no, Davison off course.
What is that on the back suspension there? You see that?
Back below the fuel cell there?
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure. Don't want to hazard a guess because I'll probably be wrong, and everybody on the internet there will let me know that.
Well, you know what's funny? Jim Barfield, longtime crew chief mechanic with Bill Elliott, is here this weekend, and I put under Scott Borchetta's Bill Elliott car, I put on the right front a camera looking at the wheels, and then he called me and explained to me what I was seeing with the brake rotors and the suspension. And it is amazing, these mechanics, what they know about physics, you know, and the things that they know. Because to my uneducated eye, I just saw the brake rotors lighting up. But he was telling me all the things that were wrong with it, and he needs to realign this and do this with that. And it was amazing. It's like I went to school for a second.
Yeah, and you did.
But I didn't understand what he was. I understood the words he was saying, but in that order, it was a foreign language to me.
Sure. All right, well, as the music pots up, we're going to take a quick break here and step away. Me and Lovell from earlier in the day in our TA2 race. We're coming back to Sebring. We got more racing still to come your way.
on. The WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Sebring International Raceway, 3.74 miles, about maybe 1.5 feet of elevation. One of the most fun but also rough tracks. You go down the start, the turn Cube 3 Architecture's turn 1 into turn 3. That's the Cube 3 section of the track. And then you get off of the old runway onto some asphalt, 15 different surfaces under the bridge, and then a long top gear, long drive into turn 7, down to usually the lowest gear, the second lowest gear, into Mission Foods turn 7, back through 8 and 9, an unbelievable section that if you get that section wrong, you could lose a whole second and a half. Then to turn 10, 11, 12, 13, the really twisty bits through the tower turns and Bishop's Bend into the Bennett Bridge Hall section of the track. And this is one of the most important sections of the track. You'll see a lot of passing. If you get this section wrong and you don't set yourself up for an almost 3/4 of a mile straightaway into Sunset, into turn 17, one of the roughest sections of the track, back to the lots of fun out there as you see Michelle and Eric Whitnable hosting, giving our Summit $50 to the podium finishers. They can go to Summit, order some parts, and they can get $50 off of the parts that they order with our great partners of Summit Racing. And you see some great shots here of our pickup truck. And then Shannon Ivey. There's DJ Jans, one of the people that I credit with saving the Trans Am Series and keeping it running. So thank you, DJ, and the brains behind the Young Guns Challenge. We get a great shot looking down here at that front straight, Cube 3 Architecture's turn 1 at Sebring International Raceway, which, as we spoke about, you're looking down the runway for the B-17s and the B-24s, and then this is the purpose-built racetrack part, turn 7, the famous hairpin. There's stories of Sterling Moss asking for a Coke in his race, and one of his crew handed it off to him at the hairpin. He drank it and then gave him back an empty bottle as he's driving in the 12 hours. We do have a lot of spectators here at the Sebring Speed Tour. Speedtour.net for tickets for tomorrow. It is going to be an absolute blast. I was talking to Wayne Estes, the president of Sebring, and this is their second largest spectator event of the year behind the 12 hours. And the staff here at Sebring are absolutely phenomenal to work with. Coming up next, we have the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli qualifying in TA, and then XGT, SGT, and GT. That should be a lot of fun to watch. So stay tuned for that as the Trans Am cars, the ground pounders, you can see part of the airport there. Still an active airport, still active runway, but basically we took over half of the runway for the B-17s and B-24s back in World War II. This is our 2025 Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli event schedule. You can see the national championship goes to all of the best tracks in North America. I say North America because we do visit Ron Fellows' Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. And what a track and what an event it was. Unbelievable. Maybe one of my favorites from last year. Just some unbelievable fans. We had about 40,000 fans there. So if you have a passport, try to make it up to Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. You will not be disappointed as they release the Trans Am cars coming on track right now. So the Trans Am cars coming on track now. Let me explain the rules of Trans Am qualifying. We have these great Pirelli P0s. A Trans Am race is 100 miles or 75 minutes, whichever comes first, but they have to run the tires that they qualified on. So everybody's trying to make the fastest lap in the least amount of laps as they can, because Sebring can wear out tires with 15 to 17 different racing surfaces dating back to the early 40s. Some of the surfaces, they want to try to get their fastest lap within lap 3 or 4. So they're going to go out there and warm up the tires as quickly as they can. You'll see some of these teams and competitors almost work together on this first opening lap so that everybody, and they'll space themselves apart in a way that they can get those flyers in. And it's a funny thing to work with your competitors, but that's just what they have to do in this kind of driving.
Well, and you got to have a little bit of respect for your fellow competitor too, right? And make it fair for everybody.
We're seeing there that McNichols of two-time champion Amy Ruman. The fans here at Sebring are some of the most well-educated motorsports fans that we get.
Oh, yeah.
And they do follow the series, and they'll be back here for the 12-hour. It's almost like Green Bay Packer tickets. Like some of these people
they're already
around
lined
here,
up out there. Have you seen them?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Lined up for the 12-hour to get the best camping spots.
They've had the same spots for 30, 40, 50 years. It's families pass it down to families. It is quite a tradition here at the 12-hour.
And you said you haven't been yet?
No, I've been to the 12-hour.
Oh, you have?
Yep.
Okay.
Really liked it.
We need to fix that if you haven't.
I believe I came to either the 11 or the 2012.
Okay.
It was the SVRA was hosting a 50 years of MG racing at Sebring, so I couldn't miss that. As an MG fan, I could not miss that.
No. That'd be a good one. Paul Menard at the front. Something he's very accustomed to.
Running that Pittsburgh paints, which is the Menards family of brands, their paints. And a really neat livery. One that I'm not used to seeing him in. You know, all last year he was in that green Menards. I'm a Midwest kid, so I know Menards very well. And then Masood is out there. A driver that has been with us for a long time in Trans Am, but missed last year and is back with us. So it's great to have him back out there. Watch out for Brent Cruz in that number 70. But now you're going to start to see these heat up. So right now we've got Paul Menard out there. We've got David Pinteric. So Paul Menard, their first out lap was a 2:27. But now watch for these lap times to drop by about 30 seconds. So we're right on board with Tommy Dreese, Trent Shoring Company, and celebrating 50 years. So Ralph, you know more about this than I do. Walk us through this in-car. So now he's up to 100 miles an hour, approaching turn 10.
Yep, you're seeing on the left brake and throttle, the onboard camera looking at Tommy. Got your RPMs in yellow across the top.
Now he's going to have to go through the dust, and that's not what you want when you're qualifying, because now you've got all that clag and dust on your tires. He's going to try to get back on the tarmac going counter race, which is never suggested, but this is so important to get this right. And I'm glad that car is loud, because we would be hearing some expletives right now if it wasn't. So this is really going to take him an extra lap now to get all that dust off, and he's probably not going to try to do his flyer until he gets all the dust off of his tires. So I think he's probably added a lap to his qualifying.
You see his best lap and his last lap, which are the same right now.
Coming through the Bennett Bridge Hole section. But there's Paul Menard, last year's champion in the TA Series. And then Chris Dyson now has the time. A 2 flat for Chris Dyson. 2.00.054. Paul Menard is a 2.00632. About a half a second. But look at that. One of my favorites, David Pinteric in that Captain America livery. Oh, Brent Cruz.
Yeah, that's shocking.
TA2 champion.
He was the second quickest for a while here.
Not sure what's happened here. TA2 champion 2023.
Here's Wally. One of the newest members of the inaugural class of the Trans Am Hall of Fame as of last night.
Well deserved. 2-time back-to-back Trans Am champion.
And a tip of the visor to his brother Paul, who just got named as an inductee in 2025 into the Pikes Peak Hall of Fame.
Sin of the internet is saying, how is this free? This is amazing. Well, thank you. And we like to, you know, Why this is free is because of all of our incredible sponsors and marketing partners like Cube 3, like Pirelli, like Mission Foods, Optima, Jim Weed, Sunoco, Bennett, Bridge Hall. We have so many great marketing partners and sponsors, and big hats off to them. And also the spectators that come here and support these races. It all helps us do these broadcasts. But here we go, Wally Dallenbach. What are you seeing here, Ralph?
Well, one thing Wally told me is that he was really going to take it easy. He's not so worried about qualifying. He didn't. He knew that come race time, he can get his car to run better over a longer distance and be in a position when we get to the end of the race tomorrow.
The true mark of a champion, really, is how do you finish a race. You know, qualifying is qualifying, but it's where do you finish each race that makes a champion. So sometimes a true champion is super ecstatic about finish seventh or 8th because they have a car that they think should have finished 12th. But if they can bring it home in 7th or 8th and really save that, that's great. They like wins, but sometimes the most important races for drivers is when they have an absolute pig and they can still bring it home somewhat near the front.
One of the things I like is seeing Adam Andretti out here because we saw him have that big wreck in the TA2 race. I wasn't sure if he was going to be feeling up to getting in the race car here.
Yeah, that is a great point. So there's Masoud. His family is going to be watching from the London area in the Middle East. Whenever he's on track with us, we get lit up from there. And there's that ultimate headers of Wally Dallenbach Jr. Kind of a legendary family in racing, the Dallenbachs.
Oh, well, and that was one of the things Wally was talking about with him and his brother both each getting into a Hall of Fame. He's like, you know, my dad, Wally Sr., of course, he goes, he's in every Hall of Fame, as rightly so. He said, so it's pretty, there's Adam dipping a wheel. He said it's pretty cool for the kids to finally see their dads getting in, not just grandpa. Here's Chris Dyson, and I've been thinking a lot in the weeks leading up to this event. How much do you think Chris Dyson has relived the start here last year?
I would guess he
inside of turn 1 there. And
woken up at 4 a.m. with thoughts of that.
Wouldn't you think so? He must have been chomping at the bit to get back here and right what he feels is a wrong in his own mind.
Yeah. I mean, he's had so much success here in 12 hours and in IMSA and in Trans Am. Yeah. But he also is a competitor, and he loves that he has this really stiff competition of the Adam Andretti's and the Paul Menards and the Wally Dallenbach. So I love seeing that. We see the two teammates here with Dreesy Motorsports, Keith Grant and Tommy Dreesy, two very similar looking cars, and there's some gamesmanship behind that. But Paul Menard into the pit, so I think Paul Menard's pretty happy with his lap right now.
Why wouldn't you be with a 157.6?
So Chris Dyson now put together a flyer and take a 1/10 of a second off of his time, exactly a 1/10 of a second.
Or is the smart move what Menard did, and that's park the car, save those tires.
So much strategy to qualifying. John DeGainer in that Ron Fellows AER car.
Another Hall of Famer, Ron Fellows.
He's in my Hall of Fame of just being the nicest guy.
Oh, he's a great guy.
Oh, they're sending Paul back out. They're not happy with that.
No.
Huh. They must have made an adjustment. That's not like them. They're sending him back out. So now he's got to do probably 2 more laps. Well, 3 more laps. Because now he's got to do a warm-up lap, a flyer, cool-down lap. Now we're on board with Chris Dyson. Going slow.
I know.
On the back. And that's America, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep. And we're at 1.
In order? Yeah, we are at 1. I think we have the best schedule in road racing. You look at the tracks that we go to.
It's pretty good, buddy. I got to tell you, it is pretty good.
Not a stinker in the bunch.
No.
Paul Menard going out there on his warm-up lap, looking at all of his gauges, seeing how the car feels. It looks like they did make an adjustment to that front left. Not sure what that was. We lost a lot of those mission boards today.
You're going to be busy this afternoon.
I tell you what, though, there's something psychological with that red and yellow that every time I set those up, I want to go have Mexican food.
Now you just made me hungry. I guess I know where I'm going for dinner tonight, right?
And I love Mexican food. I can have it all the time. Because I was talking to Juan one time. I said, we talk about you every Taco Tuesday. And he said, well, you know you're going to have tacos every day.
Yeah. That you can.
Amy Ruman, two-time champion in that McNichols Chevrolet Corvette. She had a great season last year in that Valley Chevrolet. Great to have Valley back on board with that car. Amy Ruman, basically a true privateer team in Trans Am. It's her dad, her brother-in-law, her mom that run the Ruman Racing.
One of the Dreesy cars is off here. And that is Tommy, isn't it?
Yeah. Tommy missed a setup. Tommy's crew chief is Gary Seelix, Charlie Seelix's son. And it's funny talking to Gary. Gary said, I can visit my dad. My dad made notebooks of setup for each track. And he visits his dad every day and looks at the notebooks for how his dad would set up for Sebring and the notes. And he talks to him all the time. And I think that's really neat.
That's very cool. Share that experience.
And Gary's son is on the crew also.
Oh, that's
it's
right.
Like 3 generations. Something
Charlie
has happened
could set
on
up a
track.
race car, couldn't he?
Yeah, but something has happened. Like there must be a lot of dust or debris or something's happening. Paul Menard still at 157.629. Dyson a tenth of a second behind him. But they're going slower than normal here. Are they coming into the pits? They must be.
Looks like it.
Yeah, they're coming into the pits. Okay. Some great drone shots. That is a daring drone pilot that we have here. Oh, is he going to go under the bridge?
Oh, yeah. And
All right.
Obviously, he's not in the drone, but he is doing it with VR goggles. I don't know where they stationed him. I heard they were going to station him off the backside of the front straightaway tower here. And
it's pretty incredible.
Yeah, what those kids do with those things are amazing.
Yeah. I do like the look of that top liner. Burton Racing Camaro there of Adam Andretti. Claudio Burton, I call him like a mad scientist. It's crazy what he was coming up with. Chrome Moly from Germany, wanted a very rigid car, kind of a new approach to a TA car. Amy Ruman, two-time champion. I believe she's in the oldest chassis in the bunch.
Yeah, and I was going to say, you know, that vet has got some legs and laps on it, but boy, it's still strong, isn't it?
Yeah, very strong, and she is quite the competitor. But I tell you who I wouldn't mess with in the paddock, her mom. She is quite a competitor. I'll come up to her sometimes in the pits to ask her a question, and I can tell she's angry, and I just try to politely walk away. One of the greatest people in the paddock. I absolutely love the Ruman family, but she is a competitor. Trent Shoring is a new sponsor with Tommy Dreesy. And for those of you that don't know, Tommy Dreesy, if you've ever been to a movie theater in the last 20 years and you see the upcoming attractions and the big cardboard cutouts and the 3D displays, that all comes from Dreesy Advertising.
Sure does. Been doing it for years.
Then there's that Ron Fellows car, the true oldest chassis in the field, but Ruman's not too far behind. But that's John DeGainer out there running that in our kind of heritage class. We saw him in that Devon Evolution in Group 6. That's a mean-looking car, that Camaro. So Wally Dallenbach, two-time Trans Am champion, absolute legend, great commentator. We were talking at Mid-Ohio. My son was with me, and I told my son, who doesn't follow motorsports, but he has watched Ricky Bobby and loves it. And I was like, he's the commentator in Ricky Bobby. And then all of a sudden, my son's eyes just lit up. It's like, whoa, that's amazing. And Wally just looked at me like, oh, come on now.
Yeah. Wally and I spent a lot of years doing NASCAR races together on TNT.
And I used to watch him in Trans Am on TNN, the Nashville network.
I
Remember
used
that?
to be on there.
Yeah.
The earliest parts of my career was on TNN.
Yeah, and I was watching it. I grew up in Trans Am in the Tommy Kendall, Boris said that era. When were you doing Trans Am?
Well, let's see. Started doing Trans Am on radio in probably 85, 86.
And isn't it interesting that it's all the same people in the paddock?
For the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot. I saw a lot of them here. Wally would have been there. Darren Brassfield was around then. You know. So Celix's, yep.
Yeah,
absolutely.
and then Kerry Hitt,
Yeah.
people like that. Yeah, it's amazing.
So a lot of the same people. Well, while they take some slow laps and some downtime in the paddock and the pits, we'll go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll be right back for more here at Sebring.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, totally my fault, but we have some comments here. They want the results, so we're going to give you the results. Paul Menard this is provisional, qualified first with a 157.629. Chris Dyson second with a 157.729. So just a tenth of a second between the leaders. Adam Andretti with a 158.624. Tommy Dreese, 158.977. Now, I think the impressive one was Brent Cruz with a 2.189, because I think he coasted from basically about 500 yards in front of the start-finish line to end up where he was. So he probably would have done quite a bit better and only got in the one flyer. And so that is our top, and I don't have the results anymore because it switched over because we're at the GT classes. So sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Totally my fault. But we're going to the GT of Extreme GT. So Danny Lowry of Bridge Hull and Bennett And then Billy Griffin is out there in an XGT. Both of those are in Mercedes. Then Kaylee Bryson, our SGT champion from last year. Absolutely phenomenal driver. And now she's moved up to XGT, but in the same car. So I had to ask her what that means. So basically, they took out some restriction, took out some weight, might have added some downforce to that car to make it XGT. But yesterday she was saying she was about 7 to 8 seconds a lap faster going from SGT setup to an XGT setup, and I was pretty surprised by that. Then we have Paul Tracy, PT, in a new XGT car.
The newly married Paul Tracy.
Newly married? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he got married this past week. He's been on his honeymoon, him and his beautiful wife Lisa. Congratulations to both of them. Great to see them. The Lovebirds having a great time, and then coming here to continue the honeymoon at the racetrack.
I gotta tell you, Paul Tracy looks like he is ready to compete.
Oh, he's really gotten himself back in shape. He works very hard at it. Rides lots of miles on his bicycle. Works hard.
Mustafa Bakir is an XGT. Josh Carlson did really well with us in SGT last year, is back with us. Lee Saunders in an SGT Viper. Patrick Utt is with us in a TA2 SGT. And then Chris Coffey, our GT champion from last year. And Colin Cohen. And then new to the Trans Am Series is Mike Fitzpatrick in a GT Aston Martin. Absolutely beautiful car. There's that Paul Tracy car.
Yeah, the black with the white.
To me, it looked like a mini Camaro. I saw it at VIR. I know that's probably not right to say. It's an IRC car, and I'm going to talk to Paul about that tomorrow.
It is an IRC car, and I went over there and spoke with the guys about it a little bit. Basically, it's a simplified Australian supercar, V8 Supercar Series. They've basically simplified the car from that, and the guy who's designed it and everything spent all his time in V8 Supercar, so he went in that direction, and it's been a very fast and they say very reliable race car.
Well, yeah, fast. Look at that. Paul Tracy just already trying to go out on his flyer. Some really cool images here. So you can see there Chris Coffey just weaving back and forth. Colin Cohen following him. Both from the Dallas, Texas area. Traffic graphics wrap on that Maserati. Now his Maserati doesn't go 185 like Joe Walsh's does.
Huh. Probably the most asked question Joe Walsh gets, right?
I bet.
Does your Maserati really go 185?
Colin Cohen, great competitor. Patrick Utt lighting him up. You don't want to do that on brand new tires. Patrick Utt started SafeQuip and recently sold that to Holly, and is now, he's like, now I'm a race car driver. Just living the dream. So I love that for him.
That's a great story. I'd like to have my story go like that.
Yeah, it's great.
Shaheen
but couldn't happen to a better guy.
Now look at what he's doing. Yeah.
So Paul Tracy there out front. Beautiful looking car. I'm excited to see that. I'm excited to have Paul Tracy back in the Trans Am Series.
Yeah, and we'll see for how long. The team doesn't necessarily plan right now to do the whole season, but they said, you know, we get through Road Atlanta and things are looking a little better. You never know.
These cars are for sale. They're trying to kind of get a series going over here, but if you look at the car, like I said, it was at VIR with us to go through tech to see if it could run in Trans Am. And the formula that they've come up with looks like a really great formula for a really fun race car.
Yeah, and like you said, it looks kind of like a Camaro from the front. Mm-hmm. From the side, it's got a little Ford Mustang, too.
Yeah. There's Kaylee Bryson. Now, I'm not used to seeing Lee Saunders in this Viper. He's been racing a red with a black stripe, more street Viper. What do they call these race-prepared Vipers? Are they RCR something?
ACR.
Like ACR, yeah. I haven't seen him in the ACR Viper, and there's Patrick Utt in the TA2 car. But racing SGT. Look at the wing on that. Danny Lowry races with us, and he's got this hula girl. You'll see the in-car that goes back and forth, and he says he uses it as his telemetry gauge. If she's way over there, you know, and she's moving around, and it's really fun to watch. All right, so now they should be setting up for their flyers. Paul Tracy doing a 207.9. Bryson 208.5. Bryson's in some traffic. You want to give a little bit more room. Actually, no, it's pretty good room there because she might be getting a little bit of the wind there. There's Fitzpatrick in that Aston Martin. As a British car guy, I just have to love that 89X. And they have an arrive and drive program here at Sebring where he says he has 4 of these ready to run in Trans Am, 2 in XGT2 or 2 in SGT2 and GT. And if you want to rent a race car and come out and race Trans Am, look at 89X. But new to the Trans Am Series. Those Maseratis sound really great.
They sure do, don't they?
See if the times come down. Look to your top left. See if the times come down here. Yep.
Tracy knocks 2 seconds off, but not as quick as Griffin.
So Billy Griffin, a multi-time GT class champion in Trans Am, and the car that we saw John Strauss out there with in our Group 12. And then last year he moved up to a TA car, and he just was never happy with it. So at VIR, Danny Lowry said, come run one of my Mercedes. And he absolutely fell in love with it, so now he's in the Mercedes. And a very good driver. And not somebody you want to mess with when you see him.
No.
Yeah. And Kaylee Bryson, I always joke, every time she comes to the racetrack, and she races in everything, and she has broken the glass ceiling in just about every style of motorsports she runs in, but she's a big fisherman. And so you'll see her walk through the paddock or drive around the golf cart with her fishing poles. And after her session, she's going to go find some fish near the track.
There you go.
She is from Oklahoma, part of our scholarship program with Pirelli. That Aaron Pierce Corvette set up last year. That same car was SGT. But you can see that rear diffuser. You can see some of the ground effects on the car to push it up to XGT.
Yeah.
But took out the restriction. They might have removed some weight. But here comes PT. We need to get PT in the booth with us sometime.
I've had Paul with me on different things. He's always fun in the booth.
I always liked Paul with IndyCar because I felt like I wasn't getting the political stance. I was getting his honest opinion. He was not a political person.
You're always going to get the honest opinion from Paul Tracy. You might not like what he has to say, and a lot of people don't, but you are definitely going to get his honest opinion out of it.
Man, that is a cool-looking car.
I got to know Paul when he was starting off in Formula Atlantic way, way, way back when.
He's Canadian, is that correct?
And sponsor on the car was Sherwin-Williams. Do you know why?
Paint?
Yeah, but do you know why? So Paul's dad had the painting contract, you ready for this? For the CN Tower in Toronto. So he called up Sherwin-Williams and said, hey, I've got to paint this little building over here. And I'm
the most famous building.
I'm more than happy to use your paint, but here's what you got to do. You got to sponsor my kid's race car over here. So that's why for years Paul had Sherwin-Williams on his race car.
That is awesome. The CN Tower would probably take a few gallons of paint.
Yeah, there's a couple up there.
Lee Saunders, many-time SGT champion. That stands for Super GT. I love those Mercedes. And new for
based on a
this,
C6.
yeah. New for this year, we have these new color boards that go across to kind of delineate which class. It makes it a little bit easier for the spotters. So the gray is the GT, green is XGT. What do you mean the C6? The Corvette? Okay, yeah.
C6 body.
Yeah. So the producers are asking me the difference between, well, TA are no driver assist, 900-ish horsepower monsters with no driver aids. Basically, we call it 900 horsepower go-karts. It's all up to the driver. Way too much power, really. It's very fun cars to drive. I've talked to Formula One, IndyCar, NASCAR drivers. Everybody wants a couple laps in a TA car because it's the last true just driver car with too much power.
Oh.
So we see Kaylee spin. XGT is, we aren't allowed to call things like GT3, GT4, so they fall in line with that. So the Extreme GT is basically everything you can throw at a production car. Then a little bit scaled back is the Super GT, and then GT is basically factory built, like you're seeing here, race cars with a wing, but you can't really do much to modify what came from the factory. Is the best I can do to explain it without getting myself in trouble. I'm seeing from John Phippen that Lynn St. James did the driver start command. John Phippen, Mid-Ohio announcer, the announcer for our FRF4. John Phippen, great to see you here joining us. Thank you so much for joining us, and can't wait to work with you at NOLA. We'll be at NOLA here pretty soon for the NOLA Speed Tour and the first event of FRF4. I love NOLA.
Yeah, NOLA's great.
Love the staff there, too. David Pace does a great job there with us, and just love the look of this Aston Martin. That is a mean-looking car. Patrick Hutt coming into Mission Foods in number 49. Let's see what kind of times we've got here. Paul Tracy at 2:02. So just 2.5 seconds behind the TA cars. That XGT car's a little crazy. I was not expecting that.
Well,
2.5. I mean, he's going to be running up there with the Trans Am cars, and we don't do a split start.
There was a time in auto racing where Paul Tracy was arguably certainly in the top 10, maybe top 5 of drivers around the world. I mean, he was an excellent race car driver. So the skill set is without a doubt there. And put him in the right car. I mean, the guy almost won the Indy 500, depending on how you look at it. He did or didn't win, right?
If you want him to be nice to you, he won the race.
No, he'll tell you.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily disagree.
He won our V-Rock race at Indy in a SVRA, and he held up 2 fingers.
Second win.
For the second win at Indy.
That's classic PT.
But you know what's funny? He raced for Roger Penske, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
An IndyCar. I definitely would put Rick Mears with Roger Penske, or a Joseph Newgarden with their personalities, or a Mark Donohue. But not a Paul Tracy. That was an odd one for me.
But don't forget, Mr. Penske also put Kurt Busch in a car.
That's true,
for quite a few years.
Yeah.
And Kurt and Paul, very similar in their what do they call A personality?
Yeah, but they're not what you would call Penske perfect personalities.
That's what I mean. Yeah, no, they're not. But here's Paul, door open. No, they're not. They don't fit the traditional Penske mold the way a Rick Mears did.
Yeah.
Or Emerson Fittipaldi.
Now, who was in the Porsche? That's the first time we've seen this. That's Mustafa Bakir in the GT, who will be here, I think, with the 12 hours that was out in our Group 10 class.
Here's the
great to have him. Another Carroll Shelby car iteration. He went from Cobras to Vipers. What's his fascination with snakes?
Well, when you live in
that's
that
true.
part of Texas, you see a lot of them, right?
When you're a chicken farmer in Texas.
You and I are both looking out the window, and that is that a Model A?
Model T. That's the Depot Model T. I had a 1927 Model T Depot. That was just the hood, and then you could build whatever you wanted out of wood.
And you can have it in any color you want as long as
yeah,
it's
as long
black.
as it's black. There's that Aston Martin. Paul Tracy, I can't believe those times. That's going to make some TA drivers upset.
That's going to make him very happy, though, right?
It's going to sell some of those cars.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, Paul Tracy's at the top of the board. We're going to take a quick step away here, take care of some business on our end, and we'll be back with more racing action. And we actually have a couple of races left to go here today as we wind down the afternoon here at the 2025 Sebring SpeedTour season opener.
Is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140-mile-an-hour entry speed.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
Said. One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, Lagarde, Miller, Lagarde.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Sebring SpeedTour. I was just telling Ralph, this is my favorite group. The small bore production
Try
cars.
to control yourself over here.
1, 3, 4, and 5B. But then we also have kind of that mid-range of Group 8 and 12B. So I'm going to start at the top. Travis Engen at beautiful 5B Lotus 23B. Then the new CEO of SpeedTour, Lee Giannone, in that Porsche 911 Group 8 NC. Gregory Safarian in that Group 12 MP1 and that Alfa Romeo GTV6. Alex Moya in a Datsun 510. Steve Yarborough in that Devon 295. Bill Skillman in a Porsche 911. Benny Bish, what a great name, in that BMW 2002. Sean Murphy in a 2002 at starting 9th. Gene Goodall in a Lotus 7 S2. Alan Schamer, our champion, in that Mazda MX-5. Tom Brown in that Triumph Spitfire. Love that car. Steve Lipsky in a Datsun 240Z. Greg Schaefer in a 510 Datsun. Timothy Scopes in a beautiful wire-wheeled Lotus 11. If you ever show up to the racetrack with wire wheels, you have my attention. William Jones in that Fiat Abarth 1300cc rear engine. James Hermiston in the Triumph Spitfire Group 1 car. Russell Jones in a Group 1 car. Alfa Romeo GTV. And I wasn't kidding. Lee Giannone is out there, I think, in the... Well, he's not out there. Shoot, I was hoping to see the new CEO of SpeedTour out there, but he might have some business to attend to here.
Yeah.
But I love these cars. Some of these cars would have raced in the Trans Am Series, the 2.5 Trans Am Series here. Look at that little Fiat Abarth. So if you think all cars in modern racing look the same, look here. Here's every different approach. You've got air-cooled rear engine, rear-wheel drive. Oh, there he is. There's our CEO. In that starting at the back, he might have gotten to talking to somebody and was late to grid, or he might be out there just to have some fun. So look for Lee Giannone to move up through in that Porsche 911. But all different ways. So you've got the Colin Chapman add lightness of that Lotus 23B and the Lotus 7. Then you have Alfa Romeos out there. You've got the BMWs with the rear-wheel drive, front engine. You've got
the rolling box of a 510.
Yeah, the brick. And then, but I love 510s.
Oh, yeah.
Then the B sedan of the sexy lines of the Italian Alfa Romeos, where they try to make everything look good. You've got a Mazda Miata out there. There's a couple cars out there where the Japanese took the British design and made it reliable. So they took an MG BGT and made it a Datsun 240. They took the Lotus Elan and made it a Mazda Miata. All different approaches to how to design a car.
And there's a 240 right there in yellow and blue.
Cars in this group. Now pressure's on, Lee Giannone. You're the new CEO of SpeedTour, coming from the back. You got to make it to the front without touching anybody else. Take us to that green, Ralph.
All right, here we come. Highlight of the day for Ben.
Yeah.
Green flag waves, and we're underway here at Sebring. Feeling fanning out. And it's going to be the Little Lotus jumping out in front of the 23B, Travis Engen.
Which is expected. Lee Giannone's already passed 2 cars here. Love that British Spitfire. If you know anything about British cars, you know they're not the most reliable. So Triumph did us a favor and said you can open up the hood in the front. You can sit on the tires while you're working on the car. And I appreciate that about Triumph. Schamer there in that Miata.
So you said this is your favorite series.
My favorite group.
Your favorite group, and you said, yeah, because I love the cars. But what is it about these cars that hooked you?
I've just always loved British cars. So my shop teacher in high school, Mr. Homan, we would buy an old British sports car, a Morris Minor, Mini Cooper, MGA, MGB for about $10 or $15, and then we'd spend the semester fixing it, and then he'd sell it for about $10,000. And so I just kind of learned everything about them through that and just had a blast with it. And I've just always loved their design, and I'm a tinkerer, and if you like tinkering, you're going to love a British car.
Yeah, you're going to be getting some.
My wife gets so mad at me
on a regular basis.
We'll put the MG or something to Triumph in the garage. It ran flawlessly. Then she's like, "Let's go get some ice cream," and it won't start. But there's Travis Engen in that beautiful 23B that just destroyed everything in its class back in the day. And he was telling me a story here at Sebring last year. 4 lug nuts on the front, 6 lug nuts on the rear, and that's how the FIA was able to outlaw them, because in that era of Le Mans, you had to run a spare tire. And they ruled that it wasn't a spare tire for all 4 wheels.
All 4 corners, yeah.
And they outlawed them. Just like the FIA and the French like to do. There's that Alfa Romeo. Another beautiful car, but I love the Datsun 510. I love John Morton.
Well, that's it. Get that red, white, and blue BRE, and John's such a likable guy.
When you go out west with us, there's now the Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge. We'll have maybe 40 or 50 B sedans battling it out. So you've got Volvos, Cortinas, the Datsuns, the Alphas, and the BMWs, and it is so much fun to watch. Some of the best racing you'll see all weekend. Travis Engen's a little lonely. Doc Bundy, not Doc Brown, that's Back to the Future. Doc Bundy was racing with us with Ragogo, and they would have a great battle, both in Lotus 23Bs.
Doc's quite the wheelman, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. He had 4 pedals in his 23, so he had gas, brake, clutch.
Huh. Remember when he was running that Lotus?
Uh-oh, here we go.
Here comes the Z car. Boy, if you happen to have one of those laying around these days in good shape, you can do some damage at the auctions.
Yeah. So I live in Franklin, Tennessee, where Nissan moved their headquarters for this side of the world. And they did a program where I think something like if you work for Nissan and you have an old Datsun 240, 510, anything like that from that era, they'll pay for half of your labor or parts for restoring it.
Oh, wow.
So that's pretty neat. Look at this Lotus 7. Totally different approach to racing here. Almost an open wheel car.
It's supposed to have green fenders, though, isn't it?
Yeah, green and yellow. So that's Safarian.
Looking at the Alpha there, and you pointed out the Italians tried to make another beautiful car. How many do you think they got wrong? I mean, can you think of a truly ugly Italian race car? Not many.
I don't know. Yeah. Those early days when Enzo worked for Alfa Romeo and then went to Ferrari, those are some of the prettiest cars ever made.
Well, you would be hard-pressed to find a prettier car for racing than a 250 GTO.
63?
Just
yeah. I think it's maybe
drop dead.
That'd be in my Mount Rushmore of prettiest cars ever made.
Yeah, and the P4, like the one we saw, you go right alongside of it, right? 2 different styles of race car, but still.
Yeah. But those Triumph Spitfires are fun little cars. So America has the Mustangs and the British have the Spitfires. And now, to be honest, I'm not a huge fan of these 80s kind of era Italian cars.
No, but it's not bad looking.
In an 80s car, that was still much better looking than some of the other 80s cars.
Yes.
Back when, the oil crisis happened in the 60s or the 70s and totally destroyed cars in the 80s.
Yeah.
But look at this. This is the battle for overall second and third. But that's a Group 12 car followed by a Group 8 car. But it doesn't matter. If you're on track with somebody, you want to get around them.
That's right.
So Moya is in the Datsun 510. Uh-oh, he's having problems.
Yeah,
you can see that rear suspension there.
Left rear didn't look exactly right, did it?
And the Spitfires are known for that. But look at the balance of that 23B. It looks effortless. And if you watch Travis's hands, it's unbelievable. But there's Lee in that Group 8 Porsche. Would that be considered the whale tail?
That's a duck tail.
Okay, the duck tail, yeah.
That's a duck tail. The whale tail is the much bigger one you see on a 911 Turbo.
Yeah, it almost looks like a tabletop.
Yes.
But, you know, we talk about this a lot. From the 356 to the Porsche now. So, 70 years of Porsche. They really haven't changed their lines.
The basic lines of the car are identical all the way through every generation.
It's crazy.
But what did change, as we talked about earlier, is the size.
And the width, and
If you parked a 70s 911 next to a 2020 911, you can almost put two of the 70s cars side by side and be about the same width.
What's so funny to me, looking at that Datsun 510, those were marketed as a family of 4 or 5 car.
Oh, yeah.
You could never do that today.
No.
Travis Engen and that Lotus 23B, just a beautiful car.
I was going to say, if you built a car like the 510, just that complete brick box shape, I don't know if you'd be able to sell any, but then I was thinking about the Cybertruck, and there is no question about, well, there's a lot of questions about taste, I guess, at times.
Look at that, though. I love when form and function meet. That's kind of that era of British cars, like the C-Type, the D-Type, the Lotus 11, where all the, the hand-pounded aluminum sheeting goes over to the tires where it needs to go, and there's no wasted energy on anything.
Craftsmen working on the cars, shaping them.
So to me, like looking at a Lotus 11 and getting to come to our paddocks at Speed Tour events, getting to talk to the drivers, getting to touch the cars, sit in the cars, it'd be the same as going to a museum and touching a Monet. You don't get to do that.
No.
But here, you get to come and sit and touch the cars and look at them, and it's really neat to talk to the drivers.
Please ask the team before you go touch them.
Yeah.
Right.
But, usually they'll let you come and sit in the cars or anything like that. But look at that. Not only are they wire wheels, but I was talking to Brian McEachran, who did tell me that is a Coventry Climax engine in that, but it's the least amount of wires you can get on wire wheels.
Always
and after he breaks one, they'll go, yeah. So like a Ferrari would have Barani wheels that have just wires everywhere. But yeah, Colin Chapman, famous for saying adding lightness.
Oh boy, hang on, boss.
There you go.
Kind of a little crossed up there.
That Datsun 240 just ahead of Lee. Always a great car. My parents had a 240 after they got married.
I had a 300.
I did too. I love the 300.
It was a great car.
So we were talking to one of the drivers, and I can't remember which, in the spit. Oh, but look, see the rear suspension has gone out again?
Yeah.
And that's, my TR6 did that. My Spitfires have done that. But not my TR4, because it didn't have the independent rear suspension. But I forget what I was talking about because I get so distracted by these cars. Sorry, I'm all over the place. But there is that Alpha, just a beautiful B sedan car. But that's the Group 1 Alpha, so it's got a very small displacement. You can run basically that same body style in our Group 3 and Group 8, all based on what kind of engine it has.
Smooth Saturday afternoon cruise so far for Engen.
Yeah. About to come up on lap traffic.
Yeah, he is. Only got a couple laps remaining here.
And like I was saying before, it's not uncommon to see Travis Engen in 4 different cars, completely different cars throughout the weekend. So he's got this Lotus 23B, the Audi R8, the number 2 LMP car. Then he's got a beautiful Chevron Formula B. Formula Bs are by far my favorite open wheel cars. And then he's also got an Indy Lights car. And he's good in all of them. Well, and sometimes he goes from one to the other. And I've always wondered if that was a big adjustment. He said, no, once you get the feel of it, they're all the same.
Well, he certainly dominates in the Audi and in the Lotus. He was checked out and gone in the Audi earlier today.
Yep. I got a question from the producers. Do these cars try to remain stock as much as they can? It basically depends on the class and the driver. Some people try to, like that BMW, that looks like that is made for exactly how BMWs ran in the Trans Am series in the 70s. Some people will just keep upgrading and designing the cars or working on the cars, and it just depends on the driver, and it also depends on the rules package that they're trying to adhere to. So like in Group 6, we have a TA class, which means you have to build a car to the Trans Am specs of that time. And then we've got ways to kind of modernize these vintage cars. So it basically just depends on the driver, the team, the owner. Cars like a Triumph Spitfire that aren't that expensive or anything like that. There's some little modifications that you can do, but you can't really, to the rules, you couldn't put a 5-speed in it. You couldn't take a Triumph Spitfire and put a modern Honda S2000 engine in it. You have to stay to what came with the car, but you could put like rolling rockers in it or things that would kind of help maintain the car for longer. Or like a dry sump system, things like that. But man, it's what we talked about before. Do I like a Datsun 510 because I like the car, or because I knew that they absolutely dominated in racing and by total accident, like a Mini Cooper was a total accident. Mm-hmm. And that's why I like it. I don't know. But we were talking about the Tesla Cybertruck. I do not like that.
Nope. No offense to Elon or anybody that owns one, but I just can't get my head around it.
I'm fine with offending them. I don't like that car. And if you do, that's great. I like that. There are tons of cars that I like that other people like. You're crazy for liking that. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about electric race cars. When they
I can tell you how I feel about it.
How's that?
I hate it.
Do you?
Plain and simple.
I've watched that Formula E thing.
I've done those.
I realized if you watch it in mute, it's watchable.
Well,
but if you don't mute, if you listen to it, it's not watchable.
I've called Formula E races,
really?
Quite a few of them. And I will tell you that, yes, the competition can be very good. There's a lot of top-name drivers competing in Formula E. Since they've gone to being able to utilize one battery to go the full distance now, it's gotten better. But when you're at the event and there's no sound, all you hear is tire squeal and some mechanical noise, but no engine noise, it takes a big chunk of the thrill of racing out of it for me.
Sean Murphy in that beautiful BMW 2002. I've had E30s. I like those, but I've always wanted a 2002. Just love the 2002. And look at this. 2 Italian cars going side by side in the Mission Foods Turn 7.
When you're in that little Fiat, even the 510 looks big, right?
I was looking at that Fiat. So it's a 1300cc with 2 huge Weber-looking 45s on it. Sounds like the displacement of the carburetor is probably equal to the displacement of the cylinders.
Yeah, probably.
And the Lotus 7, the knuckle dragger of the British cars. The TR3 and the Lotus 7. Tiny little cars. And that's almost a flat car.
Yeah.
Tom Pank's joining us in the booth. We'll be calling the IGT race. But Tom Pank, I know that you run the modern like 993s and things like that, but still kind of reflects the body style of these vintage 911s. Do you appreciate the vintage 911s?
Absolutely. Those are classics.
And totally dominant in their days.
Is an evolution upon evolution upon evolution from the early 60s to today.
Yeah, I've often wondered, we were just talking about that, they went from the 356 and have kind of kept the same lines. So what if Mustang and Camaro, like what if they never made the Mustang 2 and they stayed true to those kind of original lines when they went back to it in 2005? Because the Mustang 2 was pretty awful,
I kind of agree with that. I'm not such a fan of Mustangs, so I got to be careful what I say.
No, you don't.
But the Mini Coopers, they're awesome. I have some of the old ones and the new ones.
I saw you tooling around a little soft top Mini Cooper, yeah. But again, you look at a Mini Cooper, a modern Mini Cooper, BMW Mini Cooper, they look like small cars. Then you put an old Mini Cooper next to it, and they look giant.
It's tiny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That old Mini Cooper is truly, that's actually a classic.
Mm-hmm.
No two ways about it. And they're worth a lot of money now.
Yeah.
Not like a Porsche of the vintage, but
White flag is out. I had a 67 Mini Cooper S, and every time I got out of the gas station, everybody get out of the car to put gas in. Everybody's like, "Whoa, what is?" I drive my dad's brand new C6 Corvette. Nobody asked me about it, but a Mini Cooper that cost me less than $10,000, I'll get more asks about that. Is that thing street legal?
I have one that I'm going to put the Honda in it.
Oh, nice, yeah.
And then I'll bring that to the track just for a get-around car for fun.
Which, the 18B or the
B,
K20?
Yeah, that would be.
Yeah, that's a fun car.
Yep.
So basically, you get a British car that's reliable.
Is that still possible?
White flag is out, ladies and gentlemen. Travis Engen, then followed by Safarian, Moya, Goodall, LaRue, Skillman, Schamer in that Miata, and Benny Bish, another great racing name, as Travis Engen comes to take the checker flag one more turn.
Travis is incredible.
He is incredible. Travis Engen is my hero.
He's like in his 83, 84 years old.
I'm not sure.
Oh, he's up there. And he has
but
that
better
Audi,
shape than I am.
That Audi R8 prototype that he runs, he has driven that car for over 80,000 kilometers. This is after it was run in Le Mans and everywhere else.
All right, Ralph, bring us home.
Well, here he comes off of the final corner here at Sebring. Checkered flag awaits. There it is. And Travis wins another one here today.
He has a closet of SVRA red hats.
Oh, I bet he does.
What's hanging off the bottom of that Alpha?
Yeah.
Is that the headers? Looks like we got rookie stripes on that Lotus 7.
Yeah.
Real bright ones, huh?
The BS is not what you think on a Datsun 510. That stands for B sedan.
Right.
So Mustangs, Camaros are A sedan, and then Mini Coopers, Volkswagen Beetles are C sedan.
Here comes the Alpha.
I don't know about this Alpha. What kind of displacement would that be?
It looks like about 800 cc.
What's on the bottom of that beautiful Alpha?
It does look like he's dragging something.
Yeah. Is he Flintstoning it? Is that his feet dragging?
Yeah. But I don't see sparks, but he's got something down there. Probably an exhaust.
There's our winner, Travis Engen, with that Red Bull helmet with GMT Racing. That just always looks like such a well-balanced car. And really, balance is everything to Lotus. They kind of design cars around balance. Speaking of, look at that Lotus 11. Wire wheels on that Lotus 11.
Wow. Here comes the Beamer up the inside.
That's an old Beamer.
Ooh, come on, Schamer. Let's see what the Miata can do. Side by side.
Making a move up the inside. And at the line,
Miata got him.
The Mazda takes the win.
Way to go, Schamer. So my hero of this race, though, is that Lotus 11. Just such a beautiful car. I got to call that driver out again because I love that he brings that out. We don't get to see cars like that because they've gone up. Timothy Scope, so much in value. Just hand-hammered aluminum over like a bird cage with wire wheels. Just such a pretty car. Actually, Tony Perella's favorite car is the Lotus 11. Never think that.
Well, he can buy a couple of them now.
So Travis Engen, Gregory Safarian, Alex Moya, Gene Goodall, Mia LaRue, Bill Skillman, Alan Schamer, Benny Bish, Steve Lipsky, and Sean Murphy. That is our top 10. Sean Murphy in that 65 BMW 2002, number 65. Up next, International GT, and I'm planning on it being a better race than this morning's.
It's the final race of the day, right?
I believe so. For us it is. We got
a few changes.
Optimal Ultimate Street Car after that, but that's not being live streamed.
From the starting lineup, we now have David Twatty in the start. And in the Lamborghini Huracan, we will have Seth Henry. This morning you saw his coach, Wyatt Foster. And in the number 30 car, came in 3.8, we will have Eric Zitza instead of Spencer Proper. And John DeAngelis will not be starting the race.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, International GT on the other side of this break. Stay tuned.
on. The WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
All right, welcome back to Sebring. Ralph Shaheen, Ben Sissel, and Tom Pank with you as we get ready to go here today with the final race of the afternoon for Saturday. Full day on Sunday yet to go, Ben.
Oh, yeah. And tomorrow the TA race is going to be great, the SVRA races, and I believe we're broadcasting the Enduro. So do you think you're going to split time with Lucas Pank, Tom?
I am not. The boy is going to earn it himself. I'm going to let him have his fun. He needs the experience, and I don't want to take anything away from him.
If I were to translate that, would that be that Tom can't fit in Lucas's seat?
No, we can slide it back.
Okay. So let's go.
It might be a little too narrow, but
okay. Yeah, you can make
those aren't the reasons.
David Tuati out front, and then Lucas Pank. And so if you feel like our color commentator of Thomas Pank is maybe a little bit favoriting Lucas Pank, it's because that is his son. Both of Tom Pank's sons have raced with us in International GT, and both do really, really well. Then Chris Lee starting third, Michael Merritt fourth, Russell Farhang is fifth, William Oliver sixth, Tillman Schmid is seventh in that 277. Seth Henry is actually going to be out there this time in that Lamborghini Super Trofeo that's running in exhibition class. Nicholas Groombridge, who's been a long-time competitor with IGT, great to have him here. Mark Calzaretta is in a Porsche Cayman, so the first of our Stuttgart Cup, starting 10th. So Mark Calzaretta way up there. Luca Mars, Mark Julian, Nicholas Carangellan, Robert Wyson, Mark Sandridge is back out there in another car. Thomas Kirk, Stephen Thomas, Richard Walker starting 18th, Mark Cook 19th, Spencer Proper 20th, Peter Craig 21st. His daughter was joining us on the broadcast last time. Ari Strauss and John DeAngelis. But Tom Pank, these are all your friends and competitors. Tell us what you know.
Well, this is going to be a great race. I mean, it's our first weekend out. And it's in the afternoon. We've had a race yesterday afternoon after qualifying and a race already this morning. I think it's going to be a good race. They've settled in a little bit. Some of the preseason or early season jitters have already faded out. We had a little bit of an incident this morning. Hopefully we'll have a clean, nice, enjoyable event.
David Tuati's here by himself. Usually sometimes he's brought fields of 6, 7 cars with him. But does anybody bring the party better than David Tuati to our paddocks?
Well, David Tuati has quite a following out of Miami with his FAR racing, but he's at a little disadvantage this afternoon because his right-hand Trish had to go do something with her grandson. Oh. So he has no Trish. So we'll see how David does without Trish.
We shall see. I love what we're seeing here. You can see the steering inputs that he's putting in. You can see the brake and the gas. I love seeing this illustration. He's got his visor up and ready to go. Now, the reason they call it sunset is about an hour from now, it's going to be very difficult driving into turn 17 and turn 7 because you are looking right at the sun.
Oh, it's terrible. Very hard.
We have that same problem if you're the first early morning race, which you usually are at COTA. You come up that thing and the sun is right at you.
Yep.
I could tell when I'm shooting at turn 1 at COTA, if I zoom in, I can tell the color of your eyes because it's just blasting.
It's very difficult with the sun, but you've done it so many times through that corner that a little bit is by feel and orientation, but it still rattles your cage a bit.
Just a few weeks from now, we're going to see all kinds of cars like this racing in the historic 12 Hours of Sebring. But Ralph Shaheen is here, the legend. He's going to bring us to the green flag.
All right, here we go, getting ready for the final event of this Saturday afternoon, the season opener, 2025 SVRA Sebring SpeedTour event. International GT, ready to thrill the fans and you viewers at home as we come towards the green flag off of the final corner. Waiting. Green flag, and we're racing here at Sebring. Twatty
right, they're
jumping out
through.
to the early lead there. We make our way down to turn number 1. He's going to hold on to it.
Lucas went way wide there and kind of opened up the door, but it looks like he was able to get.
He's going to try Twatty again into that 1, 2, whatever. Nope.
Oh,
right,
one car off, 2 cars off. We'll keep racing for now.
That's in the Stuttgart Cup Series, the 2 Caymans that went
Looks
off.
like someone got off on the inside of that turn and but recovered without any contact. I saw no contact.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like they were able to get back up and going as they come into Mission Foods turn 7.
Merritt sitting here in 3rd. There's the Lamborghini with Seth Henry behind the wheel.
5th.
Car incredibly strong in race number 2 earlier today.
Is Mark Sandridge in his son's car?
Mark Sandridge is in a backup car, a 3.8 liter. He sustained some pretty heavy damage in the first race where John DeAngelis hit him pretty hard in the brake zone of 7. And so Mark went into a backup car.
That's terrible. Mark Sandridge is such a nice guy. And sometimes he finds himself in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yep. Oh, here comes Merritt taking a look inside of Lucas, and Pank's going to hold him off.
Yeah, that looked like Lucas didn't have a good run there.
Yeah, he went way off to driver's right as they come through the Bennett Bridge Hall section. What are you seeing, Tom?
It seems to be okay now, but we'll find out. Maybe his tires aren't settled in yet. There's Bob Weisen.
What's Bob Weisen's wife's name?
Missy.
Missy. Huge help to International GT, and great to have her in the paddock with us, but from Mentor near Cleveland.
They pronounce it Menor.
Menor. Like Labani.
Battle for second. Still the best fight on the racetrack right now between Pank and Merritt.
But that Lamborghini's coming up quick. What would you be telling Lucas on the radio right now?
I wouldn't talk to him on the radio right now. Let him concentrate. He's got it enough experience that he's gonna weigh things out, see how things settle out. You're feeling the whole thing out.
There's Sandrich there.
Yep.
In that Porsche. Behind our Submariner. Ralph, what do you think about this International GT? This is a lot of fun to watch, isn't it?
It is. I like Porsches quite a bit, so it's always fun to see the wide variety of 911s in here and some great racing. I love the addition of the
I don't know if the
Lamborghini, and Merritt's going to come around the outside here and try to make something happen in Mission Turn 7, and it looks like Seth might come right with him. Lucas got to straighten it up in a hurry to try to hold on to one position and not lose two.
So Lucas is in a 4-liter, as is Michael Merritt. Is that correct?
No, Lucas is in a 4R. It's a 3.8-liter tuned, but has to run in the 4R class.
Okay, I see.
Remember you talked earlier in the SVRA session about them tweaking the cars. Well, this is a 2010 or 2012 car that has had some bodywork modifications. It's running a little bigger wheel, and the motor has higher compression pistons, but it's still a 3.8.
Okay.
So in fairness to everyone else, they tighten the rules up and you run it in the highest category when you do these things.
That makes sense. Now watch the inputs there. Bottom of your screen, you can see where he's on the gas, on the brakes. You can see the inputs that he's putting into the wheels. Some just fantastic data here from David Tuati, who's currently leading the race. No sunglasses, looking into the sun. I do like that International GT likes their brightly colored cars.
Yeah.
So right now everybody's getting settled in. You're going into lap 3, or is it lap 4? And the tires are now up to temperature. So each racer is going to be looking for what's happening. Right now the pace is a good bit slower than it was this morning. But let's see how they work through.
They figured out the flapping on the front of Tuati's car. Remember
I don't know, but I remember it was flapping.
And I know they put helicopter tape on it once, but one of the series they race in doesn't allow the helicopter tape.
Yeah, that's the Carrera car.
Seth Henry in that Lamborghini Huracan is an interesting young man. Talking with him the other day, you know, he goes to Appalachian State, and I was asking him what he was working on there, and here he comes making a move on Merritt to the inside, and the Lambo is going to move up another spot. That'll put him up to third. And he was talking about how he's working in the esports world, helping high school esports competitors develop a career that gets them off to college and join an esports team in a major college and maybe go pro after that.
Lucas Pank now right behind Merritt. Michael Merritt. This is going to get interesting. You think Seth Henry's got it?
I think Lucas is getting settled in, and I think Seth Henry has the car definitely to take David Tuati, and I think that will occur.
Do you have something against rear bumpers?
No. That is a aero modification on that car.
Okay.
That is for airflow.
So it comes out quicker?
Yeah, you'll see there's an under tray on that car to give it downforce, and that's the diffuser.
For those you can't see
and the rear
us,
bumper actually is like a parachute on those cars.
When I asked Tom that, he gave me a pretty ugly look. You didn't like that question, did you?
I was wondering where it was coming from. Now Lucas is riding Michael Merritt's bumper. So let's see what happens. Seems to be settled in.
Coming through Mission Foods Bridge, Juan Gonzalez, if you're watching,
Seth
I hope you
Henry
have a
just
good
turned
time.
a 2:08.8.
Yeah, he's on him. Look at that.
And Twatty's at a 2:10.2.
Look at the wing. Look at the
yeah,
angle
he's
of that
got a
rear
heck of a wing on that car. I noticed that when they pulled it out. They are running some serious
double yellow.
wing.
Oh, no. That is some crazy downforce on the rear wing of that Lamborghini.
Yes. And that car runs basically the same drivetrain as the R8s, but that is such a wedge shape to that car that it has far more advantageous aero to the R8.
But is that the angle it would run in like Super Trofeo?
I don't know. No, we have full course caution. I do not know that, but it's a.
That's a lot. That's a big angle.
Yep.
Not sure what happened on track, but we are at full course caution as we look at the Cube 3 Turn 1. This could be the cause because that car is going slow with its hazards on. Never seen that before.
I don't know why they would do a full course yellow. Oh, that's the Cayman with the young kid, Luca Mars. So that's not a problem. They're probably just testing that, working with that car. But the full course yellow, something's going on.
Tell us about Luca Mars.
Luca Mars is a young kid who's in college. He's at one of the Carolina colleges. I can tell you that in 1 second. And he's with us for the first time. He's running with RS1, and he's attending the University of Kentucky.
Nice. Go Wildcats.
I believe he's 18. He's actually the past IMSA Pilot Cup champion.
Wow.
From last year.
Got some great shots from our camera operators on that angle of that Lamborghini. We were talking last time about Italian cars and how pretty they are. I can't think of a Lamborghini that I've liked.
Really?
Yeah. I know Seinfeld's favorite car is the Miura. I've just never liked Lamborghinis.
Did someone
and I
hit
come
those
from that like
tires?
Countach.
Oh, someone
era.
hit the tires.
Yeah, somebody did hit the tires.
Who was that?
Where is that? 15, 16, or is that Bishop's Bend?
That looks like Bishop's Bend.
Yeah. So they hit the tires fast, going fast.
Wow.
So that's the full course yellow. That car that was coming down the back straight slowly may have grazed that, but they do have to fix the tire walls because if somebody else hit in that exact spot, it wouldn't be able to do what they're designed to do. And I tell you,
no, is that Bishop's Bend?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
That's
just past it. Yeah.
That's before Bishop's Bend, isn't it?
I'll tell you this though, I've watched this driver here in that heavy machinery move blocks really quick. He may be the most talented driver here at Sebring this weekend. It's unbelievable how quickly he can move these, 3,000, 4,000 pound blocks around and put them exactly where they need to go. The Sebring safety team works very fast here. But you can see the sun. It's starting to be an issue here as they come into turn 7.
And on the in-car, it makes it extra difficult, but it gives you a perspective of what the driver's seeing. That sun angle is the same onto the camera, but the camera has sensors, it dims it, whatever, but it can be a nightmare. Luckily, the clouds are there a little bit to dampen it.
Do you always race with your visor up?
Yes.
Do you?
But you have it so if you have fire or something, you can flip it down.
Mm-hmm.
But I do not like to wear sunglasses, or I have a colored visor. I'll crack it when the sun's real bad, so I'll look through a slot and tip my head up and down to work with the sun. But it's I do not like sunglasses or visor.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're hearing from Tom Pank, who has won the International GT Championship. He's won countless races with us. One of our best drivers in International GT, but unfortunately he can't be driving here. His son is currently in 4th place overall in this race, and we're getting some great insight here. We don't often get to have the drivers here with us in the booth, so unbelievable. We have a lot of people joining us in the comment section. Hopefully we get back to green here at Sebring.
They're coming through 7 right now. I had an unfortunate incident there on Thursday where on the first session I had an engine fire, and that put me out for the weekend. But we'll be back in Atlanta.
Did you strip down to your underwear and say I'm on fire?
No. I was fine. This sport is dangerous, but there's an incredible amount of safety personnel and safety measures in place. It's as safe as we can make it. Let's put it that way. So it's really not that.
Look at the wrap on that Cayman.
It says Seth Henry's in front, so I guess he did get Twatty. I didn't see that pass.
I didn't either. I don't think he is.
Oh, maybe it's the timing that you have. Oh, he is not. He is not. Okay.
Yeah, Twatty's in the. Twatty's second behind a Janetta pace car.
Okay, but the list on our screen.
Yeah, the screen's wrong. But that Janetta led the most laps in the TA2 race this afternoon.
So it looks like they're going to go green. The double yellow's off at start finish. The lights are out in the safety car. So green this time around.
Ken Fengler, you want to join? Tell us about International GT. Tom, will you introduce us?
And now we have our Chief of International GT, Ken Fengler, here in the booth with us. And Ken, we've had a pretty uneventful race so far with one minor hiccup, and we're about to go green.
Yeah, it's disappointing whenever the disappointment on my face when I see go double yellow, but that was a single car deal, had some tires to deal with, and we went back.
All right, now we're getting ready to go green, so go ahead, Ralph.
All right, here we go, getting ready to come off the sunset. Final corner leading up onto that front straightaway here. Watching our flagman. There's the green, and we're racing once again, headed towards turn number 1. Twatty and Henry battling for the edge to 1. Henry on the outside, staying right alongside of him, not giving up yet, and now finally has to pull back in line. Merritt sits there in third, and Pank tucked back in fourth in the green and blue.
Well, we made it through there good. Nice restart, guys. Let's finish it out.
Just a handful of laps of green flag racing left if we can get them all in.
Yeah, well, given the fact that it's never perfect, we'd like it to be, but we've been pretty happy. The International GT first race of the year. A number of new guys. We have 7 new customers here this weekend on the 27 cars. And very happy to have them. And we've had, once we got that incident out of the way early on, in the first race, we had a heck of a race for second place in that first race. And this is race 3 of our sprint weekend, and we'll be on tomorrow morning with a 60-minute enduro, which reshuffle the deck and everything changes.
Twatty able to stay in front of Henry in that Lamborghini Huracan. Henry was putting down some good laps just before the full course caution. He seemed to have the edge at that point, Tom.
Yeah, Henry is about 2 seconds a lap on fastest lap, faster than David Twatty. So we'll see. Now they're getting resettled in from the caution, and you're back in the groove. It takes a little bit. Your focus gets reshifted, and then you got to get zoned back in, if you will.
Everybody with the headlights on.
And that's where they're at now.
Lucas Pank tucked right up behind Merritt. He got a good run up onto the Ullman straightaway here.
Yeah, Lucas is going to try to get a run out of 17, and if he can set it up good, then he can get him in turn 1. But this is a tough track. It looks like Lamborghini is having a hard time on Twatty. David Twatty just turned a 2:08.7. So he's actually got a faster lap than the Lamborghini.
Here comes Pank looking inside again. Couldn't make it happen.
Lucas didn't get by. Still sitting in fourth.
Boy, that Lamborghini does have some closing speed on Twatty right there.
It does. Look at that.
Yeah.
Good to see Mark Sandridge back out there. He was involved in unfortunate, wrong place, wrong time, and the receiver of the incident this morning. But fortunately had his son's backup car in the trailer and rolled it out. They look both the same, 58 and 59. So hats off to the Team Salad team for getting that car out, doing an alignment, and getting that car ready to race.
It seems to me that the Lambo is making up a lot of ground under braking. He seems to be able to carry a lot of terminal speed down the straightaway and go a little bit deeper into the corner.
I think part of that is perhaps the youthfulness of the driver not being comfortable with that high-level braking that the car can do. And that's one of the big advantages with a car like that is incredible braking and acceleration. And don't forget, that's a full GT3 car with downforce and all. So I believe you're going to see a move here coming into 17. He's right on Twatty.
Might see one from Lucas, too. He's closed right up on Merritt again.
Merritt really defending, moving over towards the inside of 17, so Lucas can't ditch over. But he is looking for that slingshot out of 17 that he can catch him down in 1.
Yeah, he's right there with him. He just can't quite close it. But he's been getting close on him going into 2, through 1 into 2. So we'll see if he can pull that off.
He's given him a lot to think about as they set up for turn number 1. He is filling up the mirrors on Merritt, that's for sure.
When someone's defending at that level, I learned a little thing that was from a gentleman named Wolf Hensley. Wolf said, when I see him look in the mirror the first time, he knows I'm there. When I see him look in the mirror the second time, I know I got him. Oh, boy. I didn't think that was really allowed. Double defensive move. I think that's... I'm surprised the Lamborghini has not closed Twatty yet. Fastest lap there. 2:07.6 for Seth Henry.
Well, and he's running out of opportunities, too.
No white flag yet, so a lap and a half or more. At least a lap and a half, let's say.
It'd be hard to put more pressure on than Lucas is putting on him right now, I'll tell you that. It's a good job by Merritt to weather the storm.
Yep.
You saw that wiggle from George Michael coming out of there, and Lucas right on his tail. Lucas was hoping for a little bigger mistake, but at least it got his attention.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Here comes Lucas looking inside. Nope, going to get right back behind Merritt. Here comes the white flag. One more tour around. And it looks like Twatty's got a little bit bigger lead than he's had here in recent laps.
Twatty turned a 500th of a second lap slower than Seth Henry that time, so he's keeping his distance. He got him.
Lucas got around him.
Okay.
He made the move on the front straightaway and completed the pass going into turn 1. That was a fun battle to watch.
Okay, now Seth Henry's really putting the pressure on Twatty.
He sure is. Looking outside, which will be the inside of the next corner, and then back to the outside. Can't get it done through there. Turn 7.
Well, this is good racing. This is how we like it. Now they're half a lap to go, and they just got to bring it in.
Here comes the Lambo again, and he's around him. New leader here at Sebring. Could be 2 in a row for the Lamborghini.
Twatty's not giving up.
It looked like Henry bobbled a little bit there.
Yes.
Coming to the far end of the racetrack. We'll be heading back out onto the Holman Straight here. Lucas Lucas starting to open up a gap there from third to fourth. The Lambo trying to stretch out the lead here. Into sunset for the final time with the lights ablaze. And here comes Pank holding on solidly to third and a spot on the podium. Checkered flag awaits. And the young student from Appalachian State will take the win, Seth Henry, in the Lamborghini Huracan. Will be the winner here. That's 2 wins in the day for that car, 2 different drivers. Twatty will finish in second. Pank will get third. And Merritt should be fourth.
Good run
All
for
right, here comes
International
Mark
GT.
Sandrich taking the checkered.
Yep, good for Mark. Yeah, I got back in the car after that episode in that first race. I'd like to thank our marketing partners, Pirelli and Mission Foods.
Third. Could be. I don't know. I don't see that possible.
Yeah, he didn't show up before. So
I didn't either, but just
he's
looking
down in
at
fifth,
timing
yeah.
and scoring.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it. Russell has had a good race on the Hairy Dog Garage. You know, he's competitive, but wasn't in the top 3 throughout that.
No, he was fifth.
Yeah, he was fifth.
And we have, let me check with Lucas, see how he did. Good job, Lucas. Bring it on in. Heck of a race. Yeah, they're going to put the pros in tomorrow, so it might be a little tougher than you're ready for.
Yeah, tomorrow we'll kick off with the IGT endurance race, and then we'll have a whole bunch of racing throughout the day, including our Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. We'll have historic Trans Am again, and it'll be a big day of competition here at Sebring.
Tom, well, what do you think of this new position you got here?
Oh, no. This is hopefully a one-off for the year.
I see.
You only
Ben was
this.
here earlier. He was glad to hand off to me a sec, but I thought, you could, you got a, upon retirement, you got a second career, in the broadcast booth, Hey, it worked for Tom Brady.
I think when I'm done with racing, I'll be done with racing.
Yeah, I see. Got it. Well,
you got to stay in the car as long as I can.
The boys got some time left. So thank you for being here. After International GT, we had some good competition throughout the field. Stuttgart Cup, we're going to head down to the podium, give some stuff away, tell some lies, tell them how good we were. But it was a good race. We had just a short yellow just to clean up things. And we look forward to tomorrow's endurance race and 60 minutes of racing with a pit stop. Things will change up. On behalf of International GT, thank you for being part of the Speed Tour. Fantastic broadcast. So thanks, guys. Appreciate the invite.
See you all tomorrow.
Thanks for coming by, and we'll see you then.
All right.
Been a great day of racing here at Sebring. We got a whole bunch more coming your way tomorrow, including our main event, Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. The highlight of the day, historic Trans Am will be running again. We'll have the endurance race for IGT and a bunch of the SVRA classes all in action. For our entire broadcast crew, I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long and good night for now. We'll see you tomorrow, Sunday, here from Sebring. So long, everybody.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship, so you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
The Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour returns to Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, March 21st through the 23rd, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, International GT, PSSA, FRP, and the Ginetta Challenge. Saturday, you can take part in the Hagerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the Road Atlanta Speed Tour, March 21st through the 23rd. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.